Welcome back to Dungeons and Dunderheads.
All right, let's see.
We have been away for a little bit from the Queen's Rooks as we were playing the Star Eater Chronicles, as done by one Colby. And thank you very much. He took the helm while I was prepping this next large arc, delving into the Shadowfell. So we're very excited.
We're back.
We be back.
No more giants ever again.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
We're tired of them. We don't want to see them anymore.
Excuse you. remember who's alive now because of Juicy? There's a whole dream realm out there somewhere now.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
One of the nicknames stuck, and it was Juicy.
You just said it too many times. It's like, that one works. That's fine. That one's okay.
All right. So, last we left off, you all went to court.
Yep.
You were summoned by the judge, given a vague offer, and asked if you're going to come to the courts and agree to summary judgment. This is judgment without trial, that you are trusting the judge in question, Judge dSCRYB, to give you a fair ruling on the things that you had done, including, but not limited to, murder, treason, conspiracy to commit treason. I
was gonna say only the first couple were me, all right?
Yeah, our
Murder of an
sole
official.
charge was we helped you.
Impersonation of an official,
Yep.
amongst many other things. But it had come to light that it was done with the best of intentions, and that the Broken Wings had done their best to help in the coming battles with the with Sunhome in dealing with Eldaconan. Eldaconan being somebody who has taken over the Boros, the military of Guild's Row, and basically bent them to her wicked will. With that, you guys were given a bit of levity, but unfortunately, one Alyssa decided to take it upon themselves to pose as the recently felled Eldaconan and write to Eldaconan's brother, the Emperor of the Enduin Empire, in her stead. There was a pair of twin journals that they could write back and forth in, and Alyssa decided that she was going to pose as Eldaconan, saying that they were going to meet in 1 week's time and that she would explain everything. Well, after that had gotten to Judge dSCRYB, the head of the Azorius, basically the law keepers of Guild's Row, it was decided to add some new charges to you guys. With all that being said, when the Enduin found out what you had done, they wanted to come collect you and try you in their courts, not the Guild's Row courts. And the only solution that Judge dSCRYB could really find that seemed morally right, as well as legally correct, was to exile you all from Guild's Row, meaning that she could not extradite you to the Enduin Empire, and basically give you a head start on getting away from their headhunters. With that, you guys went around Eldaconan. You guys went around Guild's Row, checking in with your various friends and saying your goodbyes, as well as collecting some of your goods, like the Crimson Scourge, your guys' airship. When you showed up there, you found it had been retrofitted with a Mizzet cannon, as per an agreement with the Izzet, as well as two other cannons that had been attached as per Captain Quickstep's agreement when you guys helped fight side by side with her on the Perihelion 2.
Just extorting guns out of people everywhere we go.
With that, you guys travel back to Precinct 3, where the Pride's Call is situated, and met up with... you guys met with Tiana and got to watch her don her new wings.
Yep.
She took to the skies. She escorted you all back to the Pride's Call, where you were met like heroes. understanding that you all will be leaving soon, Hilda stood up and gave a great speech on your all's behalf, trying to make sure everybody understood that while legally you may be sanctioned from the city, morally you are just and right. And people should remember that. There was a wrestling match between a giant and a T-Rex. There was some merriment, some partying, and as the night wanes on, Kex, you are with your mother, having dinner, spending your last few moments with her. Sayil, you are, well, before you leave.
Yeah.
Not ever.
The phrasing.
Well, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
Sayil, you spend your time socializing with people, giving drinks, getting some for yourself, and general merriment. However much you actually feel or not is up to you to describe.
Mm-hmm.
Styx, what do you do with your time?
What time is it?
It'd be going on evening now. You would have had enough time for dinner, so probably 7 o'clock. And you guys should be gone by roughly 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at the latest.
Okay. I want to slip away from the party and head to Hollow's Gate.
Okay.
Well, I want to do that, but I kind of forgot. I was like, oh yeah, just type some says real quick. But I realize now that as long as we're in Guild's Row, are we relatively safe?
You were given 24 hours to leave.
But like,
There's a storm giant that's gonna apparently try to storm the city.
yeah,
Not a storm giant.
Storm Herald.
That was their title. You don't know what they are.
Yeah.
yes. So would I assume that I'm relatively safe while I'm in Guild's Row? Hall's Gate's about 30 minutes away from the Pride's Call, right?
You can make your own assumptions. By the way, how's that music?
Turn you into an eagle. You'll be undercover that way.
Nobody would ever know.
No one will ever know.
Just go invisible.
Never know.
Invisibility lasts 1 hour?
No.
1 minute.
Is it really that short?
I can't remember if it's one of those ones where it is an hour or if it's like 10 minutes.
Look.
I do not have access to it.
1 hour. Okay, I'm gonna go invisible and just head to Hollow's Gate.
All
That way,
right.
just to make sure. Contingency.
Sure. You take a moment. The dark energies of Kalimvor swirl around you for a moment, and you are out of sight.
Okay.
You wing away off towards Hollow's Gate, and we'll come back to you in a moment.
Okay.
Alyssa. What is Alyssa doing at this point in time?
I think I said that I was just enjoying like the partying, and then I was also going and cleaning up the workshop.
You got it.
Yeah.
Cool. I just want to touch bases before I dove too far into one of these side tangents. All right. Well, it sticks as you wing away off to Hollow's Gate. There has to be a mixture of feelings because the precinct is in a bit of an uproar. They're in a bit of a party. You see almost everybody has turned out for the Broken Wings today. There are merchants marching there, carts in, food is flowing, beer is flowing even more, and even the animals are starting to get in on this as you manage to wing your way towards Hollow's Gate itself. The energy slowly becomes a little bit more solemn as Vitugazi, the World Tree, looms overhead. You see giant owls are starting to just wake up and take to the air, stretching their own wings, as it were. Getting down towards Hollow's Gate, You see Daniel is at the gate itself to the cemetery, kind of like looking down the street towards the Pride's Call. You can see he's humming and hawing if he should stay or if he should go.
I'm gonna go behind him. Roll stealth.
You have advantage because you're invisible.
Right. Thank God. 19 on the die. I think that's what, 22?
That'll definitely do it. Believe it or not, Daniel, not super wise yet.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
Paladin.
He actually had a -1 after becoming 20 again.
I'm going to sneak up behind him and gently put both hands on his back and just kind of start.
Are you trying to do this in such a way that it feels like
He's doing it.
like a mental force that is pushing him?
Yes.
Not a physical one?
Yeah.
All right. You see he humming and hawing. You just very lightly place your hands on his shoulders as he... One drink. I'll go for one drink, then I'll be back. It'll just be one drink.
And anybody who says that is going to close the bar down.
I wonder if that orc lady's going to be there as he trundles on off.
Yes. I want to come back to all the ships.
No. The guard lead? God damn it. No, fucking. I'm gonna rub my forehead.
I watched that clip. I did not catch the name when
The name was never actually said.
No, it was said. I cut it out of the clip for you guys.
Oh, you did?
I did.
I knew that I said the name.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just didn't think it was in the clip.
Don't want to
I
remember
don't remember it.
Perfect.
Neither.
Ironically, I don't either.
Good.
This is awesome.
Perfect.
The real reason we took a hiatus.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, man.
Mental
Killing him.
reset. I rub my brows. I'm like, oh God, what was her name?
Styx still doesn't know, actually.
Yeah, but Styx is just thinking like, orc lady. Does he know her name? She better not stay here. That's unsafe. Anyways, I'm gonna go to my workshop. And how clean is it? I know we cleaned up most of it, right?
Between Cadrian and Daniel, a lot of this has been cleaned up.
Okay. Are there any bodies that haven't, or are there any like bones and stuff left over from just anything that I probably have laying around in the workshop? Maybe stragglers that we weren't able to identify and put in.
No, 100%. There are stragglers because a lot of zombies came back up from the Golgari attack while you guys were gone. A lot of them, I hate to say it, but there are sorting piles where they're trying to be identified to which corpse they go to.
Okay.
How do you even do that?
So they can be put to rest again. It takes a lot of medical practice in like looking at, just be like, all right.
Which Daniel might not have.
How old is this bone versus this bone? Does it look like this length matches the opposite side? Things like that. Did they have any like bone density issues, like as a ailment that you can actually compare the grain of the bones to?
There's teeth that I have to do dental records for.
That as well, yeah.
Hoops you have to jump through to not get one of the dozens of undead in D&D.
So I'm gonna go to one of the piles and I'm gonna sort out some probably like finger bones or small ribs, stuff like that. I'm gonna gather some up. I'm going to say a little prayer to Kelmore. I'm gonna say, I feel like this is important. I don't think these pieces will be making it back to where they are, but it will serve a greater purpose. And I'm gonna just spend what's left of my night, take some time, and I'm gonna be working on a holy symbol. I'm gonna be making one for Daniel.
Oh, okay.
So I have some gemstones left over. I specifically set aside a very nice citrine because of the golden color. And I'm going to get scrap bits of metal. It might not be a beautiful piece, but I want the I'll probably take some gold coins as well and work those into a very most likely crude but serviceable Kelmore symbol. And then I'm going to use the finger bones and stuff to wrap around, almost like my original, where it's kind of holding and then in the tip of the scale, I want to put the citrine, and then just work on that for a while. And then whenever I'm done, I'll head back after just sorting through some stuff.
All right, beautiful. This is definitely a homebrew thing, but I think it's one of the things ceremony should be used for.
Yeah.
So you spend some time as you're putting this together, you are casting ceremony to sanctify this holy symbol and put it together. Like you said, it is not a master work of art, though it is well made and has almost a rustic quality to it.
Just like the cemetery it was made in.
Mm-hmm. All right. So with that, love that, by the way. Is there anything else we would like to touch on before we wrap up the festivities and head into the next new day and new plane?
In
Go for it.
okay, inside the workshop. So I know that like I tried to collect stuff and like perhaps borrow some things that we might need for like the road, because I know we're going on like the airship. Is there like where's Sahil at the moment?
Sahil, I think we left off in the party itself, but Sahil, where would you be?
I'll probably be behind the bar.
You're bartending your own party?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking more like in the corner behind the bar, sitting with a bottle.
No, I have a physical barrier between me and everybody else, and I'm giving them things to go away so they like me while going away. It's a defense mechanism.
Gonna walk up to the bar.
I'll grab a small jug, pour some milk in a glass, and then grab some wine, top off the milk.
God, I love the service here. Did you see the statue yet?
The statue.
Yes, the statues, technically.
There's been a few that you've been making as of late.
Do you have somebody who can run the bar for like 5 minutes?
I'm just kind of looking around. I'm assuming there's just people with bottles in their hand at this point.
Yeah. You still have guards that are on duty, and they're doing their jobs.
Okay.
They're not like the half-orc woman. They're not shit-faced. They are just... You see the dwarvish man... the few times you've interacted with him, he kind of eavesdrops as a habit.
Yeah.
So as soon as you ask for, is there somebody else I can take over the bar, he'll... I've been thinking about making myself up something anyways.
I think we got it covered.
I'm gonna
Thanks.
I'm gonna take you to like the back of like the tavern, and towards like I imagine that it's like kind of like a tree or something nearby. That's kind of like just like just the tree.
Yeah, I think we have like there's a tree across the little stream that runs through the back. I can't remember the last time I looked at the overhead map.
You guys, when the front end got burnt down and blown up, when you rebuilt it with the tree included. So you guys actually did a bit of a land grab
Okay.
on the property itself.
Can't help it. Rezoning with no permits. Like a true Silesian geezer. But
And then I'm gonna like show you the statue of the Broken Wings, and it includes all the famous characters and such as Sahil, Styx, Kex, Lolax, Dak,
how did you get a likeness of Lolax?
and Hush. Von Veer in his workshop had a picture of all you guys, I imagine,
No, he also had one of Bobo.
and Bobo as well. And like the little inscription that like says some stuff that I described last time that I can't remember off the top of my head. And I'm gonna be like, so I made this because I figured that somebody needs to watch over this place while we're absent. And I realized that I don't know the story of the Broken Wings.
Lots of terrorism.
And there's quite a few people here that I've never met. And I was hoping maybe you could tell me, maybe others, the story of the Broken Wings before we go.
In front or back here?
I figured I'd leave that up to you because I know that sometimes you have a way with words with crowds, and I'm sure other people would be interested. But everybody's been mostly welcoming, except for when I fuck up spectacularly.
Look, as a group, I've found we have to give a lot of leeway to really big fuck ups. Otherwise, we would not have a group. Yeah, you are not alone in engaging in unique behavior, we'll say. For example, in fact, these two, I'll point it, the two birds, the two Kenku, Hush and Bobo. One of the first things that we did as a group was send them off on a scouting mission. We just wanted them to get information. Let us know what was going on. And they exploded half of the wharf in the Golgari area. They killed dozens of people. We had to go down into the Underdark just to find and fix Bobo. Hush was frozen as a statue for a while, and then he got unfrozen to come find us and do some bounty work, basically. And then he dodged it by fucking off into the forest. That's a whole nother thing. But immediately, like, I think that was in the first week, we had two of our members commit us an oopsie domestic terrorism.
I don't even think we made it a week.
Yeah.
So I've been meaning to ask, like, who's this?
4 days.
5.
5.
And who's this guy on the skateboard?
Skateboard?
Yeah.
That would be Sen. He was a centaur.
Is.
He's a centaur. I don't want to get into that. That was his baggage, you know. But he was one of the kindest people, you know. And he put up with our bullshit for a few weeks. We have a way with going through patience, like no other. But yeah, he runs a halfway house down the way.
Sounds very nice.
And Thack, I see you included.
Yeah, I just kind of went off of what I saw. I figured that you probably wouldn't feel great if I left anybody out.
That's very thoughtful of you.
Can we rework it into Bastion or something?
There would have been. So Von Veer has taken the time. It's not like pictures of them all, but it is measurements and like drawings of them. So it is like
Schematics of us.
Yeah.
Well, if he wants to make you armors or weapons, he needs to know some of your lengths and measurements and all that kind of stuff. So he would have included Bastion in his initial set if you would have wanted to.
Then
include
yeah,
Bastion.
that would have absolutely been like in the statue too. Like basically whoever like Von Veer was measuring up.
This is a big ass statue.
Well,
Yeah, a lot of little figurines. I'm imagining they're not full height statues.
they're all-
Half scale model.
They're all about a foot tall.
it's a very rough hewn one too. So it's like some of them, it looks like there's enough material to come back and to add detail later on. Yeah.
I think you've actually met Thack within the last week. He was under a layer of the crystal. at Sunhome.
Oh, so he was a protector.
He was working for Eldeconan, but for a little while he was working with us. He knocked Lolax out and fucked off to go work for them.
Did he do anything good?
So Bastion is pretty good. He is a werewolf, however. He's a black paw werewolf, and I don't know where he is in the city. I would have loved to have found him at some point, but there's been a bit going on, and I feel somewhat neglectful towards young Bastion, but hopefully we will be able to find him when we come back.
So how is it that there's been so many members, but you've been here since the beginning?
That's a great question.
There it is.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I will let you know when I know the answer.
Well, I was more so hoping for some advice because I'd like to stick around. Not in like the I'm worried about dying way, but like in the
Well, Lolax fell in love and left. Sen had other things he needed to do. Hush went off with his brother.
it sounds like having bonds is a great way to leave.
Mm-hmm. So if you don't want to leave, don't fall in love. But,
Well, science is my one love, so
there you go.
Yeah.
Well, don't fall in science.
well, okay, yeah. Live, laugh, Lockheed Martin.
Yep.
Please do not make Lockheed Martin canon to Guildsrow.
The famous duo down in the Simic
I sold my soul to make 90K in Lockheed Martin. God.
People leave when they want to or need to. And they stay when they want to or need to.
Do you want to or need to?
I need to. I asked for what I wanted once and I'm still paying it off.
Alyssa's gaslighting
Well-
you into leaving.
What did you want?
My house to not be burned down. And my dad to not be dead.
So he's alive now?
Yes.
Okay. I think I understand that trade. Are you forced to wander or something then? Because obviously, if I had my family, I would be with them.
The spirit that responded, the thing that gave me what I wanted, has a brother. That brother is horridly sick and has been for many centuries. So I have to figure out how to fix him.
I mean, seems like a fair trade, a family for a family.
Yep. It's been about 7 years.
Seven years, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Goes by in the blink of an eye, I find. All right.
Felt like a long time to me, but I get why it would be.
I've been asking you a lot of probing questions. I'm sorry.
What's your real last name?
My real last name?
Yeah.
I don't really have one. But if you want to know my true name, then I need to know that you're not Faye.
Oh. I'm an elf.
Yeah, but I've seen you. It almost looks like you put on a mask
Mm-hmm.
when you were talking to that crowd.
Yes.
And it reminded me of, I'm not going to call it home, but it kind of feels like it because I think some of my family's still there, but the Feywild. And I don't know. I get a good feeling from you, but I don't know. I feel like I feel this sense that you're probably going to become more Fae? It seemed like it was almost like a natural state for you when you were like that. I don't know how it felt, but that's what it looked like.
So, I've been able to do this for a few months now. So it's kind of new to me. It doesn't feel bad when I do it. It lets me be a hell of a lot more helpful than I used to be.
Yeah. Well,
But if you don't feel comfortable telling me your real name, then you can just make demands of information upon me and I will not do the same.
demands for it.
You genuinely don't have to if you're uncomfortable.
Okay. Do you know? Are you okay with the deal?
What are the terms?
Neither of us gets to leave the Broken Wings or whatever.
So I can't leave or die. That's
No.
the deal.
Can't leave or die.
And you also have to not leave or die.
Yeah.
I'll do all the dying for you.
All right.
My real name is Mittens.
Natural 20. It's a beautiful name. Not a twitch, not a giggle, nothing.
His face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that with me.
You're welcome. I'm pretty sure it got read out at one point, but yeah.
It seemed like a deal for you to not want to share that at one point. So
Yeah. It just doesn't feel the same, like Alyssa. It's like, it sounds like I could be like a warrior,
Mhm.
And then Mittens just kind of has this like, I don't know, softer side.
It's a little cutesy.
A little cutesy. Yeah. Little demure.
So if you were a little bit worried about that, why did you go with exclusively beating the shit out of people with your fighting mitts,
I actually didn't intend for them to be weapons, believe
Oh,
it or not. But
they work so well as weapons.
yeah, they kind of do. Originally, it was just supposed to be for like opening jars and like things that were just difficult.
Yeah.
I haven't really like here. How strong are you?
Not.
Okay.
-1 not.
I'm gonna take off my my gauntlets, and I'm gonna try to shake your hand, and I'm gonna squeeze as hard as I can. We have about the same grip.
Okay. Oh, I think having a pair of those would be very fun for me, but it's just not. I don't know. I don't feel like I need to be that kind of strong. It's just not the thing that I can do, But with those, who knows what I could get away with?
Yeah. The answer is you can get away with a lot,
Yeah.
but if you ever end up without them,
A little rough.
a little rough. Yeah. So I guess like underneath it all, I am not that strong. At least not without help. That's how I like to put it.
We all got a little bit of armor that helps us get by. Depends on how it looks.
Yeah. I feel awful.
You feel what?
Awful. Everybody's so happy, but, well, most everybody, right?
The people who aren't happy right now are never happy. I've not seen them smile without a gun to their head like more than 3 times.
Says the only guy with a gun.
Yeah.
I
cast bullets.
I don't
In my head, see what happens.
I don't like causing people pain.
That's a good character trait.
and I don't know how to fix it.
I don't think that's something you need to fix.
I don't think it's something that I'm gonna stop trying to fix, though.
You don't want to cause people pain, and you see that as something you need to fix?
No, I mean, I've caused pain, so how do I fix it?
Okay, you lost me a little bit.
Yeah, like, how do you unshatter glass?
Yeah. Well, you can make a beautiful bit of art with the pieces. And just take some time, and you might cut yourself a little bit while you figure it out.
All right, well, drink.
I'll pull a bottle off of my belt where I usually have a potion.
So no nightmares.
You know, I'm immune to magical sleep. And it really sucks sometimes. I could have just gone over to the Selesnya ward and they've given me something to just knock me out, but no, I have to not be asleep. Well, you want to head back out there?
All right.
Thank you for sharing this with me. I'm gonna stay up late tonight after this. We can talk about that.
Sure. All right. With that,
That's something I wanted to do.
yep, that's why I'm looking at you.
Yep. But it would wait until basically everybody's asleep. Like my mom in particular. Like when she passes out, that's when I would be doing what I want to do.
There's this awkward thing between you and your mother as she does not want to miss a single second that she can with you. So there comes a time where after dinner is done, your plates are still in front of you, the glass of wine is halfway drank, and she's just staring at you, and you're staring at her, and she's staring at you. As the two of you, and she's like, so, what are you doing in the Shadowfell?
I think the plan is to go save Mizzet.
Great. How? Oh, just gonna wing it.
I have a way to get him back here.
Okay.
I can get myself back here too.
I'd love to hear that.
It is supposed to be.
How about that shrimp special? You make shrimp fried rice.
I know you don't want me to stay here while you were gone. I have commitments here, though, to keep the place running. I know you don't have a ton of time. Is there...
I didn't want you to stay here because I was still here. Now that I have to go, I, believe it or not, feel a little bit better about you still being here.
Oh, okay.
We just know that I tend to attract trouble right now. And
You always have.
part of this going away is to try and make sure I can get to a point in my life where that doesn't happen anymore.
Okay.
But I don't know how long I'll be gone.
Understood. Oh,
And I know there's no point in telling you not to worry. There's nothing I can do about that.
let's see. I think I've sent a letter off to Cadrian. You know, we're gonna make a book club while you guys are gone. I sent a letter off to Breeze Cliff for Sail's folks, and we'll see if that gets there. Alyssa, I haven't had a chance to speak with her too much. I plan on grabbing her before she goes, but you know, I don't know where her folks are.
Don't.
Why?
She doesn't know.
Oh. Okay.
And it's not a matter of she doesn't know where they are in this world.
They've passed.
No. They are lost.
Right. Oh, lost. Like, oh.
I don't know the details myself, and unfortunately, I don't think she does either, other than the fact that there's something to do with time. And the last place I know that she was in the Shadowfell, and that's part of why I want to go. Because I know what it's like to not know where your parents and specifically your mother is for a very long time. And I got mine back. So maybe I can help her get hers back. And then maybe everything will be right.
She smiles at that and nods. Okay. Well, I am. You do this thing where we both do it. We're waiting for the first person to break off, right? I'm not going to be going to bed anytime soon, but it looks like you need some time to go do something else.
No, but I will. There was something I wanted to leave you with without without having you be able to tell me not to. Essentially.
You largely don't listen to me anyways.
I know. But
You extend a hand out to her?
Yeah.
Right, she'll give you her hand.
I am, for the first time ever, going to link mine and her mind together. And I am going to use the same thing that I did with the priest. I'm going to encode thoughts. And I want to share with her every memory that I have from when I was a child up until when I passed the first time, that I believe is real. I want to cycle through those kind of like a little slideshow. I wanted to do this while she was asleep, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
That's so creepy.
So just to give her a good dream when I'm leaving.
Okay.
And then the last thing I want to give her is the two memories I have of when I found out she was still alive and when I had her back.
Okay. As you cycle through these memories, they are, for you, largely bright and cheerful. They are very good memories and ones that you like really root yourself in. And there's this awkward moment as you pull away, having given these memories. And you see a tear running down her face, but there's also a look of confusion.
I know that some of those might not seem right to you. When I can find out for myself what is right and what isn't, we can talk about it. This is what I remember.
They're all very close, but it looks like it just might be a child's misremembering.
It's more than that. And hopefully I can find out what that is. But whether they're right or wrong, this is what I remember. And this is what I think of when things get darkest.
She'll just give you a hug.
And very quietly just going to whisper and tell her I'm going to do everything I can to come back.
I know.
And then the last thing I want to do, which doesn't have to happen now, is I just want to walk the ground of Pride's Call and saying a prayer.
Okay.
Just a protection, just somebody, whoever's listening, watch out for this place and the people that reside in it.
If you could, please go ahead and make me a religion check.
Roll back.
I didn't freak out about it earlier because we were having a conversation. I rolled a natural 20 to not crack a smile at Mittens.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking
That's
hilarious.
the first roll back.
That's so fucking hilarious.
We're back, baby. We roll good for goofy things.
Why would we roll?
In combat, ones.
22.
22.
18 plus 4.
All right. As you
20 and 18. You guys want to roll?
Fuck out.
you release this prayer out, and the reason I asked you to make a check for it is because there are definitely things out and about listening and waiting for opportunities. As you release this,
Reason.
Whoa, what?
there's a brief moment where something very dark touches your mind, almost looking for purchase, but you manage to, through your faith, in knowing what you are looking for, push that away. You have to remember there's an ever-present feeling of pressure going on in Guild's Row right now that is acutely aware for those of you that are in touch with your faith.
Is it a familiar dark, or is this something new?
It is a very familiar dark. You've experienced it once after death on a mountain peak far, far away.
Yep.
Man, fuck that guy.
But through your resiliency, you managed to push it away. And instead, you're touched by something different. It is almost lyrical in your head. This is not the Raven Queen, though it does feel familiar. It almost feels like a mother's touch. With a 22, and having spent some time with your own mother for quite a while, you're fairly sure this is Avandra, who has already been somewhat looking over this.
But now has a little bit more attention. Keep that note for myself. Then once that is concluded, I'm just going to kind of return to the party, be myself, and just wait.
Brood in a corner.
Yep. and wait until it's time to go.
All
I've
right.
done what I need to do.
Sail. As the night winds down and people start to filter on out, you see Kex is sitting there in the corner. Talony has been putting together packs for you guys, and you see that there's a plethora of different clothes. There is foods, baked goods that she's packing away.
She cut off the crust.
All of that sort, as you see that she's staying awake. She's probably not going to bed until you guys are gone.
Okay. I would like to actually go back into the workshop.
Okay.
I assume we have some kind of like a clay, like a casting clay or a molding clay for being able to pour metal into for certain shapes.
Sure.
I'd like to take a ball of that, go over to the statues, hold it out, and cast Mold Earth, and try to make an Alyssa statue for the broken wings.
That is beautiful. That's amazing.
Mold Earth tends to only last an hour, so I would like to make the shape and then try to by hand spend time making it so it will stay.
That's beautiful. If you could, I would say go ahead and make me a performance check.
Nice.
Why?
No, not for him.
It's my worst charisma skill, so 22.
22. That side of the table, man. Jeez Louise.
16 plus 6.
16 plus 6. Beautiful. You take some time, and after everybody else has gone to bed, and you see Talony and Kex are basically the only ones pittering around downstairs, and everybody else has bid you their due. You take some time and put this statue together, and it looks immaculate. You'll probably need to go fire it so it stays this way, but that is certainly something you can do.
Looks immaculate. Looks even better than what Alyssa did.
Do we have something to fire clay? Because we have a cold forge.
Cold Forge is just the big one.
Okay.
That's the big main forge that he likes to use for enchanting. Yeah. That does not mean you don't have normal forges. Okay. You even have ovens and stuff like that for baking.
Put it in the pizza oven, bro.
Yeah, you have the tools for this.
Okay, I will fire it.
Cool. You fire it, bring it back out, and it nestles directly back to where you would like to keep it.
Okay, perfect. All right. Do they have names on them?
Yeah, they would have like little names like at the base of them.
Okay, I will do in my own, probably not as nice handwriting. Alyssa.
All right. Well, with that, Styx, are you staying at the?
No, I'd make my way back afterwards.
Okay. So it'd probably be just about now, as you are finishing up with that. Kex, you are down below with your mother still, and Styx, you wander on in. There are a few drunken patrons strewn about the street currently. You see Leonard has grabbed a few of them by the scruff and has dragged them over to like a small pile underneath a tree to make sure that they're seen to. There is a giant laying out in the street that has what used to be somebody's wagon of ale that is just, he's holding it like a crushed beer can.
A wagon?
A wagon.
Not a flagon, a wagon. Damn.
God damn.
Boy.
You see, there's
you can pay for that.
You see, there's a small gnomish man kind of just. How do I even begin to approach this?
Who is the most drunk person that I can see?
Well, still conscious?
Or unconscious?
Probably the fucking giant.
Yeah.
Just to... Being drunk is considered poison, right? As a status. Yeah. I'm going to go up and use Lesser Restoration.
You monster.
No.
They can get drunk again.
Exactly. I'm going to go up. I'm going to put my hand on his forehead, Lesser Restoration, and then I'm going to wake him up. Maybe like tap him with my shield a couple times.
Wait.
Feeling better, bud?
No. I feel everything.
I drink too
I'm gonna quickly run into the Bride's Call and do I see any of the, what is it called? Skull
Splitter?
Skull Splitter?
Yes, Skull Splitter is a very particular liquor. It is not made in high quantities.
How many bottles of it are there?
He went through a wagon.
Not of Skull Splitter.
Are you talking about what we bought from the gnomes?
No, this is Von Veer's special
No,
stuff.
because remember that really like strong shit we bought from the gnomes? I still have a bottle of that.
They are on the same level. He's not trying to take from you though.
Okay. No, I was gonna offer it.
Oh.
No, I come back and I run in. How many bottles are there of Skull Splitter?
They probably wouldn't keep more than one at a time. It is metered out, and it's normally like a, oh, buddy, you're super drunk and you're not leaving. Here, have this on the house. Go. Like.
Okay, well, I'm gonna grab the bottle, fill up a mug with it, and then bring it out. Be like, all right, well, start to not feel anything again.
Has the inn been doing well enough that we can replace all the alcohol?
I was gonna say I wanted to leave 200 gold to cover some expenses as well as make sure the guards are paid and everything.
Hilda has, since she was the one that kind of accidentally kicked this off, you would have noticed that when she was leaving with Tiana, she gave Talony quite a bit of money.
Okay.
I still wanted to
She sponsored this event.
I'm still going to leave 200 gold just to make sure the guards are paid and everything.
All right.
Yeah. You pour this out, you bring it out to him, he kind of grabs it, this tiny little mug, so it's just a shot for him. Tastes like licorice.
Oh, it's fucking, oh my God, I love that. It's Jägermeister, but on crap.
Does it look like one of the airplane bottles in his hand?
It looks like the equivalent of a shot glass in his hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tiny.
Yeah. I need more. He starts to get up. He looks down to the crushed wagon, picks it up.
Okay, that one was on the house. Inside, there's more, but
Picks it up. He puts it on the house.
No.
Why do you do this, Jeremy?
He didn't do shit.
he made it sober.
Yeah, that's true.
all right. And then I'm gonna walk back in and see what's going on.
This guy didn't cause any problem until we looked at him.
You walk back in and you see Alyssa. What are you doing currently?
It's the morning time now?
Not yet. Late evening. It's like late night. Have you gone to bed? Or are you still in the back of the shop?
I probably would. Honestly, I would probably be like sitting on the roof, like perched, just kind of like
Okay,
alone.
cool. A wagon gets placed up next to you.
What's inside the wagon?
Nothing. It's just a bunch of crushed cases of alcohol that are now empty.
Not my fault.
As you hear that as Styx walks in, you see down below is Sail, Talony, and Kex. And it looks like they all have just wrapped up whatever they were planning to wrap up. Talony is putting the last little touches on the pack she has made for you guys. It even has like leather name tags for each of you.
That's kind of adorable. Got the lunch boxes ready.
Pretty much.
Where's Daniel? Is he still there?
Actually, great point. Where is Daniel?
If Daniel came in, he would have got some very strong shots right off the bat.
That's why I'm rolling.
Okay.
Risen up
He's-
Oh no! All right,
I have another spell.
disadvantage.
Why do you gotta burn so many?
I'm not doing shit.
Daniel's not down there with you guys.
Shadowfell.
He's
outside under the
upstairs in his bedroom with.
He's upstairs in a bedroom.
Good for him. Good for him. No further information needed.
Yeah, anyways, the next morning.
Sometimes my good hearing is a curse.
I thought we were gonna leave before morning. I thought we were dipping out like in the night. I thought that was the plan.
Making off like thieves in the night.
Yep.
Like we're not gonna sleep. That's why we were saying something.
All right, well, I'm going to go down to the bar. I'm going to write a note on a piece of paper. I'm going to be like, I made this for you. If you have any questions about the faith, feel free to contact me. I'm going to slip it in the rib cage, and then I'm going to hang it on the
Feel free
door.
to contact me.
All right, beautiful. You
Yeah, once you get to being able to cast sending, you can contact me.
Does sending go through planes?
yes.
Yep.
Okay.
There's only a 5% chance that it fails between planes.
Knowing my luck, this side of the table, I don't know.
We can roll for you.
Yeah. It's always been an option.
Oh, you know what would be really funny? You know, fuck it. Divine intervention.
Oh,
Oh.
I hope. What?
before you roll for it, what's it for?
It is to give Daniel the gusto and the
Oh my gosh. This is gonna
to
be
help
the one that works.
combat the whiskey dick.
This is gonna be the one that works.
You're not even helping him with his faith?
Buddy, what about Vonvir? What about Vonvir?
No, fuck you.
No, I did roll a 10. No,
That's 100.
You rolled two
Wait, no,
zeros?
that's 2 zeros, yeah. And then
That's 100.
but a 3. I was almost there.
003.
yeah,
That's
Wait.
3.
yeah.
Yes, you succeeded, Jeremy.
You made the fucking...
Yeah. I thought I had to roll 100. Is it the
You have to
opposite?
roll under your level.
No.
That's hilarious.
And you wasted it on
whiskey
fucking
dick.
Daniel.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. This is exactly what I wanted.
Jeremy, I want to throw something at you.
This is
so
exactly what I wanted.
Which
I
also
wanted.
means you can't use this for a week because you've given him a golden dick.
And we're
Exactly.
About, we're about to go to Shadowfell.
Yep. This is the best use of a divine
You guys ready
intervention.
for another break? Oh.
All right. Well, with that,
You cannot fucking say
Yes,
you're not
I can.
impressed.
I absolutely.
You could have leveled him up.
You could have helped us. You could have anything.
Also, I think that I might have lost Calibor's favor a little bit for that one.
a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. He's not super impressed. That's how
Piety
you're
level.
throwing around his interventions. In fact, as you sit down, you pray for your friend good health in standing with his current partner.
You don't even know for sure if he is or isn't.
That lady is never gonna leave though.
There is
Cast horse cock, dude.
No, he just knocked her up.
Oh no.
Oh god.
there is a moment where
Demigod of Calimbor.
No.
you make this prayer. There is a brief golden flash from upstairs, and you just hear, seriously?
Like in the voice of Calimbor.
Not the voice in Kalimvor, but something.
We see him do this because he's doing this down below.
He made a quiet prayer.
Also, you've never.
You don't know what divine intervention
No.
looks like.
Yeah, you guys don't know
but it's
what
not
it
make
is.
a prayer and then see a giant flash come from upstairs.
That looks like my normal
I
magic.
don't know what it is, but I know you did something.
There's all right.
All right.
There's another golden glow that cascades down the stairs from up above. This very tall, angelic figure, male, pops his head out from up above, looks down at you, and goes, gives you a questioning thumbs up as he disappears.
What?
So this is in the state. He's like, I thought this was just a joke.
I like how Jeremy found the one way that rolling shitty actually helps.
And he can't use it for another in-game week.
So did
In-game
you just
week.
like
To be honest,
give Daniel the light of Kalimvor? Like,
I don't know what I did, but it worked when I was just
Well-
kind of.
you're just winging it.
What were you trying to do?
What did you just do?
He created gold member.
I like
gold. Don't let him touch you too much.
I just-
He's gold member.
Okay, so you guys notice that I was gone for a while?
No,
Well, yeah, you were gone for like a minute, but I've been kind of.
I was.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, I went to.
I noticed. Talony.
Oh, I was like, the BBEG is in the bar. No. Well, I went to Hell's Gate. I made something for Daniel, and I heard some things that I will not share. So I just wanted to give him, like a little bit of a pat on the back, and I think maybe I bargained for a little bit more.
Did we see them go up to the room together?
You and Talony would have.
I was probably busy.
Yeah, Sail was probably busy. Alyssa's been in the back.
So
You can't be mad because you don't know what anything. Like
You can't be
genuinely.
mad.
Like you probably have no idea what happened other than maybe I cast
First
magic.
off, Kex has every right to always be mad at you.
That's valid, actually.
Second off, I know you did something. I don't know what you did, but I know you did something.
I guess unintentionally casted some magic to. I don't know.
Unintentionally.
just bless Kalimvor.
You
Yeah, I
said
just-
a prayer. I've been
Yeah,
around you
it's
long.
like I blessed him, I guess.
I've been. You have.
Praying for the good health and blessings of our friends
But
is
the-
not a bad thing, Kex. Why are you getting
No,
so
but
upset?
no. Kex is going to be like, I actually know how the blessed thing works because I can do that myself.
What do I see from the roof?
I know that's not what you did.
From the roof,
Magic's
Yeah.
different than yours.
you see that there's a storm front moving in.
Okay, so there's not like a flash of
your
light
bless
coming out
also
of
looks
like one of the
different than
windows.
The fundamentals.
No, that definitely happens as well. As you're on the roof, you are
to be able
kind
to
of
see
just
that.
hanging out, looking at the wagon, looking through it, and then there's a
Verbal
flashbang
schematic.
of light that
See the person that
through one of the windows, then stops.
That's my point that I'm making.
Stop arguing over the semantics of the spell.
Andrew, what happens if I investigate that? Do I have to investigate that?
Above table, I'd recommend you don't.
Okay. All right.
This is you're investigating somebody else's fade to black moment, and I will not be going into detail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
Depends on how long it takes for us to come back. We'll find out.
I feel like if it looked like it was
Suffice to say, you take a moment,
malicious.
poke your head down, trying to figure out what is going on. You see somebody else's fade to black moment. I'm assuming you're not a voyeur, and you leave.
Yeah.
Peace.
Cool. All right. Nothing to.
I go knock.
Do you need a third?
someone in this house is using holy weapon.
Okay, flame strike the entire bar.
Not again.
This one's spicier.
I did what I wanted to do.
Nope.
All right. Well, with that, you guys can hear as rain begins to fall and starts to move its way in, the pressure becomes heavier and heavier. Seems though it might be time to go.
Definitely. Let's get out of here.
All right.
That doesn't like being in the rain.
You guys take a few moments getting in contact with Hilda, the crew, the former crew of the Crimson Scourge, back on deck and ready to set sail with you. You see Fizzlefang has floated the Crimson Scourge into the small square. As the rain begins to fall, you just hear, "Are we all ready to go?"
Yeah. As I'm on my third trip with just sacks of food and ingredients. Yep, almost there.
All right. There is a much smaller contingent of people due to how late it is, but seeing the sky ship moving into the square, people filter back out for one last look at you. Mm-hmm. There's some waves, some goodbyes. Leonard lets out a large roar.
Give him a butt smack.
He gives you one back.
Oh, on our way out of the broken or the
Prize call.
Prize call. On the door sill, on the front door, I'm just gonna use my little talon and I'm gonna just engrave a little BW.
Broken wings.
Yeah, and then that'll be it.
We'll cast a 6th level spell before we leave.
I don't have my 6th level spell. I don't remember what I used it on. It was last session.
He did use one.
Was it Word of Recall?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you put it on the.
Yeah, that's a
yeah.
good use.
Sorry,
That's
never
a good
mind.
use.
You already did that, Jeremy.
That was a good use.
That's a
Except for,
solid use.
saying it isn't.
except for we technically can't use it until we're clear of our crimes.
Because I watched the last video. You cast a word of recall, and then I believe Kex told somebody out loud that you casted word of recall, and then you said, "I really wish you didn't do that." And then that was basically the interaction.
That was when we were talking to Judge Aspiria in the private room.
Yeah.
I believe. Yep.
Oh yeah, it's not even in the Pride's Call. It's in the.
Hell's Gate.
It has to be in the temple. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it wasn't. It wasn't with Judge Aspiria. It was with Imperator Aguilar when he came to come pick us up before we went there. So Imperator Aguilar, and then the guy who came with us instead of Imperator Aguilar, that you gave like some tea that was spiked.
He was just a guard. Yeah.
Oh, you're just fucking with people. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I would like to say goodbye to Leonard.
Leonard will place his massive head into your chest. There's just this deep rolling purr.
I will cast Speak with Animals. Like, now that I'm gone, you're gonna have to be the spirit of the house.
He will. Safe travels. I will keep this place safe.
Thank you, Leonard.
Oh boy.
Just give him like a squeezy head hug.
Big old green line.
Be careful of the gray men. They taste awful.
That's true. I will not put my lips to any suspect men while I'm gone. I promise. promise you this.
This is wise. I have a gift for you.
You do.
It's half a squirrel.
Throws up a hairball.
It is 100% a deer haunch.
I was gonna say it's half a squirrel. It's the squirrel, and it says you are terrible at hunting.
Thank you, Leonard. This will keep us fed for quite some time.
Your scaly friends seem to have some interest.
Yep, I was gonna make them something to eat. All right, keep them safe.
He nods. Foot.
You're not a dog, but I like you like a dog.
Is. He now thinks that he can speak.
Yep.
So he turns to Kex. You have dark heart. I believe you to do well.
I believe you to do well.
Stay strong. May your fragile bones not break.
May your fragile bones not break.
Again.
Again.
Wow, awfully insightful. That I have
Leonard's,
some unpacking to do with that.
Leonard's very verbose.
Birdman. May your wings keep you silent in the night.
May your wings keep you silent in the night. Holy shit.
Damn, bars! Fucking bars!
Good hunting.
Good hunting.
Don't fall.
Don't fall.
Started real strong with that one.
My kin.
My kin.
Keep the lesser ones safe.
Oh shit. He said keep the lesser ones safe, which I feel insulted by.
May your paws strike true. And you always land on your feet.
May your paws strike true, and may you always land on your feet.
And also with you.
And also with you.
I don't know why you were repeating me.
I understand you.
Well, I need to go think on this.
Yeah, don't try to talk to Talony or anybody else. I'm sorry. We can figure that out when we get back.
His tail lashes. He goes, I always try to talk to her. She gets the best tummy scritches.
I'm sure she understands your heart.
Well,
I hope so.
We must figure out a way to make Leonard talk permanently.
Can we alter the head of jokes?
All we need is a headband of intellect.
That doesn't fix his
Doesn't-
talking parts.
He still can't speak language.
There's a headband, or there's something that gives
Headband of telepathy.
Headband
Yes.
of telepathy would do it.
That would.
Headband of intellect would do it if he also took the linguist feat under being a sidekick, which is exactly what I did with Blinky.
Yep, I remember that.
Okay. I will.
He didn't even need the headband, actually. He was just smarter than most of you.
He was. The dog was the smartest one in the group. By a good amount.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna let Talony know, like, oh yeah, Belial, just take care of him. He'll just guard you if you want him to, or guard the bar, or he can, I don't know, help bartend. Just tell him what to do. He's a good dog.
She'll give you a thumbs up, and very
take him
faintly,
as a nod.
Sail, you hear Leonard go, I keep trying to clean this one, but he always smells a motor.
Why are you leaving your robot friend?
Well, one, if and when Von Veer gets back to the Prad's call, I feel like he will enjoy Belial to keep company with what's the other one's name?
Oh, Sputnik.
Yeah, Sputnik.
Yeah.
I have no idea who that is, but McGuire, come here, boy.
Vacuum noises.
Want to leave him behind too?
Oh,
He's very concerned.
He's not much smaller than Belial at this point.
He's concerning.
He's grown rotund.
you don't even know a fraction of what this man could do.
I really don't want to either. He scares me.
He trundles on over and jumps into your arms.
Is he just metal, or did you give him like a felt wrapping?
I thought he was a homunculus, so he was like kind of a fleshy abomination.
Imagine like chainmail fur.
That doesn't sound pleasant to touch at all.
There's,
Oh, God.
if I remember right, he's also a bag of holding.
Yes.
Yep.
Right. So there's this weird moment where he hops up. He's got chainmail fur. He's got this like metal exoskeleton, but you can still see through enough that the bag of holding moves like a wet leather sack.
Yep.
So whenever he does that like inhaling thing, that's the sound that's happening right now is not like actually his tongue. That is the leather slapping against the metal rib cage in
Sometimes
chainmail.
I hate how well I can picture things in my brain. This is one of those times.
He's just a caged bagpipe. Ew. Okay. Okay. Let's stop talking about McGuire, okay?
McGuire's an active part of the party, and I don't hear it.
I thought about making him a statue.
All right. Well, with that, you guys gather everybody together, get all the resources that you need onto the Crimson Scourge, and Hilda kind of just goes, looking at the square and goes, "Here."
Oh, probably a little outside of the city might be better.
Well, this would be faster.
You just got to go up and down.
Yes.
I'm not the expert here on either thing that we're trying to do.
That's the reason I was asking the captain when I said it initially.
I guess here, yeah. Be quickest, not have to linger.
All right. She slaps her gauntlets together and they start to spark with arcane energy. Yeah. Get your finger up. I'm still here. In fact, we'll use you here in a moment.
I was going to say, I imagine we have a map coming up in a sec, so that's why I said something.
He goes, better get going. As it's starting to take place.
Quick loop to get the right approach angle, and then dive.
All right. So, on board with you, you guys have Fizzlefang, Star Smasher, Kip, and one more.
No
Sorry.
Clifton?
No Clifton.
He's still studying? Damn.
And one Scuttlefoot.
I'm gonna write these down.
Don't do this to me again, Lizzie.
Fizzlefang.
That was okay.
Fizzlefang is your navigator.
Yep. It's not letting me update.
Star Smasher is probably the arms specialist.
Cannoneer.
Let's go. Did you just relieve yourself, Sam?
No, he's mad.
It's not, it does it so slow, I don't get the.
You're actively getting red about it again.
Yeah.
Fizzlefang.
Keeps fucking with me.
Fizzlefang.
Ziggy Star Smasher, the Cannoneer.
Ziggy.
Kip Zanigan.
And a jock.
Scuttlefoot, the Shipwright.
I prefer ship
My
wrongs.
name is Kip Zanigan.
And
Kip. It's just Kip. And they are the quartermaster, though they're also a monk. So for them, quartermaster is just these hands.
Damn fucking straight they are.
you're goddamn right.
And that's all we have on the ship. We don't have any additional hands.
Probably a couple extra.
Well, Sail is the captain. So that role is filled. And then you have, you're correct, you have a few other ancillary ones. This is just your senior crew.
Yep.
So
So you have about 11 kobolds on board.
So 15 of us total.
let's go.
Kaboom.
We will give them many benefits.
All right. And with that, as you take up into the air, you pitch downwards. You see Hilda there is quickly doing her incantation. There is a sigil that hits the ground as you watch it fade from view as an opening opens up into the ground itself. It gets close to a few people's feet as they start to back up. You are diving down from the sky itself, and you see nothing but purple and dark thunder clouds through this gate. There is the telltale sign of what look to be bone-bleached tree limbs going across the sky as you realize this is the inverse of Vitu-Ghazi. This is the inverse of Guild's Row. As you guys rocket through, there's a moment where you feel the gravity inverse and flip for you. A few of the kobolds immediately throw up. Not accustomed to this. You guys having done it before, I will not ask you to roll.
Okay.
This is your third time going through this. You know what to expect.
I would have shouted brace as we start to go through.
Well, that's a good thing, because I was going to ask, who would like to roll for the kobolds' strength saving throws?
Oh.
I will do it.
How's about we all roll one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Go around the table, starting with Sam.
19.
19.
14.
14.
Take the one away from what he rolled.
4.
Yeah.
4.
Fucking
The curse!
All right, you guys see and I'm going to go down in order. Ziggy is fine. Scuttlefoot is fine. Fizzlefang gets launched off the back of this as the gravity inverses. It feels as though when you guys are falling down, you are falling with the ship itself. There's no issue. But as soon as you guys cross that threshold and everything inverts, it's almost like the ship is coming up to meet you instead. And due to that, there is a as he bounces off the bottom of the ship.
Grabbing.
About how fast are we going?
Insanely. You are falling upwards 500 feet.
So we're like rocketing out of the ground in the
Correct.
Shadowfell.
You also lose Kip.
Yep.
Who the same thing happens. Boom. Actually, Kip's a monk. Can you roll at advantage? Okay, doesn't matter. Boom, Kip also gets launched off. As you guys are starting to rocket up, there's an immediate as you guys shed bright light into this area of darkness. The thunderclouds above you are dark and immobile as a long thunder strike cascades across, shedding almost no light itself. It's just this dim purple. There's a rent in the sky itself leading into even uttermost darkness. Down below you now, as you rocket out of this and your two friends start to fall off either side, you see that there is just a city of the dead.
So, are they falling into the portal, or are they falling off into the woods?
One moment.
Okay.
I'm still not quite done.
Okay.
No.
Stop, Andrew. You're killing them.
Off to the northeast from you guys, there is one giant shimmering blue light. As you look over, stopped in time, here is Eldaconan's meteor swarm as it holds over Sunhome in a perpetual fall.
So does Sunhome look the way it does kind of in the material plane?
Guild's Row here looks very similar. Alyssa, you would have experienced this before, though there are certain things that are irrevocably wrong. Vitu-Ghazi, the world tree, is no longer full of life in all stages of the cycle, all stages of the season. Instead, as you look at it, as you're rocketing up, you see that there are no leaves, but instead what look like vines. Those of you with higher perceptions, being Sail and Styx, you realize those are not vines, those are hanging people. As this has become the world's hangman's tree.
The world's hang. That's so cool.
You look down at Hollow's Gate, which you should be able to see from here, and you see that it is one of the only places that has light that is not either purple or blue. Looking down at it, there is Your walls that you have just put up and fixed, you see, are now back down and torn. There are houses on the fields there that should not exist, as well as...
Where there were tombs and crypts, stuff like that.
There are still tombs and crypts. It is just not the layout you remember. But catching back up with our two friends that are falling. As you guys rocket out and they're falling off to the sides, it looks like they may fall back through the portal, but you know this portal is only for a moment. There's also a good chance the portal may close and they might just scatter across the stones.
I will feather fall as they begin to fall off the ship.
You feather fall on both of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, you featherfall both of them, and it is at this time the screech happens, and you see what looks to be a large, shadowy figure running at you, a glowwing similar to the one that had attacked Mizzet.
Why would we do this outside of the city?
And with this, I need everybody to roll me initiative.
For fuck's sake.
Yep.
God damn.
All right, we'll take it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I have an advantage on initiative.
4 to initiative.
So the senior crew will be doing what the senior crew is supposed to do.
Okay.
They will be manning the ship, doing things like that. You're currently the captain, and we have airship rules currently going on, meaning you'll be rolling initiative also for the ship itself, and the ship will get a turn.
Yep.
If you would like to do anything as the captain, though, you will have to do it on your turn, if you remember correctly. Okay. With that, boom. Not rolling super great on these guys.
Oh, that's cool. We see it, but it's question marks.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Did you set that up?
No, I did not.
That's pretty neat.
It is pretty neat.
We know that rolls happen. We just don't know what they were.
That one just looked like a 20 to me.
I wonder.
This place looks a little bit depressing. We see as a fat pixie floats across the sky.
Boom, and let's get a change of music, should we?
Yeah, something happier.
Happier. Oh. I thought this was pretty happy music to begin
This
with.
is pretty happy.
Yeah, but we're in a happier scene now.
Yeah.
Oh, obviously, my bad. You're right.
We're not looking at our home that's all fucked up. It's somebody else's home that's all fucked up.
And it's slightly more fucked up.
Yeah, so it makes us feel better about ours.
Barely.
just by a little bit.
Hollis Gate looks basically the same. It's even more lively because there's houses on it.
This is what Guild's Row looks like if it never had an HOA.
Yep.
Pride's Call was never put out on this side.
Not a big fan of the big weep.
HOAs save
Bride's Call
neighborhoods.
is here
Yeah.
as well.
Honestly.
Just scorched.
Oh, it was never put out. That's what you mean. Oh, no. Give me a moment.
There's a red Leonard instead of a green Leonard.
The Krampus version of Leonard.
What's this?
I have to throw these guys in the air. What's this? What's this? They scattered everywhere. What's this? What's this?
I can't believe my eyes. They're almost dying.
They're surely dying, screaming, sighing. What's this?
We're doing a musical for our first episode.
Musical episodes are my favorite. Like, has anybody watched Buffy?
The Vampire Slayer?
Yes. The musical episode?
I have not seen that.
Did you ever watch Scrubs?
Come on, buddy.
A little bit. Not all of it, but I have seen the musical episode.
Yeah.
And it's great. There's also an episode of Buffy where it's the opposite of a musical where nobody can talk, and it's also really funny. And the episode is called Hush, ironically enough.
Sorry about this.
You should be.
There.
Boom.
Don't hurt me.
Strong.
Don't hurt me. I thought you were looking for something heavy.
Why are you always so slappable? I know it's a bit of the pot and kettle.
Slap, slap, slap.
Clap, clap, clap.
Bumblebee.
Oh, they're stimming, and I caused it. No.
Would you like to borrow my 100-sided dice to throw at Jeremy?
It would actually kill me. She would be like fucking hollow purple.
So I saw
100
I saw a giant gem D20 at PAX this year.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
It weighed 20 pounds.
Is it $10,000?
It was like $5.
Wait, what was it made of? Plastic?
No, it was made out of gem dice.
Jeez.
If you multiplied 5 by like 50. But yeah,
250?
yeah.
250,000.
No.
It was made out of pure diamonds.
Yes, they just got that sitting out. No.
Well, how would somebody steal it?
They had some pretty cool stuff though. They had like a full like section that was just like leather backpacks, and leather satchels, and leather capes.
Other leather that we can't talk about on stream.
All right. Sail,
Yep.
what'd you get for initiative?
19 for me.
Ooh. Spice.
And I did not roll for the ship because I don't know what to add, but it's a 14 on the dice.
If I remember correctly, it's a piloting check for you, so it's wisdom or intelligence, your choice.
All right, we'll go with wisdom because my intelligence is not the stat I want to use.
For a total of
+3, so 17 for the boat.
17 for the boat. All right. Sorry, I need to grab. We'll go ahead and say wild card. Oh, just kidding.
Is it Shaggy?
Yes, you caught me.
We see him dragging what looks to be the Raven Queen. Hey guys, where do you want this?
Still
What?
just dragging her around.
What if? No. She has been imprisoned.
No.
He's just up there. Like, hey, this seems familiar.
She's in a cage? Hey,
I'm
look at
doing
that.
just fine. Gotta get out. Sorry. Kex.
17. Tied with the ship.
When a ship has as good of an initiative as you, that's crazy.
Alyssa.
9.
My plus is better.
What, you rolled like a
13.
Sticks.
14.
All double digit.
All right, top of the initiative order.
I thought you got 11. Oh. 9. I heard 11. I'm sorry.
Oh, I have to reset the counter. Well, that's a joke counter. That's bygone thing. Bygone added to the counter.
Top of the initiative order. Sail, you have rocketed out, used your reaction. Boom. Your friends are now falling slowly. But you do have what appears to be a large gloamwing as well as a rider of some sort on top of it rocketing towards you.
Okay. There's a cannon on the boat.
There's a few.
Which one's the big cannon?
Do we have 5
The one
now?
up front.
All right, I would like to point the cannon
that
at
big
the
of a
at the
No,
at
'cause
the
it had
rider.
2, and then we got 3.
Sure.
Steer the boat, aim it. Like, somebody use the cannon on the thing, and I will use my bonus action to Mantle of Majesty. Let everybody use their reaction to move and get some temp HP.
All right.
We
you
do that
got
right
it.
now, right?
Yeah. You see Ziggy immediately starts moving for the cannon. That is his job. So he will run for the cannon.
I will park myself next to Ziggy to help and or guard him.
Okay.
How much temp we get?
8.
I'm going to start diving towards Fizzlefang.
Okay. You jump off the side. That's 5, 10, 15, 20. As you start to fall down towards him. You got it. He's falling slowly, so if you just tuck your wings, you can catch up to him fairly quickly. Use your reaction before he fell too far. So I would say if you want to, on your turn, you just need to use your movement to catch up with him.
Oh, cool.
Not a
I was,
dash.
I was ready to dash. Let's go.
And Alyssa, you got 8 temp HP, and you can move to prepare to fight the bat thing.
Are we tied with ropes to this thing yet?
Nope.
We didn't do it this time.
I'm gonna do that for myself. I'm gonna try to tie a rope around me.
You have a
and-
move, not an action.
Yeah, I know. So I'd probably want to move towards like the center post and like start attaching myself when I have the time.
Sure. You got it.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. With that, Kex.
That's me. Oh, I'm going before the ship.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. How many feet away is Bro.
They're rocketing up towards you, but they're just about level. So you are 55 feet away from, I will say, both the rider and the Gloam Wing itself.
Are they in line with this? Or is it when the ship moves?
When the ship moves, it will...
Okay.
Okay. Well, they are not close enough for me to do anything other than just throw something at them. So I'm going to throw thing at boy on the rider. I'm sorry, my brain is rider. I'm going to use steady aim since it's my turn and I already moved. With the thing that Sayil did, so I'm going to give myself advantage.
Okay.
And I'm going to huck my dagger at dude on back.
You got it.
Lightning dagger that doesn't come back, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely not. Does a 21 hit?
21 will definitely hit.
Okay.
And at the rider, right?
Yes, that's
Please,
the rider.
Cool.
Yep. So we got
I missed the count.
D8. Oh, yeah. So 13 damage already. And we'll just do the sneak attack over here. Spare y'all.
Probably for the best.
Yep. I do so well when I actually roll it out.
17.
Yep, 17 plus 13. So 30 psychic damage on the rider.
That's psychic?
Yep.
Okay. You throw your dagger out, it makes contact. It doesn't seem to stick as much as you think it should, as some of this damage cascades off.
Wonderful. One of these fucking
The
guys.
negative energy guys are based off the star spawn. Are we gonna have an infinite psychic damage loop again?
I would never do that to you.
That would be funny though.
And that's my
Like zoinks.
All right, you got it. They'll bring to the Crimson Scourge. You have commanded it as you start throwing the wheel and getting it in line. Can I?
Can
You move the
rotate it?
tokens that are off the ship.
Oh!
Oh shit!
This is new tech.
I'm a fire
We're
in
going
my
to put it right
laser.
about there. And we are going to be assuming that you are moving full speed at most times. Correct? You came out, you've leveled.
I would actually like to cut speed because we have people falling behind us and an enemy I want to let the cannon have time to aim at. So, if
Peace.
possible.
That works. The only reason I brought it up was I wanted to make sure that... sorry. I'm not going to be moving the bottom of this map to indicate you guys moving.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
So that would be a lot of map I would need.
Theater of the mind, we are in motion.
Correct. But with that, you get it lined up. Ziggy, as you commanded on the ship's turn, fires off. There is such a bright light
God damn it.
of lightning goes out across the sky, slamming into it. They both need to make dexterity saving
I
throws.
didn't know we were here. They definitely fucking do now.
Have you seen the meme where it's like the flashbang and then the guy that just goes, ah! That's the dragon. That's the dragon right now. Ah!
Is it the clipped Dave Chappelle noise?
But what is the
Yeah,
cannon
that
hit
one.
for?
If I remember right, it is
Mizzet is lightning, I think.
it is Mizium. Yeah, it's lightning, correct, and it shoots a lightning bolt. The spell,
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh. Pretty sick.
Bump.
but it can only do it once a day.
Wait, what? It's a one shot a day cannon?
Yeah,
I think I forgot that part in the last few months. Oop.
This is still, I think this is a worthwhile use of it.
Yeah, this is good for letting us catch our crewmates and
I thought we had
breathe
different
breath.
like rounds that we could throw into it.
No, those are the other cannons.
correct.
On the right sides.
Boost, that is 8d6
You can do like the force
with a
ballistas
DC
or-
16 dexterity saving throw. The rider will make it, but the Gloam Wing will not.
Does that mean the rider doesn't make it?
No.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Look
40.
at those rolls.
40?
40.
Damn. That's
So-
a pretty good roll for a 68.
Is it half?
56.
Is it half on save?
Yes.
It is half on save for the Spectre.
Nice.
Can I charge that motherfucker with my thunder gauntlets?
What?
Can I charge it with
The,
my thunder
the Mizium
gauntlets?
cannon.
Do you have third level spells?
I think I have a spell slot. I don't think I have any like
I would allow you to charge it and give it a 3rd level spell because that's what's required to shoot lightning bolt.
Okay, let me look.
So the ship needs a long rest to cast it. I love that.
He's tired. He's eepy.
I am incorrect. I do not have 3rd level yet, so that's a Styx thing.
All right. Well, I was saying specifically you with your gauntlets could do it.
Yeah, maybe in the future.
Kill him more.
right.
Charge my cannon.
That is a decent amount of damage on this thing. Sticks.
Okay. I'm gonna use my movement to get on Fizzlefang.
All right. Yep. You tuck your wings. You get him. Oh, thank you. I thought I was gonna hit, but then I was like falling slow, and like
We need you, Fizzlefang.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna cast Skills and Balances.
Mm.
So I like how I grab him, I cast magic. Oh. So for those who don't know, Scales and Balances is a homebrew spell that Andrew made up kind of specifically for Styx or anybody who would be a follower of Kelmvor. So I twist the strings of fate in a localized area around myself for the duration the spell when an enemy enters the aura for the first time on its turn or starts their turn in it, they must make a wisdom saving throw with no effect on a successful save, but must subtract 1d4 from attacks and saving throws on a failed save. Same thing for allies, but reversed. So they get to add a d4 on attacks or saving throws if they start their turn in my aura, which means Fizzlefang does. So, 15-foot diameter, and I will say, well, you know what to do.
Okay. He will take out his staff. Because he's not currently acting as ship crew because he was falling, I will go ahead and give him a one-time spelly do as he looks at them and he's just like, he points his staff and this bolt of fire. And fired bolt.
Damn it. It's like, Fizzlefang got fireball?
Fizzlefang actually has some higher level spells. They're just very specific. Like he has like animate object.
Ship stuff.
Yeah, you guys have seen him use it.
No.
He has higher level spells than me.
And listen,
He can only do that one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like he has specific spells he can use. Yeah, that's gonna be a 7 + 7, 14 against the Gloamwing, and that will miss.
he can add a d4.
Oh yeah. Let's see. This might actually matter. No,
Damn.
Just one.
just a 1. All right. You caught him. You've cast Scales and Balances. Is there anything else like you would like to do with a bonus action, or you can do with a bonus action?
Everybody's healed, so I think I am good.
All right, Alyssa.
I'm gonna tie myself to the ship, so if we suddenly start falling, I can not fall off of the ship.
You got it. All right. We'll say if you don't move, that can just be your movement.
Okay. And besides that, let's see. I think I'm gonna walk up. Well, no, I guess I can't walk up to the sail because we just said I couldn't do that.
And for the record, now that you've tied yourself to it, we'll say you have like 30 feet. That sound 30 feet of slack on you? That sound about right?
Yeah, that sounds fine. For this guy, how far away is he from us?
55.
55.
It's 55 away.
Oh, 55 from you. Yeah, you're right. From you, it's 70.
Yeah.
Fuck.
You can still move.
Can I
up.
get like 10 feet of movement to get within range of like a spell?
So I already downvalued tying yourself up, which is normally an action.
Okay. Wait. Okay. I guess I will cast Magic Missile.
That works.
You got it.
Guaranteed hits.
Yeah.
On the rider or the...
You can split them up too.
Yeah.
Magic missile.
Spell.
Lightning bolt.
Okay.
Lightning bolt.
So, I guess I'll target the Gloamwing because I think it's taking the most damage.
Sure.
Okay. So, 4, 1.
We've unironically done that where it was actually the most beneficial thing to do.
Well, yeah, because it's guaranteed hits. It doesn't miss.
Yeah.
It's force damage, so...
12 damage.
12?
Yeah.
All right.
Force is that.
Well,
These pink missiles looking like electricity come out from Alyssa's gauntlets, not Lizzie's gauntlets, Alyssa's gauntlets, through the fingertips, and they all wind out like Sidewinder missiles and into it as it is starting to. It'll bring it to its turn, unless there's anything else you'd like to do. You got a bonus action.
No, I don't think I can use any of my bonus actions. So
Okay. Second, double checking speed here. Perfect. All right. It will.
Probably scared of the front of our boat now.
Which is why it's going across the side.
perfect.
I think it's port.
Starboard. Port and left have the same number of letters.
Broad just means a 90-degree angle from either side.
All right, it will run up the side of your ship, and it is going to lash out with one of its claws as it's flying by, trying to hit you.
Of course.
Cax.
As it would.
You're the one right up front.
Yep, I know.
Actually, it's gonna make a multi-attack, so it's gonna make.
Cannon crew.
All right.
Uncanny Doge.
Yep.
First attack with its bite.
So nice to have that again.
The 14 to hit. I'm assuming that'll miss. All right.
AC 17.
Claw.
Question mark. Oh no.
19.
Yes, that'll hit.
And claw again. For 17.
Meets beats.
All right.
New shield.
No. I don't have a spell slot.
Oh.
So.
Forget your first level overlook.
Yep.
All right. That is going to deal. Oh, same both times. You're going to take a total of 26 points of slashing damage as this thing flies on by, claws outstretched, and just rakes across your ribs.
I will uncanny doge one of those.
All right. That'll reduce it to 7. Yeah.
No, 19 total.
Yep. Yeah, I'd reduce it to 6. Because we round down.
Yep. Nice. Good number.
All right. As it comes in, slamming into you, it misses the bite. 2 claws go out. The specter on top, though, is going to take this moment and hop down, jumping over you, landing on the other side of Fizzlefang. And is going to immediately, or not Fizzlefang, sorry, Star Smasher, Ziggy Star Smasher, is immediately going to grab him and just try and throw him off.
Okay.
Is he gonna make a saving throw?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just asking if he's gonna make a saving throw or not.
Oh, Star Smasher?
Yeah.
It's going to be contested athletics.
Okay. I might flash of genius as a reaction. So.
I may also silvery barbs.
No problem.
Keep my boy alive. He loves guns. We need that.
So that is a natural 20 for the Night Veil Spectre.
Okay, I will
I'm gonna
barbs
use-
that.
Okay, you're gonna barbs it.
Yeah.
That'll make it a 15 for the Night Veil Spectre.
I'll give the advantage to Ziggy.
Oh, sorry, not a 15. That'll make it 17. And advantage to Ziggy. All right.
Come on, Star Smasher. Smash that star.
Natural 1.
Legend.
Can it get worse?
Good.
Hold on.
Well, another natural one.
I can pull up his character sheet.
Yeah, can you tell me what his acrobatics or athletics is?
I don't think it's very great, but
He rolled a 12.
Okay.
yeah, I don't think it's gonna.
Flash of genius if it doesn't. But
Watch the Genius might save him if he's got a +1
yeah.
on either of them.
Acrobatics or athletics. Acrobatics is a +2. Athletics is a +1. So acrobatics, please.
14.
So he's at 14. Flash of Genius for how much?
+4.
Yep. So he'd pass.
18 versus 17.
That'll just do it. You see, as he goes to grab him, Ziggy manages to duck out of the way. He's pulling up his own little side piece and starting to draw it at him. You see with that, there is just a...
It looks like a perfect 1911 Like a Springfield Armory in 1911, which nobody's seen before. Where'd you get that? Made it.
Believe it or not, I wouldn't think I would have seen that before in this game.
Dad gave it to me.
I was like,
You need to put these in mass production right now.
I cast Lizard Glock.
I'm trying to give you the easy way down, but it seems as though you're going to make this an issue. As they pull out a scythe and just straight across them instead.
Oh, my boy.
And they miss.
I highly doubt it.
He has an AC of 16. I'll just have his character sheet up.
Cool. Has a higher AC than I thought he did, but it still meets beats.
Wait, does he have any spells?
No. I don't.
He has shield.
No.
Use it. Do it.
No.
Do it.
He has shield.
Do it, because this guy's gonna clap him.
He's using shield.
All right.
This guy's gonna fucking KO him in one.
There's arcane energy comes up and across. The scythe skitters across, and he just
Are you fucking kidding me?
comes back down the other way.
Yeah.
Makes 3 attacks. He used
21
one of them.
AC.
21 AC. Fuck! He just misses. 20. Ah!
Love
So
Break upon me!
no. Ziggy's gonna say, I don't think you know how much of a problem I'm gonna be. As he starts to reach in his pocket.
I don't-
And the hand cannon.
I don't like you.
Love it.
Join the list.
All right. That is unfortunately the. Oh, actually, no. It'll bonus action. Teleport back onto the Spectre.
Okay.
The Glumwing.
Bitch ass.
There's just too much of an issue and not enough time. Sayil.
Is that the end of the initiative order?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That felt quick.
Wait.
Because we're efficient now, baby.
Oh, yeah. No, I did go. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you tied yourself off. And
then
the
magic.
navigator, I assume, helped me turn the boat on the ship's turn.
The Navigator isn't even back on the deck yet.
I thought we had 2 kobolds.
Isn't Kip the navigator?
You have 2 kobolds that were on.
Fizzlefang is the Navigator.
You had 2 kobolds that were on still, and you had 2 that flew off.
I thought the navigator was one of them.
As far as the named ones go.
So I will actually, as a reminder, with your guys' senior crew currently, you have evasive maneuvers. If you were to give up your turn to do evasive maneuvers, you have advantage on all the checks, piloting checks, to dodge things and lose somebody, right? You have quick hands, which is the gunner ignores the reload property, allowing them to take 2 attacks on the senior crew's turn. Right, so they can just boom, boom, because they're ready to reload. So if you had somebody else with Ziggy to help, or if you'd used the ship's turn to do that, you can do that.
Okay.
Sage advice, the navigator can use their action to give advice to the captain regarding navigating to negate circumstances that largely has to do with like weather and terrain.
Yeah.
Not so much here in combat. And repairs on the fly. The shipwright can make repairs and spend one of the ship's hit dice plus their intelligence or wisdom modifier to repair damage done.
Okay. Did I hear what's his nut speak?
Yes,
Did I understand? Was that in common?
that was in common.
I will use my once a day free suggestion. Like, come back and stick around. We should talk. And cast suggestion on him.
I largely do not want to.
All right, so that's not going to work. Good to know. I will then use my bonus action.
You all are merely fuel for the flames that we require.
Oh. No.
I'll do another majestic mantle of inspiration. So, Kex, Alyssa, Styx, and Ziggy can all move again.
All right. So, Styx, if you come back up to the ship, he is slowed down enough that you're not being left behind.
Is it? So, I know that Fizzlefang is not very heavy, but does it reduce my movement speed at all?
I would say at this point in time, no.
Okay. Then I'm gonna head up towards the ship.
I'm still concentrating on Featherfall, which messes with physics somehow, some way.
Sorry, Kip. I'll get you next.
It was just like, Though, with that said, you do see what looks to be a second one of these glum wings winging up from the ground, heading towards Kip.
God fucking damn it! I'm coming!
Fuck out of here.
That's my action, bonus action. So, I can't do anything about steering the ship now that I have cast something, correct?
On the ship's turn, you can still do things. It's just those specific actions you can't.
Like
and
the
remember,
machines,
you can do more things than just steer the boat.
Yeah.
So if you call out to have a different senior crew do something, they can.
Okay. I'll just shout out, I'm looping around for Kip, and I will crank the wheel so that way we do a turn.
All right, you got it. Kex,
I'm still in melee range, right?
do you mind speaking into the microphone?
I was leaning back until it was my turn. Because my back is fucked. Okay, I will use my bonus action to cast Hexblade's Curse on the Gloom dude.
Gloom Wang.
Yeah. All right.
So did either of you move?
No.
Or she already spent her reaction, so she couldn't move anyway.
I didn't move at all because I didn't want to. I'd taken an opportunity attack.
I'm the only person who can like really use it because I can go off the ship. So I appreciate it very much.
Well, actually, and with that said, as you come back onto the ship and you release Fizzlefang does move because you gave it to him, and he moves right up to the wheel. Basically, he is the navigator. You can trade off. He has the proficiency to man the ship.
Yeah.
Nice.
So he just doesn't have the captain roles like you do.
Right.
So if you wanted to go hands-free and start like wading in, you could.
So no sneak attack on this because nobody's helping me.
That was so aggressive.
Sorry. I thought you were upset because I didn't give you
No.
silver garb. And I was like,
No.
wait, no, that wasn't targeted. That was just me.
No, that was. Yeah, that was just me saying I don't have advantage for Hendra. But the dice was cocked, so do we good? Can I roll again?
No.
All right, who's next in the initiative order?
Or, no, well, natural one.
Oof. Okay. You boom
does it feel,
Hexblade's curse.
Okay, wait, hold on.
The
We just want our rolls to be better. We don't want theirs to be worse. Okay.
the psychic blade comes out as you go to rake across the forearm of this glowing wing as it sits itself on the ship. It manages to just pull it back as you get a little bit off balance. That is
That's it.
bonus action. Yeah.
I'd have to move, and I don't want to move.
All right, Crimson Scourge, you were spending your turn to turn and head back down. I'm assuming you're doing like a corkscrew descent.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But obviously not enough that people need to like jump or like make any saves. It's not an evasive maneuver.
I'm assuming he hasn't gone down that far, so I just want to get him within sticks.
He's fair enough. You got it. No problem. The Gloam Wing is holding on to your guys' ship, so as you go down, it is coming down with you.
Mm-hmm.
Sticks.
How far away is Kip?
With you descending that way, you fall 60 feet around, correct?
Well, he's got feather fall, so he's not falling out.
Yeah, that's how fast you fall.
Oh, that's how fast you fall.
You fall 500 feet around without it.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, you have a movement speed of 100 flying, so that would get you within about 20.
Okay, so I'm still concentrating on skills and balances, so I'm gonna use my movement and action dash. Right? I would have to use action dash. I'm not playing rogue anymore.
He's only 20 feet away, so you take 20 feet to get to him.
Okay,
You'd have to use your action dash to get back onto the ship.
Yes.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna action dash, and then I'm going to place myself where as many people are within scales and balances as possible. Kip, Ziggy, or not Ziggy, Kip, Fizzlefang, Sail, maybe Alyssa.
Can you remind me what the radius is on scales
15.
and balances?
15.
15?
Mm-hmm.
Just
Same
like
as
Spirit
Spirit
Guardians.
I really wish there was a way to increase range on that kind of stuff. That'd be so cool. New feat. Wizards. Stop fucking off. Give me a feat to make radiuses bigger.
That
No,
would fuck with math.
that's game breaking.
It's the same reason they don't let you play large creatures.
It's the same reason why you can't cast a spell on your reaction.
All right, so Kip and Fizzlefang are not shown in neither of the other two currently, just because I don't want them,
Clogging everything.
clogging everything up. So currently, Kip, or sorry, not Kip. Give me that.
Fizzle's at the wheel.
Star Smasher's here, Fizzle's right about here, and you just dropped Kip off here, right? The other one, Scuttlefoot, is also right about here on this other cannon.
I'm gonna yell out at Sayil. You gonna be hitting things?
Maybe. Go help them. Go.
Okay, I'm gonna walk up to get within range of Kegs.
Right about there.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's good.
And them, so you minus.
Yes. I
gotta make-
I forgot about that part for a second. I was like, oh, I just need advantage. So, yep. And then that'll be my turn.
Wisdom saving throw on the enemies.
Yep. When it comes to their turn.
Yeah, it's on there.
Oh, it's on their turn.
If I cast it and they're in it, they would have to immediately make a wisdom save. But
No, it's the start of their turns, just like Spirit Guardians. It's when you start your turn in the aura.
okay, heard.
And every time they enter.
Not
So you
broken BG3 rules.
Walk in and out over and over again.
I wonder if they've ever fixed it or if they're going to.
No, that's
All right.
that way.
Alyssa.
You can't spam it though.
So how's the Gloomwing looking?
It looks okay. It's obviously hurt a bit, but it's not awful. It's not bloody yet.
Okay. Does it? Okay. I think I'm gonna cast Shatter off the side of the boat to try to hit the two of them.
Okay.
Con save 17.
That'll be a fail for the Gloomwing. I'm not rolling super well today, for the record.
Neither am I.
So until their turn, they're not having the D4 effects from Scales of Balances.
Correct. And Night Veil Spectre, 17 on the die.
Okay. Yeah. So then I roll 3d8. So 1, 8, 8. So
I was about to say perfectly balanced, and then we finally we're coming up Millhouse.
17.
so 17 damage.
That's good for Shatter.
That's pretty good. And I'm assuming you're trying to position this that you're catching the tops of them, so you're not actually clipping the ship.
Yeah.
Ideally.
And I'm gonna move up near in between Kex and Sticks.
Right about there?
Yeah.
Perfect. You got it. All right. They'll bring to the Gloomwing's turn.
No. Bonus action.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
So bonus action, I'm gonna enlarge, with my, what do you call it? Like a giant thing,
Giant smite,
a
right?
giant smite. And then I'm going to use, not second wind. I'm going to use my action surge. And
Okay.
I'm gonna make an attack against Big Boy and then the other guy.
You got it.
Go burr. Okay.
Nope. Kill it.
Fighters are lit.
Kill it and get the fuck away.
17 plus 8 on the Gloomwing.
It hits a
That'll
grass.
definitely hit.
It'll hit a flying turtle.
And
Look at the
then
token.
Yep.
Look like a little turtle face.
A little bit.
against other
like a red
guy, it
snapper,
would
yeah.
be an 18.
18 against the Spectre?
Yeah,
I think that just hits. Yep, that just hits.
cool. And then that is 1d8 plus 4 for Big Boy. So it's 3 plus 4, so 7. And then because I use Giant thing, I get a plus d6. So 6. So 13 to the big guy.
Okay.
And then for the other one, I get 2 plus 4, so that's 6.
6, you got it.
And they both have disadvantage to attack anybody who is not me.
Okay, understood. Boom, boom. That'll bring to the Glumwing's turn. The Glumwing, getting knocked by you pretty good. They're going to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, sorry.
He's got it. He's got it.
It's a 13 on the die plus nothing, so just a 13.
16 is the DC.
All right, they are considered balanced, as all things should be.
Ah.
Get nerfed.
Get nerfed. All right. You kind of pissed them off anyway, so they are going to just stand and bang with Alyssa. That's going to be a bite attack against you. That's going to be a 19 on the 19 on the die. They are attacking you, so it's not a disadvantage. That's a 19 plus 8 for 27 minus 2, 25.
That'll hit.
All right. And then they're also going to swing at you with the claws. And that will definitely miss.
Okay.
We like that.
So boom. Oh, and sorry, third attack with the claws. 19 on the die.
Would it even matter if it got a -4?
Well, she could shield potentially.
So which one looks like it's the heaviest attack?
They are relatively the same. Oh, sorry. Actually, the bite looks like it's going to be the heaviest attack.
Okay. Cloud Rune, and it's now going to attack the Spectre.
Can you do that with enemies?
Was a reaction, yeah. Cloud Rune is I redirect the attack to somebody within 30 feet.
Is there a wisdom saving throw or something for this?
Okay, we've gone back and forth on this for a bit, so
I'm aware. I'm just forgetting if it just happens or not.
I'm looking up the specific wording so that way you can deem for yourself.
I did not use Cloud Rune.
While wearing or carrying an object inscribed with this blah, 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 once per short rest, you or a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is hit by an attack roll. You can use your reaction to choose a different creature other than the attacker within 30 feet of you to become the target of the attack instead of using the same roll.
Peace. Cool.
I think that the issue we were having also was the range too, which this wouldn't matter because
they're literally
yeah.
they're on top of each
Sweet.
other. No big deal. All right, you Cloud Room. There is a cloud kind of like erupts up and out from your armor as the Glowwing gets confused. You're using this kind of almost fey-like energy that comes out of this to redirect it as it bites down on the leg that it thinks is your arm. Would it be a disadvantage because it's not you?
No, because it says use the same roll.
I know. Yeah. I'm just joking.
I mean, you can do the minus, but I don't think it would matter. With
I already applied the minus. Yeah.
The Spectre uses Hellish Rebuke on the Glumwing.
And then they go tumbling off into the air fighting each other. Let's go.
All right, so that is
You do the Looney Tunes dust cloud down to the ground.
With legs and arms and wings flying out of it.
3d8 plus 5.
Not bad.
3d8 plus 5, damn.
Those are some big rolls, those question marks.
When I see a question mark,
Well, it's
usually
22,
Oh,
Pretty good, yep.
Jesus. What is max?
but
20?
it is resistant to it, so it's 11. But it's down. You're still going to get hit with a 3d6.
Better than 48? 3d8?
As you get hit with 13.
Oh, me?
No,
Me.
Oh, okay.
Alyssa.
You looked at me and I was like, hold
And
on.
there's all my temp HP.
Does that.
And my action economy is done.
Yep.
That was good action economy, though. Fuck's sake.
Whomped him.
Getting hit with that and seeing that you are starting to affect. Oh, wait, sorry. Nightveil Spectre. That is going to be 18.
So it does save.
Okay. Yeah, it's 11 plus 7.
Okay. Oh, that's good wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Very wise Spectre. Give us your wisdom.
No, I don't want their wisdom.
You see, getting hit by this, they're going to rail back, look down at their mount itself, and goes, "It's okay. I'll make them stop." As you feel a psychic bout of energy hit, I think all of you. It's within 60 feet.
Oof.
Oh, yeah, that'll get me.
By a good margin.
Yeah, so if everybody could please make me a wisdom saving throw. Oh, 60-foot cone. Just kidding. You're safe. The rest of you all need to
They're
make
going that way with it.
Yeah.
Hitting the math. Wisdom save? Thank God.
Okay.
It should.
Nice.
You saw?
Yeah. When you guys roll on the D&D Beyond dice thing, I can see the rolls.
All right. Okay.
16.
16. That'll just save.
19.
Thank God for
19.
damage.
That'll save.
6.
You are considered stunned, and you are going to take
Go. 5d8.
didn't roll super well. 22 points of psychic damage.
5d8 though.
I will finally do this. Mage Slayer attack.
Not a spell. You were considered stunned for a minute. You can repeat saving throws at the end of your turn.
Cool. Not gonna lie, this is how I felt playing Parthen against. I was like, yeah, spell thief. Not a spell. Not a spell. This is a feature. Not a spell. I was like, fuck.
I haven't gotten to use it the entire campaign. And it's-
Didn't you just get it though?
No, it's the feat I started the game with.
We should go and fight more mages.
Funny enough, Andrew recommended it to me too. It's like, oh, you can take this one or you can take
Just
that
wait.
one.
There will be one moment. One moment.
And it'll be the difference in our campaign.
Still waiting for it over a year later.
Don't at me. You guys have fought in plenty of spellcasters.
Yeah.
You're just not on them when they cast spells.
Yeah.
Oh, do you have to be within melee?
It's,
Yeah.
It's it lets me have a reaction attack when somebody uses a spell within 5 feet of me.
When I inevitably turn on you guys, you can use it on me.
Sure.
Just double check.
When I decide to thack off in my own way.
Oh, we're thacking off today,
All right.
boys.
And they're going to use their bonus action to command the mount to move. They have flyby and they've already made an attack this turn, so they will take no attacks of opportunity as they move. Oh, no, we're not trying to take Alyssa with us.
Bye, Alyssa. Hope you find your parents.
Release! I said release!
This is why I tied the rope around me.
Oh, yeah.
They get to the end and then you just slingshot back onto the boat. Fuck
I was
you.
like, it'll be real bad if I fall off.
Yeah.
Well, cats always
feather
land on
fall,
their feet.
Yeah, but then like I'm going to land on the ground in
Yeah.
the Shadowfell.
In,
That is my worst nightmare.
in the dead city.
Yep.
You need to not be in that city at all.
I want to go to the Pride Call. Or
No.
the what is the opposite of Pride?
Oh, he ends up by me.
Mm-hmm. They
hello.
sail on over. All right.
Sailing away.
Boom, boom. And it's at this point in time that the other Gloamwing starts making their way up towards you.
Fuck out of here, Sayul.
I'm not gonna lie, you guys have fucked up this other one fairly well.
I figured.
Yeah.
And they're not looking great.
Doesn't mean it's good to still sit here.
They have not made it within range yet. You can just start to see them, is the thing.
Okay.
So,
Does it have a rider on it as well?
certainly does. All right, they're looking like they're about 100 feet below you
Okay.
currently. All right, Sayul, it is your turn.
Okay.
Record there, right there.
I wish I had reduced for that other Gloamwing.
That'd be hilarious.
Be smart.
And we got both of the Colbats back, right?
Yep.
Kip and Fizzlefang are on board, baby.
So, I will. I'm torn between casting shit and just getting us out of here. So I think I'm just gonna get us out of here. I'll look at Fizzlefang as like, let's get out of here. Which way did Mizzet go?
We needed to start out in the
The No Man's Land.
No Man's Land.
Yeah.
That was the last time we knew where she was.
I will haul,
God, why?
I will haul ass north towards the No Man's Land.
What are these? All right. You. I'm assuming you're using your turn to activate like evasive maneuvers or something like that now that everybody's on board. Perfect. All right. Well, you start to slip, shake, boom, start to move. We will resolve that on the Crimson Scourge's turn. But it is noted. All right. Is there anything else to do with your bonus action?
I will command them to use the broadsides on the new pursuer.
You hear Star Smasher goes, "You got it! I'm on it!" He trundles on over. He goes like, "You help! Get over here!" All right. Boom. Cax.
How far away is the gloom boy?
The ones on top of you still?
Yes.
We're like 25.
35 to the, yeah. I'll say 35 for both of them. They're
I
being
will
ridden.
steady aim, so I don't have to move. Give myself advantage, and I'm going to attack him.
Add a d4.
The Gloamwing or the Spectre?
The Gloamwing.
You got it.
17 plus
goes down in the
a bunch of stuff. I don't even need to roll the d4, but I'll do it anyways for you, Jeremy. Yeah, that's...
Yippee!
like
I'm
30.
helping!
No, 29 to hit.
29.
Yep.
You know, no, I'm kidding. Yeah, that'll definitely hit.
Yeah.
It uses super shield.
So that's 8
Shadow shield.
plus... 20, so 28.
28.
Yep.
28 points of damage. That is a significant chunk.
Oh, no, 32 because I have Hexblade's Curse on it.
On the guy or the
Nope.
rider?
It's on the gloom thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
32. All right. It is not looking good. It is wobbling on its feet. Boom. You lash out, throwing your, what is essentially a short sword with how much larger your dagger has become after beginning the blessings from the Raven Queen herself. You, Sail, you see as the psychic dagger goes between you and Fizzlefang as it, boom, slams into the Gloamwing. There's as it embeds itself into the empty eye socket of this creature. The Gloamwings have no eyes. It's just empty socket. So as you boom plunges into it, that would have been a kill shot on anything else. All right.
That's it.
Good thing this man knows how to throw a sword.
Yeah, Sail's trying to pretend that they're not there right now. He's like, just look at the ship, just look at the ship. Just look at the ship.
Well, speaking of, that is bonus action, no movement in action.
Yep.
Yeah, you're good.
Yep.
It's Crimson Scourge's turn. If you'd like to go and make me a piloting check, you can take an advantage because you're using, you're getting help from your friend Fizzlefang, and yeah, so it should be wisdom plus proficiency.
All right, so 27.
27. All right, I'm going to.
19 plus 8.
This was called out to all of you. This would be stupid if it launched you guys off. The people on board, though, like your enemies,
Okay.
are not aware of what the fuck is about to happen because they've never done this. So as you pitch and move, you actually do a barrel roll, and the Gloamwing has to make a check to even stay on board. They're probably going to have to hit a natural 20 if they want to beat a 27. This will be an athletics check for them. They get a +5. So actually, they literally cannot.
They can't make it, yeah.
Well, I thought a nat 20 would succeed on that.
Nat 20 is,
Not an automatic success.
yeah.
Nat 20s are not automatic successes, but Nat 1s are
On
automatic
attacks.
failures.
On attacks. Not ability checks.
Oh, heard.
Yeah. So if you have like a +16 to your stealth or something like this at this point?
If the DC
Plus
was
12.
15 and I rolled a 1, I would still make it
Yep.
for a skill check.
Yeah.
Yep. It doesn't auto fail on ability and skill checks. It's only attacks.
Cool. So yeah, you guys manage to boom break loose as you start to maneuver away. The Gloamwing actually gets launched off upwards as you break loose, and it manages to bring its wings out as air brakes as they are now going to start to chase you. We're going to break down into a skill check challenge really quick because the other one is 100 feet away from you. This one is now a fair distance away. I would say probably around 60 feet. So even if it wanted to get up to you, it's going to have to use all of its movement. So with that, as your movement, you're rocketing away. Oh, wait, actually,
Fire.
Right in line of cannon right now.
no. You have 100 feet of movement on the thing, so you're 100 feet away.
Do either of the cannons go off?
I'm going to fire this at disadvantage just because we are in the middle of a barrel roll, effectively.
But the kobolds are really cool.
This is true.
They're really good at killing shit.
And this is Ziggy.
The killing man.
So this should be, what's Ziggy's intelligence? Do you mind?
Intelligence +3.
What's his proficiency?
His proficiency
I think it's
is
also
+2.
+2?
So +5.
He's got a +5 to hit at disadvantage. Natural 20.
Do it again.
Drop for an 18 on the die.
Yeah.
So he still hits.
Go, Ziggy!
Bat.
Ziggy's like, I don't miss.
Ziggy Deadeye Star Smasher.
Takes 100.
It's
100
hot,
shots. You don't hit.
dude.
Hey,
Dude, he almost kills this thing. He rolled 18.
Damn.
It only has 22 HP left. As there's like, as you're in the middle of flipping over, the Gloamwing's coming up. Part of the reason it got rocketed back so far is you realize it gets slammed in the chest by one of these cannonballs, launching it backwards quite a ways. That's it. That one will not be chasing you because it's almost dead.
Yeah.
So in fact, for that, I'm taking them off the board.
Just out of curiosity, how far are they?
100 feet.
Okay.
do it.
You gonna
Pot shot
guiding
him.
bolt or something?
Fucking pot shot him. Do it.
They have 4 HP.
Yep. All you
How
have to do
Did they
is
drop,
it my turn? It's my turn in the initiative.
It certainly is.
Did that other person drop concentration on me?
No, they have not.
Okay.
Also, it is not concentration.
Great. Never mind.
take a pot shot, Jeremy. Make him fall 1,000 feet.
Yeah, 120 foot range. I'm gonna roll guiding bolt. Yeah, it hits 26.
Do it. Yeah.
You don't even need to roll.
The minimum damage.
So I'm
damage,
gonna
so-
like hobble over to the edge of the boat. I'm gonna look at the specter. I'm gonna be like, we're not running from you.
Descending down from the sky, loping away, almost like it's going to try and find a place to hide, a hovel to be safe. The golden light of Kalimvor.
Just on principle alone.
Like,
Had to kill
You
it.
see the specter as the Gloamwing literally turns into shadows and just evaporates underneath of it. The specter.
Regards to your mount.
How high up are we approximately?
You guys started out at 500 feet up. You dropped 100, so
Okay.
you're 400 feet, which is why I said it just fell and hit the ground.
yeah.
Oh, he's dead. Like,
Yeah.
That'd be 50 d6 or 40 d6.
yeah. So he's not worth rolling. He's
Yeah, you guys had already messed him up pretty much. He
40
becomes,
d6.
there's like on the ground as well. That said, with your very, very high perception, you do see a small mask scatters across the ground as well.
Does he live 152 damage?
With resistance.
Actually, with resistance,
Why'd you?
76.
I heal 2 HP.
no, he doesn't. Unfortunately, he almost would have.
If I rolled lower.
I heal 2 HP from the fucking the gloom thing dying while having my curse on it.
Nice.
All right, boom. That'll bring it to this other specter. They're using their turn to just coax on and try to catch up. Basically, they're also going to be using their turns to evasive maneuver in tandem with you.
Okay.
So whenever you do your next check, they'll make a contested check to see how well they keep up.
Okay.
That said, they basically have to beat this next check you do, or you're going to lose them.
Okay.
They're fast, but they're not that fast.
They're fast enough to try and keep up, not to catch us.
Correct. They might, like, if they could hit a vector and meet up with you in air, they could do that.
They're hitting our slipstream.
All right, Alyssa, go and give me a con saving throw.
Damn.
You said con? I thought it was wisdom.
I can't see that from the
I think it's after it's over. It becomes a wisdom thing.
Oh, and is it with checks that you get to add a +4? Or is it saving throws? Let me double
It's a
check.
saving throw, but last time he had me do wisdom, so I added a 1.
Sorry, I thought it was I thought after the initial blast, it became con saving throws because sometimes abilities do that. I was wrong. It is wisdom.
Okay, you do get to add a +4 because you're within my radius.
Okay. I didn't do that last time, but that would be 12 plus 4, so 16.
16, that will make it.
Nice.
So, at the end of your turn, you come back to.
Oh, shit. What did I miss?
It's dead.
It's dead.
It's dead.
So we're done.
Okay, there's another one.
Quite.
We're-
We're running.
We're about to get out of here.
We'll bring it to the Gloamwing. They are also just trying to chase after you. Sail,
Yes.
I think at this point in time, we can just resolve this. If you'd like to make a piloting check for me.
21. Cool.
Close?
21.
It is close.
Flash of Genius.
Do you actually use Flash of Genius?
Yeah, I have a reaction now, right?
You sure do. It's been your turn.
Plus 4.
25.
I kid you not.
Before.
Sorry, I'm still doing the math. 17 plus 3
20.
plus 4. 24.
Yep. So you beat him by 1.
Let's go.
Flash of
Yep.
Genius is clutch.
They have a wisdom of plus 3, a proficiency of plus 4. So as you boom, Flash of Genius.
My little nanobots like fly out and they go over to you and they kind of create this ocular HUD and like 4s of 5. You see the line, you see the vectors.
It's like, yeah, it's the fourth line. It's like, okay, break here.
All right. And with that, as you guys manage to peel out of Guild's Row itself, it's a good thing you did not go towards Vitu-Ghazi, by the way, as you see the tree itself starts to move as large arms of the tree actually start to throw condemned criminals.
Now,
Damn.
this is why I didn't want to be in the city when we teleported.
Why didn't you express that?
He did.
I did.
You didn't give us a reason why.
They miss you guys by blocks, but you still see people reaching their arms out for you, axes, whatever weapons they had used in life still in hand, as they scatter across the rooftops.
Damn.
And with that, you guys have made it out of Guild's Row, though you are sure it is not unnoticed.
Oh, yeah. We made kind of a little bit of noise.
Good.
I had intended for us to take 2 smaller breaks today, since we're going to be running a long session.
Yeah.
We wound up getting into the combat and getting right to about our normal 2 o'clock break. So would you guys like to do a half-hour break or 1 15-minute, and then we'll take another one later?
We'll just do the half hour. I'm okay with that.
Sure.
Good with all of you? All right. We'll see you guys here in about a half hour. Thank you very much, and we'll
We'll be back.
shortly. We got our first sponsor. We're super excited about it. Our music and audio is now brought to you by dSCRYB. If you're looking for just the right ambiance for your spooky dungeon crawl, check out dSCRYB's catalog of sound and music. If you're really looking to scare your players, then you can even use dSCRYB's narration tools, as they perfectly describe the dungeon that you're about to enter. You pass the threshold of the storied place and find yourself in the first chamber. A hallway rampant with junk. Any carvings, statues, gnarled sconces on the walls have been obscured by the considerable piles of old and broken equipment. Slashed leather, frayed ropes, dented helms, soiled bedrobes, discarded by adventurers past, perhaps dropped in favor of plunder found deeper within. A trail cuts through the dragon's hoard of debris to the door that will lead you further in. You glimpse a skeletal hand hanging out of one of the mound's fingers, extending spider-like toward the door, as if eager for spoils that might be left within. And if that's not enough for you, you can have access to pre-made maps, soundscapes, and their Foundry module to fit exactly what you're looking for on the fly. If this sounds as cool to you as it does to us, because we're really going to be using this in the future, it's super awesome, then you can use code DUNDER to get a 30-day free trial. That's code DUNDER at checkout. Links below. Thanks for listening, and thank you, dSCRYB, for checking us out and sponsoring the show. All right, well, with that, 3, 2, 1. As always, a travesty.
Hey, ours is always on point when we do it together. It's just not loud.
I do it with somebody else, so I cannot be responsible for fucking it up.
He just puts
I'm
the
just
hand out,
slow.
I do the smack. Works.
Hi, welcome back. before we left off, our intrepid heroes had said their goodbyes to their friends on the material plane and took a ship into the Shadowfell, where they were immediately met with the hangman's tree full of thousands of corpses, gloam wings coming up from the city, and two of their kobold friends getting launched off the sides. They fought some gloam wings, some specters. They managed to capture and, well, not capture, but save the kobolds that got thrown off the side.
Capture was the first time.
No. We freed them.
Liberated.
Benefits.
Benefits!
Look at how the benefits are working out. They've been
Literally the Shadowfell.
2 planes now. 2.
Woo!
They're living more of a life than a lot of kobolds.
That's true.
Yeah.
Even more of a life than a
If
lot of
any
humans.
of them survive to the end of their days, man, they're gonna have some stories to tell.
It is me, Fizzlefang the Dragon,
Son of Mizzet.
son of Mizzet.
I forgot that, yeah, revivifies and all of that, raise dead, it is not going to be used for anybody but the kobolds.
But
Sorry.
the kobolds.
I have a stash of diamond, and I've allocated it already.
to them.
Yes.
All right.
Sorry,
For
guys.
little guys.
Just don't die.
It's okay. If I die, I'm going here anyway. So
It's like you just respawn next to yourselves.
You just watch his soul literally sit up out of his body.
Kex, you're fine.
this isn't right.
Put me back in!
The gif of Luffy pushing the zombie back. Fixed it.
The only One Piece I like is that one scene where it's just like, no.
It's just so good.
All right, well, with that, you guys ran away from the Gloam Wings, deciding not to stand and fight with them too much longer, getting out of Guildra proper itself instead of maybe exploring Shadow Guildra.
Absolutely embarrassing. The
Not you.
specter that dared to come up to us.
So you'll turn the ship around. Going to Hallows Gate.
We're not fighting the tree. I don't like that kind of weeping willow. We're gone.
All right. And God damn.
What did you just say?
worry about it,
Nothing.
I'm just going back in the VOD right now.
There's no VOD yet because it's not done.
I've been screen recording this whole time.
You guys managed to pull the Crimson Scourge out of Guildrow itself into the No Man's Land. We pick back up there. As you're heading into the No Man's Land itself, you do see that the dunes here, not the normal dark, almost tan brown of the sands back home, but instead almost like a ash-filled waste. You can see, those of you with higher perceptions can see just out in the distance what looks to be silhouettes walking across the dunes themselves. At the distance that you were seeing them, you realize they must be some 40 feet tall. I call them silhouettes because they seem to stand out against the white sands, but they have almost no definition to them.
Just because it's very important right now. Do you? I want to use sending, but whenever.
I was about to talk to you about it, so I think we'll start the game plan now. I was gonna say, hey, I think now we need to try and figure out how we're gonna get them out. Because, so, yeah, what's the plan?
Well, we're here now.
Well, this is just a quick 20-minute adventure.
Yeah, we're in and out.
Yeah, in and out. Saving Mizzet. Alyssa's family.
So where's the out come from?
New Mizzet.
How do we get him out to where he can still do that?
Well, we got to find him first, and then we ask him.
Oh, yes, speaking of.
Yep.
If he could just get out with a spell, why wouldn't he have done it already?
What if they have anti-spell manacles or something?
This is probably has to do with the Stygian iron.
Right.
The what?
The anti-magic iron.
Alyssa, punch him with your gauntlets to show him what it feels like.
Dude, please, Sahil.
Try to contact
Yes.
New Mizzet.
I'm gonna send sending to Mizzet and ask him what his
Tell him that we're here.
what is your general location?
How can we free you?
What kind of security details?
We are here.
Do you?
I have 25. So
Yeah.
give me a second. What is your current status?
How do we get you out?
We are just north of Shadow Row.
Oh, that's such a better way to put it. Shadow Row. I like that.
North of Big Scary Tree.
That's 20.
By the way, we are here.
Did you ask at all how to get him out?
How will he know?
You might.
He's the one that's here, and he's one of the smartest people in Guild's Row.
We just gotta ask him, and to ask him, we can just find him.
You send this out, and while the spell slot is expended, you feel it go out. There is no response.
Well, I'm going to say quietly to Sail, knowing that he would hear me. I'm going to mouth the words, he might be dead.
He's not dead. If you could send it, I don't think he's dead.
Okay.
Maybe.
Last time I sent it from our plane and got a response.
It's also been a little bit of time.
He could be asleep.
They were trying to take him around then, I think, to where they're trying to get him to go. Do you have a locate spell?
No, not right now.
We have any gods we can ask for favors?
Then I think
You know, the more I think about that, the more I think that I might not be able to get a favor for a little while.
That's crazy.
Well, then I think we're gonna have to get boots on the ground and start to look around.
For tracks?
What else are we supposed to?
What about gloves? Big gloves. We don't really have a boots person.
All right, we're good. Where I'm flying us down after that.
Where are you
Yeah,
heading down towards?
Where did we saw Niv Mizzet fly over the wall fighting one of those
Gloom.
gloom wings?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what he was fighting?
3 of them.
3 of them. You got took out by 3 of those, then maybe we don't need to go get him. That's all.
I don't think he.
That's what I was about to say. Like,
don't
this
think-
is what took him down?
I
We
don't
just
think
clapped
that's
it.
what took him down. I think that's what got him away from the city.
Yeah. We will go in the direction of where he went with that and look for signs of a large fight between draconic being and shadow beings, perhaps elemental damages or something.
Okay.
Large furrows in the sand leading off in a direction.
I wonder what Shadow Perihelion looks like.
It's just a clump stalker.
I wonder if that's considered enough of the prime material plane, like
Boeing 747.
a permanent part of it, the way a building would be, that there
Missing
is,
a
in
door.
fact, like a ghost flying ship, like the Flying Dutchman.
Okay,
Shadow Hillion.
so to be honest, I don't really understand what's going on here.
Psycho Mantis.
Like, is this just like a one-to-one recreation of the material plane? But
Kind of.
It is a reflection of the material plane, though not everything is the same. You've obviously seen Vitu-Ghazi is no longer the tree of life. It seems to be the headman's tree or the hangman's tree.
It's more like what their version of it would be here.
There is, on your way out of Guild's Row and looking over for the brief time you had over to like Sunhome itself, the architecture of Sunhome is largely the same, though the details of it have been skewed and shifted. Sunhome normally had these like very tall sandstone walls, right? They were like almost a rose pink and kind of gave off this feeling of like health and community. Whereas this one is now that black and webbed marble. The ever-present meteor swarm that Eldaconan called down in Morgan's body is still hanging overhead, and you can hear the clamor of battle constantly coming from that version of Sunhome.
It's almost like an echo.
It is a dark echo of violence that has been done on the material plane.
Just real quick, is this like common knowledge about the Shadowfell, or is this something that like very few people have seen, so not a ton of people really know what it is, other than the plane of the dead?
Not many people have seen it. I would say with your background with Kelemvor, you understand some of these things.
But the parts that I've seen were more of these like barren wastelands where these things were chasing after Kex, or was it Alyssa?
Daniel.
Daniel, yeah. Because that's what I've seen of it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Alyssa, you know, has been here. So if this was a question you wanted to ask, you can probably just ask Alyssa.
He's the only one that's physically been here.
Not many people have come here. It's much more common, and even then, still not common by any means, but it's much more common for people to go to the Fae than it is the Shadowfell. Because the Fae will sometimes spit you back out. The Shadowfell almost never does. You have to break its teeth before it will let you go.
It's the black hole. Okay. So Alyssa does any of this like ring a bell? Like, does this like bring back memories, or
I mean,
Memory.
or is this just like deja vu?
have you ever been running for months?
You want to look at how scrawny my legs are.
Have you ever been flying for months trying to run away from something?
I'm still scrawny. No.
Okay, have you ever run away from something?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember him running from like a kobold or something that he couldn't beat in a fight or whatever. But
My point being, like, how aware of your surroundings are you when you're in constant terror and running?
Good point.
Fair point.
Good
So
point.
this place is bringing back the memories of the fear.
Let me put it this way. I had a better time in the prison.
Well, I hope that at least things are a little different this time being here. So,
Yeah, as long as we don't touch down, which I don't know why y'all want to get boots on the ground, but, like, I'm more than happy to stay on the ship.
that's fine. I just don't understand how else we're going to find anything out if we just hover around, because we're just a big target in the sky right now.
guys,
This is why I didn't want to bring the ship in the first place.
Alyssa, I do feel like we have to touch down. Hey, you remember? You remember what I helped you with, Kex, at the Raven's Queen Temple? You were
Which
looking for
I'm-
somebody.
Scrying. Yeah, you could do that again.
That'd be helpful.
That would be cool. I'm just going to point out, you see those, like, big shadowy things over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, about 40 feet tall.
Yep.
I'm not saying that we get out there and stretch our legs and
So then-
spend our time down there, but we might need to put down to get
So-
out and look.
Those were just kind of strolling at the moment. When they start running. Okay.
I'm not telling you have to get out, and I'm not telling you that you need to relive anything. I don't see another way other than continuing to have him use his spells to try and figure out which way we need to go.
All right.
Uh,
I have an idea that might let us all survive this reasonably well. I'd like to do a scanning flyby, look for some signs. We tie you guys both off, the two of you, if you want, to 100 feet of rope. You're on the ends of the rope that remain on the ship. I stay on the ship by the wheel. If anything goes wrong, we start to fly.
I think that's fine.
I don't think we should be on the ground unless there's a very specific reason.
We already have one.
If
To be
we-
able to locate Mizzet, I need something to be able to focus and channel my magic through, and it's fairly specific. Unless you have,
Have you met Fizzlefan?
I'm going like,
Do you have anything of your father's, like a scale
I
or?
think the gun might be.
well, no. Okay, so above table, let me read you what I'm looking for, which Styx might not have like a specific knowledge of like exact things that could work, but the things that have been,
You've also met Mizzet as well.
Well,
I
Jeremy,
need a focus.
While Jeremy
I need
explains this above table, I will explain it on table to the kobolds so they know what to look for.
Okay, cool.
I'm looking for. We used a very ornate fountain at the Raven Queen's temple.
Oh, you
The
need
temple.
a focus too.
Yes, I need a crystal ball. I need something very valuable and something that I can look through.
Does it need to be of this plane or something?
I'm looking for something on this plane. When we were looking for his father. No,
What is it?
I'm gonna hold this, but I'm gonna say we need to be on the same plane as the thing that we're looking for, because when we were looking for his father.
Book?
We
You
gotta.
gotta be able to look through it.
Yeah, we have to be able to look for it.
The book I got from the librarian.
It needs to be see-through to project an image.
Mirror, fountain, crystal ball.
I thought
Yeah.
you described it as like somewhat shiny.
It's got to have a reflective surface.
No, in fact, I described it as being bound in leather, like
Okay,
human
never mind.
hide.
Okay. For some reason, I thought I opened the pages and it was like reflective.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Very interesting book, though.
Sure.
I'm gonna. What? Also, when I'm holding this, do you get any like icky vibes from it?
Very much so.
Tons of.
I like hold it and I just like grab the corner of it and I start doing this while I'm explaining. Like I need something to look through, like looking through a mirror or a fountain.
Scary
Alyssa,
book.
I don't know if right now is the time to explain the skin book that you have.
Oh, it's skin. That's gross.
Not.
It looked like leather, but not a fun kind.
I was trying to be helpful, but let's move on now.
Just out of curiosity.
Talk about my
No,
skin
let's
book.
move on now.
Out of curiosity, if I cast Destroy Undead on this, do you think that it would evaporate?
No, I think that you would have a bad time.
Okay, please keep this away from me.
For the record, I'm not gonna ask to go on the ground unless I think that there's a good reason. I'm not gonna see an open plot of land and say, let's go check that out.
Okay.
So I'm not just gonna say, let's go down there and walk around.
Glad we're on the same page.
Yeah. But I do feel like there is gonna be a point where that's gonna need to happen.
Oh yeah, and when that time comes, we'll be there.
Yeah.
But let's just not do it unless we absolutely have to.
I am on the same page with you, and I do not want to make you relive any more nightmares that you have experienced more than you have to.
If you really don't want to touch the floor, I could carry you as like a giant eagle or something.
So
Fight
yeah,
my legs.
like everybody here except for I think maybe Kex and I have the ability to like leave the ground.
Yep.
Yes. As long as I have a hard surface that is within range of me, I can.
Yeah, I don't.
Yep.
So
No, understandable. All right.
Ever thought about making wings?
I thought about it, and then apparently Tiana is like, "Nah, I don't need your help." So
So we want to survey while the kobolds work on thinking of anything that could help with trying to locate Daddy Dragon.
And what kind of item of Mizzet could they give us?
Well, something from him, a scale, a tooth, a claw, maybe some slime. I don't know. I've never been that close to Nim as that.
I'm not. Nope. Never mind.
Do you have something of his?
a lock of his hair.
The item he gave you?
Do you think I just carry around like?
Yes.
No,
No,
What
I
about their
don't.
blood?
no, they're not.
We're not actually
his-
related to
yes.
the guy.
Yeah, but aren't you like?
It doesn't.
He didn't give you like a gun or.
We put it on
badge.
your ship.
No, I mean like if he gave you like a badge or a hat.
Fizzlefang. Did Niv Mizzet ever tell you of anything you should do in case he disappears or there's an emergency like this? Did he ever give you
I
any
will-
kind of instructions?
The instructions he gave were not about him disappearing because, you know, whoever fucking think that was going to happen.
And yep, I agree with you.
He told us to stay away from his council of goons because they didn't like us too much.
Goon Council.
I'm forgetting their actual name also, so is Andrew.
Were they in the Goon Cave?
No.
Oh, stop.
They run the Edge Club.
The bad dragon's lair.
All.
And he's also like, I loved him. He's great. He's cool. That got me really bad. He's great. He's cool, but he's not a very giving person.
Right.
Yeah.
So we got a cannon that we gave to you guys.
Nah.
I would say that if you're looking for shiny things, like in his room, he's got like a big old piece of glass that he. Oh shoot! Just hit this mic. Sorry, guys. He's got this big old piece of glass that he normally you see him talk to people through every now and again.
I have an idea.
We go back.
No, I have an idea. You need a reflective surface.
It's not just a reflective
But-
surface.
What about the canyon?
We go to the Antlion Canyon.
Was there something like that?
That was.
They had pools of water there.
Okay, I don't know if a pool of water is exactly what I'm looking for.
It was a magical
On a
place.
sacred site.
It was a magical place and a sacred site are on our end of things. It's not entirely impossible that it would be on this end.
Can I make a religion check to maybe determine what value I'm looking for with this?
I won't even make you roll for it. You know the spell, you know how it works. So a lot of the times when you are using spells that say they need XYZ component that cost X amount of gold, the reason that is important is that magics in general, but divine magic as well, they need that worth to channel that amount of energy through. So when you're looking at a gemstone worth X amount of thing, the gemstone is important as a component, but the worth of it is as well, because it needs to be able to withstand that much arcane energy going through it.
And typically the gold amount is like derivative of the quality.
Exactly. It denotes it.
I really want to make a new subclass with the idea of stock markets.
I already have a homebrew paladin that's based off of it. They can change the denomination of the coin at any point in time. So you can have a bag full of platinum that change it all to copper pieces and just let go. Anyways, it's just a nifty book. So just because it's a sacred site, unless it was sacred to Kelemvor, that's probably not going to help you.
The reason why it worked at the Raven's Queen Temple is because it's his daughter, and his daughter is sacred to him.
Correct. And the fountain itself was worth that much money. It had that much inlay and stuff to actually channel that energy.
Just
You would know, you have pools and things like that as well you'd have to go back to Guild's Row. So you can either go back to the Shadowfell side of the Raven Queen's Temple, the Ebon Feather Temple. There's also the Hollow's Gate. You would have pools and things like that would be sufficient for something like this if you wanted to. The kobolds just said that Niv Mizzet uses something up in his laboratory if you wanted to go to Nivix.
I'm sorry, the laboratory. Asperia, get out of my laboratory!
Asperia, what do you think?
Ha 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 ha. Okay. So I'll kind of just go over that. I'll be looking through my book. Like, it needs a gold value. So I don't think just a random pool, even if it is sacred. If it's not sacred to Kelemvor, if it's not important to him, and if it doesn't have a gold value associated so it can withstand the magic of scrying, it won't work.
So we need to go back to Shadowgrow.
We don't have to. Those are just the places that we know.
If we want to use this spell to try and find him. But
No.
I'm a little worried about doing that as the spell you just used didn't take. So it might not be because there's something wrong with him. They might be using something to block.
The difference with scrying and sending is going directly to this person, and there's probably ways that this can be like blocked off. I don't know. This could also be blocked off because we're in the Shadowfell in general.
Right. So that's why I'm saying I don't want to waste it.
Was there anything inside of Von Veer's lab / stuff that I would have taken that maybe was used as a focus by him?
No, he was never a high enough level artificer to even touch some of those spells. artificers are half casters. Scrying's like level 5.
Yeah.
So that he would have had to be like a level 20 artificer, and he was level 6
Okay.
when we started the campaign.
Yep. Well, I think let's, for the time being, at least try to survey the area and everything before we.
Okay. Maybe I can help you make a scrying something. I have some materials that I grabbed from the lab, and maybe if we just make it worth a whole bunch.
Also, maybe we should talk about resting as well, and how to and where. Do we need to take shifts? Do we stay on the ship?
Shifts.
Okay. Maybe we should possibly do that first.
High in the sky.
Yes.
But I think we need to get our bearings a little bit first before we try to settle down.
Can I, with my knowledge of the Feywild and the Shadowfell and surrounding Guildsrow area, when I was running and hiding, where were the places that I would go? And do I know of, like, is it safer to be higher up? Is it safer to be, like, low on the ground? Like, how do you survive?
So there are trade-offs. Being low on the ground, you're dealing with numbers, whereas the threats on the ground are not as potent, right? It's generally like shambling zombies, skeletons, things like that. There are a plethora of them. They're like, the city is just as filled as the one you just left, to put things into perspective.
Maybe even more so.
So places that you would hide were generally, they're mindless creatures. So a lot of the times it would be boarding up an area and just staying as quiet as possible. The higher up you go, the less threats there are. Though if you do run into a threat, it is normally like a night walker walking across the sky. And they are fully capable of, you've seen it before, going toe to toe with like angels that are here to collect souls. That is largely the Shadowfell is almost in constant war nowadays between angels that work for Kelemvor and the Raven Queen and whatever these night walkers are, in trying to get to souls before they are consumed and actually pushing the souls off to where they're supposed to go. With the Raven Queen out of the picture, you can only assume that has gotten worse.
Okay. I'm going to relay that to my friends here. So we can play the numbers game on the ground, or we could hope we don't run into a night walker in the sky, which may or may not be hit or miss.
Sorry, I forgot my charger.
I can disguise the ship for probably about 50 minutes if I use up everything I have. Cast Major Image 5 times.
Oh, there's another note there. Magics in the Shadowfell are warped and different.
Oh, lovely.
You know that healing magics are not nearly as effective as they normally are. On top of that, illusion spells come out warped and twisted. It's not that they do not happen, it's just that if you are looking for a maiden, you're probably getting a crone. As well as conjuration magics, when you're trying to pull something from another plane, you have a chance of grabbing an equivalent from the Shadowfell instead. It's a low chance, but it is a chance.
So if you do like summon celestial, you can get like summon lesser demon or something.
Summon Gremlin.
Pretty much.
Summon goon.
Yep.
Maiden spell behavior.
So you just want to putter around and observe right now?
I think we should rest and maybe regroup.
I've been doing a serpentine. If you guys want to take an hour, well, we search the area. I'm reasonably okay right now.
I'm fine.
My magical potency has greatly decreased.
That is because you were spend. I know, for good reasons, often,
Well,
most of the time.
don't know about that this time.
All right.
Recall?
I'll help him observe.
He's driving, he ain't observing. That said, though, you all have the rest of the crew to help out.
I was going to have Fizzlefang drive after
peace.
explaining the...
You got
That
it.
way I can actually look.
You just want like a serpentine pattern to the canyon?
Yeah, so kind of want to scan everything. So if you could space us out like about this far, this many bow lengths, and I'll explain like what I think would be good for us to be able to see as we go by.
Oh, okay. Just so you know, it's like I don't know. Maybe you know better, but if things are the same, it's going to take us a couple days to get to the canyon.
Or from here?
Yeah.
Well, we're just scanning the area right now for where we thought Mizzet went.
Okay.
So,
Sure. And you'll see he takes the wheel and putters you guys off towards the east.
all right.
I'll help you, Luke.
All right.
So are we taking? What are we doing? Are we taking a long rest and taking shifts?
Short rest.
We are not long resting right now.
It's gonna take a couple days.
To get to Antlion Canyon, which we might not go to.
Not to the outskirts of where you guys think Mizzet crashed.
Also, we have not even figured out what the best feasible way to rest yet is.
I thought that was already decided that we take shifts, stay in the air.
That'll be the best way to do it. I don't think right now is a good time to do it. Most of us are fresh up.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm just saying that specifically me, I have a lot of tools that I can use to make sure we are going to the right place and not wasting our time, and that requires me to take a look.
We all know that. We just got here.
So, well, we're going to do the scan. We're going to look for Mizzet. We don't find anything. We're going to take a long rest, let you swap out your spells, and then we will use your magic to get there.
Question. Rope trick in the Shadowfell. How does that usually work in the past?
It operates largely normally.
Okay, so it's not like but it's actually a gross place that you go into.
I mean, the opening itself isn't super. No, I'm kidding. It's just rope trick.
It looks a little bit puckered.
So that might be a safe way for us to get like a longer rest. For us, assuming that. Yeah.
What about our friends and the ship?
The ship, not so much. The friends can fit with us.
Yeah.
I would rather not leave the ship unattended if we went through all this trouble to bring it.
Well, I was thinking that we could have somebody sleep on the ship or stay watch on the ship and then send descending. If we needed to like all descend the rope.
I think we're probably going to... Fizzlefang and I are going to have to take turns flying us and keeping an eye out during the rest.
I'm talking in the future. It's an option I want to make sure you're all aware of.
Okay. No, that's definitely a useful spell to have a little pocket dimension.
Okay.
Also, the hollow, can I use it on something like the ship?
Oh, that's a great question.
It takes a bit to cast.
Double check
Yes.
the casting time.
It's 24 hours, but I want to make sure that it's something that I, like, if it's something that I have to cast it on the ground, like an immovable object, or something that, like, it won't change, or if I could cast it on the ship.
I don't see a reason why you couldn't.
Well, so
If you can cast it on a Rambler, can you cast it on a trailer?
It says you
What I'm
touch
doing-
a point and infuse the area around it with holy and unholy power. Radius up to 60 feet, which would encompass the entire ship, I think.
It would be a 60 feet flat surface, not the entire ship.
Perihelion 3.
That's a good question. Would I know if the perihelion was hollowed?
it was, but it also stood as a fixture. It was literally a flying city block.
Okay.
It's a little bit smaller, so it might not work the same way. Also, not as
I'm-
ancient and powerful.
I'm basically looking to check, does it say a location or does it say
It's a point.
it says a point?
That's what it says.
So what if you did it to like an engine?
No, I'm looking at this.
Did it-
I would say that should be effective.
Praise the machine spirit.
So what does Hollow do for those of us who have never bothered to read through it?
So, Celestials, Elementals, Fae, Fiends, and Undead cannot enter the area, which is massive.
Nope.
Nor can such creatures charm, frighten, or possess creatures within it. Any creature charmed, frightened, or possessed, such creature is no longer charmed, frightened, or possessed. Upon entering the area, you can exclude one or more of the types of creature from this effect. So I can exclude undead, fiends, things like that. Plus, I get to choose a secondary effect, which would be courage, darkness, daylight, energy protection, energy vulnerability, everlasting rest, extra dimensional interference, fear, silence, or tongues.
I have an idea. That spell takes a long time to cast. I don't think it's going to be feasible right now.
No, but maybe before
But if we have to post up here at any point, if we find a section of land or mountain or whatever that we could do that to, we could just park the airship on it, and then nobody can come onto the airship.
What do you need to cast that spell?
I need 24 hours, and I need 1,000 gold worth of herbs, oils, and incense.
I ban people?
I think we have a lot of stuff from the Dragon Horde. For like herbs and incense and stuff.
I have some left. I think I kept some.
1,000 gold worth of herbs and incense is a lot.
That is a lot.
It's like more than I think he can carry.
Unless it's very, very valuable, which I should still have some of the bushels of dragon orchid.
It's something that's feasible at some point, but I don't think right now.
I'm just throwing it out there. I wanted to see if it's something that I could cast on the ship because that'd
be cool.
It's a good idea.
I like that because then we could just rope trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the casting time that'll get us right now.
All right.
Observation skills. Sayil, resident observation expert.
Styx, what do your allies see on the other side of the boat? Or are you gonna? You're taking a short rest. Never mind. I am the one scanning.
I'm trying to help you. I can't help you, I don't know.
I mean, I don't need to take a short rest. I need a long rest, so there's no point in me doing a short rest. I need spell slots. I am full up.
60-foot radius. I was just double checking.
And cover the sails and everything.
Mm-hmm. All right. So as you guys are having this conversation, serpentining through the outskirts of Guild's Row into the no man's land itself, the white sands looking back up at you, you do see with your enhanced vision as you're looking over the side, those of you that are blue humanoid shapes. They seem to be almost bubbling up from the sand's surface themselves. And
Do they have features?
they are rough approximations,
Okay.
though you do see some that seem a little bit more solid, a little bit more humanoid.
It's a little bit amorphous.
But looking around specifically for crash sites, as it were, of a large scuffle, if you could, go and give me a perception check.
Get any kind of
I got guidance. I cannot inspire myself. So.
Yes. Might as well do one too, Jeremy. I'm not gonna rest.
25.
25?
That's a nat 20.
That's 20 for a total of?
What is
It'd
it?
be like 28 for you. Perception.
Yeah,
Have to
28.
roll again.
I'll do it again just to see if I double up. Yeah, no.
2. We got that out of the way.
Is there a 30 thing?
A DC 30?
Yeah.
There have been a few times where I've had it set to DC 30.
I know. I'm asking if I did flash of guidance.
Last one.
Oh, is there a 30 threshold for something like this? No.
Okay.
Not so much.
Okay. 25 and 28.
25 and 28. You guys, this is more to see how long it was going to take you to pick up on it, and very quickly. Over the course of only about an hour and a half of sailing into the actual sands themselves, you do see what looks to be a reflection of Tabaxi Oasis.
Okay.
You look down at it, you realize that there are quite a few of these blue amorphous people sitting around the actual waters themselves, but there's a large crater in the sand dunes themselves, off a little bit away from the oasis proper.
Okay.
Looking at it and thinking about the size of Mizzet plus the size of these glum wings, they were huge in the sky. Yes.
Are scorpion friends here?
No, they are not.
Okay.
Do any of the blobs look like a scorpion shape?
No, not quite. Looking out and wondering how much of a scuffle would have to be kicked up by this seems about right. You can also see there are a plethora of smaller footprints left in here and a large dragging mark that leads further into the desert.
Okay.
I think we found her heading.
Turn and follow that.
Okay.
And I'm going to come down to about 200 feet just so we can keep an eye on that track easier.
Yeah.
And if anybody sees anything and there's an emergency, let me know and I will cover us in an illusion of a fog cloud or something to that effect.
Okay.
Try to blend in.
All right.
We have our heading.
Onward.
Onward.
You start to track this drag mark. It takes you quite a while, actually. Probably the better part of another 3 hours. And equating that to walking speed, this would have been about a day on foot. There is a platoon is almost not large enough to explain the size, a contingent of smaller footsteps next to this large drag mark, as well as bigger ones, some the size of giants that are marching their way through. Every once in a while, you will see corporeal and gray-fleshed beings that have been just ripped asunder and their entrails and corpses left out on the sand. Sometimes the the blue amorphous form of somebody trying to almost put themselves back together, but unable to actually interact.
So when we saw the crater, at that point, could I look at Styx and be like, I don't know how long this is going to go. If you're going to try to sleep, now would be our best shot, probably.
I mean, I can try. I also, like, I think that it's, 1 o'clock a.m. our time. I'm worried about us being exhausted if we do not rest soon.
It's like,
You're getting there.
Yep.
You guys were up the entire day before. You left at night. You're on the cusp of needing to sleep regardless.
yeah.
So I guess I'll try. I'll try and get a long rest, but if not, then, you know, it is what it is.
Would either of you like to try to get one as well?
I'd take a short.
I can take a nap.
I'm not really much use at the moment unless you need something made. So I'm just going to take a long rest.
I'd take a short and stay up with Sail.
I feel like Ziggy and Fizzlefang would probably be taking opposite shifts also.
Ziggy cannot drive the boat.
No, but if
Fizzle
like,
and die.
yeah, but if Fizzlefang is resting, Ziggy is up to make sure at least he can man the guns.
Sure.
Fizzlefang, can you cover me for an hour?
I just said I wanted to take a nap. Fine.
You can sleep for 8 after I get a nap.
When your persona is a lizard.
I'll stay up with
Scaly.
Fizzlefang, just so that one of us is awake while this is going on, and then when he gets back up, I'll bed down.
Well, like I said, you guys sail on for about another 3 hours. That is not enough time to be getting a long rest for anybody when you start to come up on something. With you being the only one awake currently, can you please give me a perception check?
Can we zigzag and make that 3 hours, 8 hours? Beep, 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 beep. Add triple the mileage.
That is an 18 right now. I'm going to make it better. So, yeah, hell yeah. 26.
26. All right. In the dim ever-present light. There's no moon. There are no stars. There's just the ever-present cloud cover here in low rolling thunder that occasionally gives you this purple crack of light. With your damp your eyes and 26, you do pick out what looks to be a camp. There are still corporeal people moving through this camp. It is a horde, to say the least, and you realize this is probably the Golgari contingent that went into the Shadowfell. And that is probably one of the most important natural ones I've ever rolled.
They don't notice.
They do not notice the giant sky ship.
Let's go.
Coming up over
Do I
the
see a
horizon.
potential large figure?
With the 26, you see multiple large figures. You see some of these things called Nightwalkers that are in the camp themselves,
Of course.
walking around. You also see Vathis,
Fuck.
the chained Minotaur. He's walking around, the chains on his arms shining almost this blue light, having been suffused with this Shadowfell energy at this point in time. He is talking to a gray huddled figure that stands at about 6 feet tall, but that is not the top of their head, but rather the top of their crooked spine, as the head is somewhere further down here in the top of the spine. A large hump is there. They're speaking with one another. You see Vathis is nodding, almost like he is taking orders.
Not there. I can't ask it. Never mind.
Same.
I'm only on this way. I don't see dragon.
You do not see a dragon, though you do see a very large marble dais, roughly about 40 feet in diameter, that has chains on the cardinal directions of it. So in 4 different points.
It's the altar.
So they're probably where they want to be. They're going to be doing something soon.
There's runic circles etched around it.
Does it look like this marble dais has been here, or has it been brought here?
Go and give me a...
Shadowfell check.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to say. This is actually kind of oddly particular. Go and give me an investigation at disadvantage due to the distance.
Investigation at disadvantage. Okay.
Still,
Because a lot of the... There are sandstone outcroppings on the normal side, the material plane. Here, they're this dark marble that
23.
crops out. 23.
8 plus 12 plus 3.
The stone was probably locally sourced, though it has obviously been inscribed.
Okay.
So it's probably a combination of something that was much larger at one point in time that has been worn away or cut away, maybe even, to just leave the dais this wide. And thinking about something that would cut that large of a stone outcropping would have to be insanely strong or very magically inclined. Or both.
What's our surroundings like? Like around us, from what I can see, are we like in the desert? There is
Yes.
Okay. There's no.
You are now 4 to 5 hours of being in the desert.
There is no cover. There's no mountains. There's no nothing. There's nothing the ship could be parked behind.
If you were to kind of turn around now and scale back a little bit, you can go back to an outcropping. There are these kind of taller marble plinths that come up and out of the ground themselves. Some of them even large enough that you may be able to park on top of. Though, go ahead and give me a history check really quick. It's important.
No, I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. Can't up this one. That's okay. That was a math. 21.
21.
Yeah.
All right.
Mass for the math.
You know that there are some people that traverse. They try to stay away from these plinths because they're not normally just sandstone. They're actually giant hives
Okay. So maybe
filled with giant insects. You're not sure what the Shadowfell equivalent would be, if there is one. There very well could not be.
But if there is one, okay, all right. And approximately how far away are we?
Oh, I'd say because you're up in the sky the way you are, I'm assuming you said you're skirting 200 feet
Yeah, so
when you were initially looking.
So we are not
200 feet off the ground.
super high up over the horizon by the time we can actually make stuff out.
Coming down kind of low, which might be why they can't see us.
Yeah. Well, with that said, actually, it's you're much closer than you'd probably like to be by the time you actually make this out,
Yeah,
because you don't have the altitude to look further ahead.
Then I'm gonna tell Fizzlefang, fucking bank. Give him a wide berth. Need to avoid, and I'm gonna go wake Saeel up first.
I was taking a short rest.
So you'd probably be just now waking up then.
Sure.
Depends on when we started it.
I'm gonna try to avoid waking Sticks up yet. And I'm gonna get you up on the deck and be like, "Hey, this is everything I saw."
Okay.
No
dragon-sized lumps?
No dragon-sized lumps, but who's to know if he's in a dragon form right now? Wherever they're at now, it looks like that's where they want to be. Vathis is down there.
Right.
Somebody who looked like they were giving orders to Vathis was down there.
Ooh.
And
just somebody that looked like him?
I'll describe the creature I saw.
Okay.
And then a bunch of night walkers and gruel, right? Yes.
Golgari.
Golgari, my bad. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Gruel.
I thought you said the
was right.
Golgari contingent.
I may say Golgari, but I did mean Gruel.
One more
Yeah.
thing I'd like to use from that observation. Do they look like they're resting? Like, are they like preparing to do something? Or does it look like they're bedding down?
Neither. It looks like they're packing.
Oh, so it looks like they're about to leave. Okay.
I don't like that.
That's potentially troublesome, but potentially good. Because there was a giant marble monolith with no dragon.
I'm worried they might have already done what they came here to do.
I am too. Especially because his spell didn't work. Do you think we can try and keep... It looks like they're about to move. Do you think we can try and keep pace with them and see where they're going without being detected?
The without being detected part will be fun. I think we're going to...
Because I don't want to wake Sticks up if we don't have to.
I'd like to take us a good ways away and do a circuit of the camp.
You want to wait for them to move and then go take a look at the camp?
I want to do the perimeter far enough out that they're not going to see us to see if there's any other additional drag marks.
Okay.
Or if he got brought here and now he is not here.
All right. Let's keep them asleep for now, just because we need them at full strength. Yeah. And we'll keep an eye out and see what we can see. Just see if they start moving.
All right. So I'll take us a good ways out and then a good ways up to the point where I can still make out the drag mark to the camp.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we're like a good ways far distant enough from the camp.
You're not getting detail at this point in time. You're looking for macro,
Yeah.
like the big things.
Yeah. And
Peace.
then do a big perimeter of the camp to see if there's any other drag marks or other information.
All right, you take your time and move around the encampment itself. You see that the small shapes of the gruel are putting stuff together. The night walkers are kind of standing guard, almost like sentinels. They're unmoving, just staring down at the camp itself.
Okay.
Every once in a while, you'll see one just lightning quick grab somebody, and it's
Slurp them like some ramen.
Though, I'm not even going to make you roll for it. As far as drag marks go, 'cause it's pretty obvious. There are no drag marks leaving this site.
So either he is still down there, or they've done what they already came to do.
Yeah.
It's probably too far away for me to see, but did the etching or anything look inert? Was there any magical presence that looked like had been expended or anything like that from the dais?
You had a 26 earlier, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The runes looked like they still had a faint glow to them.
Okay.
Is that glow faded?
Now that you're looking now? No.
Okay.
It might
Is
still.
there any blood stain or any such staining on the altar itself?
You're quite a ways away at this point. The only reason you can see the runes glowing is because they are glowing in the darkness.
How long did the perimeter sweep take?
If you're going slowly, obviously trying not to catch attention, probably about, call it a half hour.
Okay.
So
This is a large camp, for the record,
we're approaching 6 hours right now in total.
of being within the Shadowfell.
Of,
Yeah. No, I think they're about halfway.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been asleep for 3.5 hours ish.
All right. Well, we will maintain a holding pattern then.
All right. It's at this point in time, you both will take a level of exhaustion.
Okay.
You maintain a holding pattern. God damn.
Keep rolling dog.
5.
Keep rolling that way.
I'm
Let's
rolling
go.
dog shit, man.
We are just part of the sky.
That's really what it is because it's so dark against the sky and you guys have a dark bottom itself, that unless there is a rolling bit of lightning that kind of silhouettes you across it, those are the only times they really have a chance to see you.
And we're getting lucky.
Yeah.
So, are levels of exhaustion automatic after 24 hours in?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
The raw is there's a DC 10 con save for the first
Is there?
4 hours.
Oh.
I didn't want to be like actually, so I double checked it first and I was like,
Peace.
And then-
Please roll me con save.
Oh, thank God.
yeah.
I thought it was automatic.
How does that stay it off? How long does that stay it off, though?
18. It becomes harder to fight exhaustion. You stay awake for multiple days.
All right, 19.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so we fought off the first level.
Y'all aren't feeling great, but you're still operable.
Yeah. We're the task is at hand right now.
Exhaustion is so bad that I was like, what are the rules on this again? Because I could have sworn I got a chase.
Yep.
Oh, you're all good. You're maintaining a holding pattern, correct? So you're just doing slow circuits around, watching.
Letting them sleep. And
If I ever think that there's a chance of us getting caught, I will major image a cloud around us, basically.
I'm pointing out anytime I see something happening down in the camp, like, hey, or something like that.
All right. Well, as you guys wait, you see there is a Vathis in this hooded figure move back out at one point in time. And you see the two of them talking as she mounts the pedestal itself. As there is a brief flash, and she is gone.
It's a fucking teleportation.
Teleported from there.
No, there's chains on the marble. And she just teleported.
You see as she is gone, Vathis starts to speak to some people as you see them all coming out with sledgehammers
To the dais?
to the dais.
He's in the fucking marble.
No,
They're destroying it.
my guess would be that that was a teleportation sigil that was a one-way thing. That Mizzet and whoever that was just went through to where they need Mizzet at, and it is about to be destroyed
It was just one being that went through it, though, right?
just now.
Yeah.
It could have been used before we got here.
I mean, I don't think we can fight Vathis.
Not with that kind of attitude, we can't.
Cax is gonna have a really like.
Riz face.
He's gonna have like a really like tail.
We will have come here for no reason if that gets destroyed, I fear.
And what do? We wake him up and we just dive bomb the camp with all those night walkers around, with Vassus down there, with all those gruel.
No.
As badly as I want to do something, what can we do? Where we don't all get killed. I really want to do something. Trust me, I do, but I don't. What do we do? Other than crash the ship into the
I
whole
once
camp?
heard about a legendary scouting mission.
I will go down there by myself. Do any of you want me to do that?
Yeah. No
bet.
fizzle thing.
So we wouldn't be able to use the teleportation sigil. None of us are strong enough.
You don't know that.
Okay, what if we can? We leave the ship behind with all the kobolds here, and the four of us go to wherever we're
If
going.
it can fit a dragon, it might be able to fit a boat. I think at this point we are going to have to watch them destroy it.
I don't think we can do anything.
And hope that Mizzet was taken to the same plane.
All right. Well, with that said, you do watch as they come out with crude sledgehammers, Vathis himself, chains in hand, starting to punch out the rune circle itself. They start at the keystone, and as soon as he punches down, there's a cascading effect as a lot of the glow starts to pitter out of the circle itself. The other gruel workers move out and hand over hand start to smash the circle until it is no more. At the end of that, you do see as the Nightwalkers look down at the circle kind of curiously. One of them gets face to face with Vathis as he kind of bares his teeth at it in a challenge. There seems to be some sort of communication going on before both the Nightwalkers out of existence. At this point in time, unless there is anything else you'd like to do, unless you just continue the holding pattern until your friends wake up.
I don't think we have much else we can do.
Peace. No problem. You spend the next few hours watching as you see Vathis is literally and figuratively whipping his people into a bit of a frenzy to get their camp brought back up, and they start to march out east. Around this point in time, you two wake up from your long rests. You're rested. You have your spell slots back. Anything expended, you get back, except for Divine Intervention.
Set that spell list up, Jeremy boy.
Did we miss anything?
So we found the camp. The Gray Lady walked through a teleportation sigil, and then they smashed the teleportation sigil.
We did not see Mizzet down there.
However, there were Mizzet-sized chains on the sigil.
And Vathis is down there.
Vathis and two Nightwalkers.
Too bad we didn't have invisibility or something, because maybe we could have followed.
Yeah.
Or at least one of us.
I imagine one of us would have had to cast the spell. And I don't think any of us can.
We would have wake you up.
Does he have teleport?
No, we have... oh, you mean like the spell teleport? You can't just touch a sigil? Isn't that what we did when we were in the...
Depends on the sigil.
If it's a teleportation
Well,
circle.
what did she do?
We were miles away. I don't know.
McGuire. Spit it out. I'm gonna go through the materials.
That's so foul.
Didn't
God.
need to do that.
Yeah.
I admire the commitment, but goddamn, Andrew, you did not need to do that.
So this was the same reaction last time. But,
I implore you.
I would like to fashion a telescope out of some of the pieces of workshop material. So that way, the next time that we have to scout from a long distance, there's at least a fighting chance.
A telescope.
Like a spyglass.
I largely do not believe that Von Veer would have glass in the workshop. It's not something he really worked with.
Crafted lenses are one thing.
Yeah, crafted lenses are very, very hard to make. Not that I don't think you could. I think you could. I just don't think that's something Von Veer did. He specialized in like animatronics. That said, if you'd like to make the housing and the next time you come across glass or something that you could even like steal out of somewhere else.
Well, I have like a cartography kit.
Oh shit. Yeah. They have sextants and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If you'd like to destroy your cartography kit to make a telescoping lens like this, you 100% can.
I'll replace it later. We need a telescope now. So
Peace. Again, your bonus to rolling is so high, I'm not going to make you roll to make this because it is trivial for you. Yeah. So you take some time, take apart your sextant, take the lenses and stuff from it, and manage to get them repeating in a different pattern so they redouble on one another. And you develop a telescoping lens.
cool.
Well, damn. These are 1,000 at the wharf. Like, I went and looked to see because I figured it'd be helpful, but these are just fucking expensive. Thank you.
Captain, my captain.
Want to take another look with that thing? Jack Sparrow. The one that's bending. Just looking at it.
All right. You peer out of it. See, you already have an insanely high perception skill.
I think it gives me advantage, which was a +5.
Correct. So what does that bring your passive perception to?
28.
28. Again, there's kind of no point in rolling at this point in time.
I'm aiming for 30.
Guidance.
Plus. Flasher genius.
I can see
40.
everything.
I can see through the veil. I can see the material plane once again. There are fools playing at a table right now.
And
Hold
here
on.
comes the giant fist.
I found him.
You ready for this? Detect magic. On the lens.
Detect magic.
All right. So you're looking through. What are you specifically looking for?
I don't know.
Delightful.
More information than I have currently.
Details.
Details. Well, unfortunately, you waited until the
Everything that
was
important-
destroyed.
Yeah.
So
But we can be further back now.
there's that. The Night Walkers are currently gone. They're all packing up.
What do I know if it's east from here?
Serpent Strait.
That's it?
Wait.
It goes No Man's Land, Serpent Strait. There's the rest of the No Man's Land.
Right.
So-
I meant like features of No Man's
If
Land.
they're going east, why wouldn't they be going to the Endwin and maybe that mountaintop?
That is the direction of the Enduin.
That is
They might. I'm just wondering, are they gonna walk their asses all the
I
way?
think they're
there?
gonna take the Serpent Strait in a boat.
I think that's what they're going to do, is that wherever they were headed with all of this, that is where they teleported Mizzet to, because that was the wiser thing to do.
We need to scry him.
And then, yeah. But if we...
Wait a minute. How much? How much does a how much does scrying need for
1,000.
1,000? You could feasibly scry through the telescope
Okay.
because it has lenses.
Okay, but I'm sorry. I'm still going through my spell list, and it's taking a little longer because it has legacy and non-legacy, and I don't.
Yeah,
know if
it's a
there's
giant
way,
pain.
You have to scroll all the way.
I don't know if there's a way to disable. So I had a couple
There's not.
questions about 6th level spells.
Yeah, what up?
So one would be for, well, I wish Forbiddance was something that I had some kind of foresight, because I could have, if I was awake and I had Forbiddance, I could have literally said, yeah, no teleporting.
I didn't know something was up. and we-
But find the path. Find the path. 6th level spell.
Huh?
The thing is, it says a location.
You have
But
to
it-
know the location.
Yes. So
If you
I don't think I would know
scry it-
anything here unless I do scrying, maybe.
Try the location first and then find the path to find it.
Well, question. If we
Fixed
try,
location.
if we try to piece together some of the clues that we've had from the gods, you died and went to a mountaintop, and that you think that was in the Endwin Empire?
That was
No.
on the equivalent mountain, but that is also where Leon Endwin is. If we go there, we're dead.
Yeah. So did Niv Mizzet get teleported to Leon Endwin?
We don't know.
We're about to find out.
But hold on, if we scry, and they know,
Yeah, that's the risk.
that being that Leon Endwin.
Yes.
Okay, but in that same vein of thought, like if he's that powerful, he probably knows we're here regardless.
I'm sure he already does, but
Then why wouldn't he have told Vathis?
Might know
Vathis
where-
probably knows, but it's also more dumb than Endwin.
we're also making a lot of assumptions, and none of the assumptions really will deviate from what we need to do.
I'm worried that if we try to scry on Niv Mizzet, that what's going to end up happening is the same thing that happened the last time that we tried to scry on somebody, which is that there was like a ward set up.
Okay, so I have an idea. I have a couple of things that I can do. A lot of my stuff, I can gather a lot of information relatively quickly and easily, just because sometimes God is giving. There's a couple things that I can do. I can do scrying. I can do find the path. I can do legend lore, which could gather very important information if I do it in the order of scrying. Know what the place is. Try and find a name of it. Use legend lore to get very specific details about this place, and then we do find the path so that we can get there. And it's the shortest path.
Could you do a scrying and then a hollow?
24-hour cast.
I'm aware. I'm asking if you can do both of them in the same day.
No. Okay. Well, yes, but wait.
Hollow's 5th.
It is.
Yep. So you would have.
I
to
do
use
have.
6th.
I do. No, I have 2 5th level spell slots.
Okay.
Okay, Jeremy.
But then I wouldn't be able to do.
Stop and correcting him.
I don't think we can avoid having to scry.
Okay. Again, I'm just asking for his ability to do stuff, and then we can go from there.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Also, I'm not really sure how my magic will work down here because Kellenvoid does have an inherent tie to the Shadowfell as the Raven Queen does, but it doesn't necessarily mean that.
Could help,
so
could hurt.
my thinking is if you have the ability to find the path and you can specify a location or a creature, maybe you could say Niv Mizzet, and then we could start heading there, which is probably across the Serpent Strait.
It's a fixed location,
Okay.
Yep.
not a creature.
Then in that case, we could scry and see if it's where we think it is.
But also, scrying wouldn't give me.
It wouldn't give you a location. It's like a fixed eyeball, and
This-
you see what you see from just that eyeball.
The spell allows you to find the shortest, most direct path or physical route to a specified fixed location that you are familiar with on the same plane of existence. If you name a destination on another plane of existence, a destination that moves, or a destination that isn't specified, such as a green dragon's lair, the spell fails, which I wouldn't be able to get that information from scrying.
Okay.
So I would have to use 2 high-level spell slots just to be able to find the path, and then I am completely tapped with anything that is a high-level spell.
I think the one that's going to be the easiest win is to use Hollow over the course of 24 hours after we do something else. I'm not sure, but having the ability to have the ship be safe and then do something like Rope Trick if we needed it sounds like a really good just base level plan. But I'm not sure what would be best after that.
I think it depends on how far away we need to go. If
we
it
have-
is more than a day's travel, then sure, the hollow spell might be feasible to do during that time. If it's not, then I don't think it's something we can do.
If we're going to the end of an empire, it's going to be a few days.
That's what I was thinking too.
How far by air travel do I think that would be?
To get to the outskirts of the Empire from here, probably 5 days.
to get to Cord Seat?
Closer to a week,
Okay. It could be a week.
maybe 8 days.
But we need to know, relatively speaking, where Mizzet is. Because if we go to Cord Seat and Mizzet's not there, we are screwed.
I
Well,
think the first step is to scry on Visit.
I was also going to say, if it takes a week to get there, I think that teleport was our only way, boys.
Might be. But we need to at least find out if Mizzet is even still alive and in a form worth saving.
I am inclined to agree with that.
Really quickly, Alyssa, could you please give me a history check?
What's the
At
advantage? Can I guidance myself on this?
This is something that's cropping up from the back of your brain, so no.
4. 19
Nice.
Like
plus stuff, and it probably matters, right?
It does not, actually. This was not a super high DC. This is more the DM reminding you through your own subconscious. You know entities in the Shadowfell that have vast swaths of information and networks to get them.
Are you speaking of the
Library?
yes, the library?
Yes.
Okay. Do I know the approximate location, or did I just stumble on it?
You know, it's somewhat close to Guild's Row because it's where you ran from. So it has to be at least a day's run out of Guild's Row.
Which is about a 3-hour airship.
Sayo, do you remember that nightmare I told you about,
Yes.
where I got this book?
Yes, the shiny page human skin book.
Yeah, and then the library that I was running around in.
Yes.
There was a lot of information there, and a lot of it pertained to the Shadowfell. We could go there.
Okay.
It's close by, and it might give us some information. Probably not for free.
Right.
But we probably could use some information right now, and that's seeming a whole lot less risky than trying to go across the Serpent Strait.
Do you have cardinal directions compared to Guild's Row? Do you know the direction you ran from or to?
Would I be able to point in the direction and then have him use the spyglass to?
Oh, we're probably way
Before-
far away.
Well, 3
Yeah.
hours.
You know that you ran, it would have been northeast out of Guild's Row, like around the Rubble Belt. So further north than east.
And we're already east.
Pretty damn close to where we are.
Shouldn't be too far. That said, like a degree off from Guild's Row with how far you guys have already traveled can create quite a gap.
Not saying that that's not an option we should take. What do we have to even trade?
I never talked about trading anything.
I've got a jar of dirt.
And you bear, and I don't know the story, but
Actually, do we still have a dragon heart? No. Yes. No.
I agree. No.
We've already discussed this.
Librarians just keep things. They don't use things.
We aren't sure about that.
You don't know this librarian.
This is the place where we don't want to give it to literally anybody. Considering we're trying to save the thing that they're trying to implant this into.
I am giving you an option. I think that it's a good one.
Yeah.
And if you want, we can just try crossing the Serpent Strait. We can try scrying on Mizzet. We could also try to go to the library first.
I think we should try Mizzet's grind first, personally.
Okay.
I'm going to take my coin.
I was gonna say there might be ways of teleporting in the Shadowfell, like,
Oh, there for sure is.
so maybe that's another way.
You take your coin. You toss it to your Witcher.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I have the gun.
What do I ask?
Not you.
Should we go and get Niv Mizzet? Should we scry out Niv Mizzet? Should we go to the library?
Is Niv Mizzet still scryable?
Is Mizzet still savable?
Niv is it able to be saved?
That's a good one. Once a day. Ready? Flip the coin. Can we still save Niv Mizzet?
There's a odd moment where you flip the coin and it seems to have a revolution or two too many. As it then comes down heads up for wheel. Almost like Kalimvor had to think about it for a second.
Maybe.
Can you get him? Yes. Will he be the same?
Well, God doesn't seem sure.
Sometimes God is unsure.
I think it's worth the scry.
Give me the glass.
I think regardless of what happens, even if Mizzet is far enough away,
The full wingspan.
that we will be far enough away to try and do something to evade whatever might happen. I am worried about the fact if we can't save Niv Mizzet, this ship stays here.
Well, we could just stay long enough to where we can get it back. It's like the
Wow.
I've heard tales of this thing called the hyperbolic time chamber.
We just need to take down a few night crawlers and we'll figure out the spell to do it ourselves.
I can try to get us all back, but I cannot take the ship.
Theoretically, what I'm saying is if Hilda can do it, I possibly can with enough time and
In
effort.
6 levels, Jeremy.
This is Stick speaking.
A ship is a ship. If it goes down,
I
then
have to go with it.
then we pull sail away because he promised me he wouldn't die. So
He's like, no, let me die with the ship, please.
no, but seriously, it's just a ship.
I understand that.
I like
Okay. I like the ship too, but we could always come back for it.
The kobolds were a way better get, to be honest. I look over at Fizzlefang. You guys are rock stars, by the way.
Hey, thanks.
I also
Remember when you killed all those people in the
can't
race?
really feasibly drop
You
them
mean
off
what I
of
wanna
Guildrow
raise?
anymore either.
We can't go back to Guildrow.
We still have word of recall, so
To Guildrow. Well, if we've waited enough hours, maybe Stormy Nuts as Futs will have left.
Well, also, yeah, depending on how time shifts when we go back, maybe we'll go back like 500 years in the future and they won't even have any record of us.
Well, we won't have
Yeah,
to
the
deal with
world's already going to be over. Because we didn't stop it.
Okay. Kex, you're assuming a lot of responsibility that we have to be the ones to single-handedly save the world. I think that's a little unrealistic.
Yeah, it's not like we're the main characters of this
You tell me
story.
Sail literally couldn't keep a straight face through that?
Yeah, maybe.
All right, are we going to scry on him?
That's what I'm thinking.
All right. You extend out the lens.
Does he do it at his third eye, so it's just his forehead?
No. You bring it up to your eye, and the rest of you see as the seams of this start to glow a golden light. It almost seems to be seeping out of the
hey,
actual
that's what
lens
happened to
itself.
Daniel.
Yeah, kind of. You are scrying Niv Mizzet. There's an odd out-of-body moment for you as you're looking through this, and it picks up from your guys' ship that is trundling on through space, kind of in the, probably the direction of a library. But as that is going on, your body is rapidly moved south. You go past Guild's Row. You go past
Is this just out of
Your
curiosity? Is this like creative mode flying really fast?
yes.
Okay, cool. That's a great visual for me.
You're T-posing right now. You're Gmod T-posing.
A posing.
You go past Eldon, the Serpent Strait, past even the southernmost tip of Altasia, and you continue on.
Ah, Jesus.
There is dark waters below you, archipelagos, as well as even more night walkers moving out and about. You finally pass through and through and through, the ground and waters below you starting to blur until you eventually stop. You are on an island of sorts. One that is moving through the water, but it is covered in embers. As you begin to zoom in on it, the embers are of a blue light, one that you're very familiar with.
Soul flame.
You can tell at one point in time this used to be a lush tropical island, but it has all been burnt down. A caldera on the island itself is there, as you see Mizzet chained to the side of the caldera itself. Is kind of an odd visual, as for a brief moment you zoom in on Mizzet himself, but you can still vaguely see things in the background as you realize there are things passing by as the island itself seems to be moving.
For fuck's sake.
Mizzet is slowly being lowered into this caldera. There is screams of pain. You can hear the sizzling of flesh as his scales hit the top of the lava. Then he is pulled out and put back in. Pulled out.
You can't double dip.
Over and over. Just enough to let him heal before placing him in once again.
Trying to break him.
Now they're getting something from him. Is there anything else I can see around him?
You see that there's a platform in the caldera where two gray-robed figures and two attendants are standing as the two of them are reaching out with what looks to be telekinesis of some sort, and they are the ones actively lowering and raising him as they are chanting under their breaths. You see that there is a... Actually, you would know what this is. You've been shown a drawing of this. There is a planar anchor.
One that Alyssa showed us.
In fact, there are two. One that has been placed through where you can assume Mizzet's heart is, and one that is placed on the platform of the caldera itself.
Okay. These figures are basically what Kex described, right?
Mhm.
Hooded. Do I have any knowledge of what these could be?
Well, you're fairly sure that with their odd builds and you being able to get a better look at them, probably Nagpa.
Of course. Does one of them look familiar?
Scrying doesn't really give you too much information outside of the target you were scrying. You can just barely make out these odd figures.
Okay.
Though with the sizes and shapes that you are very much familiar with, as well as Kex's description earlier, you're pretty sure they are Nagpa.
Can you get a heading for which way the island is moving from the scrying?
It seems to be heading east.
So out towards.
But you'd also know from how long it took you with scrying to get there.
It's a long ass ways away.
You are not on this hemisphere.
On the other end of the world.
Okay.
Good thing we didn't start just hauling ass east.
I think the last thing that I would try and discern is if I can hear the chanting, if it is something, like if it's a certain language that I've heard.
It's an odd pigeon. The pigeon of Draconic and Celestial.
Okay. So I can make out some of it possibly, because I do know Celestial.
You certainly do. Go ahead and roll me a religion check at disadvantage.
6 plus. +3.
Oh, I thought
I'm not Thak.
I thought you had a minus to in rolls just in general.
He's just trained.
So 9.
No, if your religion says +3, then it's +3. So 9 total. You're listening in, and all you can hear is really the something about anchors and something about pillars, and let the flame consume.
Okay. All right. Well,
Okay.
I guess I'll
Stop crying.
I feel like I've gathered everything. I'm going to pass on all the information. Floating island, or moving island with a caldera. They're, dipping and double dipping and triple dipping Mr. Mizzet into lava.
There is no way we're getting there without a teleport.
So
Would I associate floating islands with the pillars that were the 4 druid?
If you'd like to make that assumption, that's fair.
I didn't know if I would be overreaching.
That's why I'm saying if you'd like to make that assumption, that's fair.
Okay.
I'm not saying if it's correct or not.
Okay. They're anchoring the pillars. I have the ability to teleport to one of the pillars.
Oh,
Well, what if we teleported to a pillar and then used an anchor to go to where they are?
We don't have any anchors. That takes teabagging a dragon into a caldera.
No, but we have the schematic for it, and we have a soul forge.
We don't have the material for it.
We don't have enough. If we drain Vathus of all of his blood, we might have enough blood alone to make it.
so what you're saying is we kill Vathis. I'm behind this.
I think we could.
Whatever's going on, we got to stop it. This specifically.
So we're just throwing out that idea.
So just to throw this out there, we might have some time, but I don't know how much, because it looked like they were purposefully not causing enough bodily harm to like permanently cripple or kill him, because they were
Get an anchor through his heart?
Can I?
yes, but also when they were dipping him, they were pulling him out so that he could what looked like regenerate.
Tiana spoke about how they were trying to break her in order to convert her, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Can I make any kind of assumption that this might be the same process, just on a bigger scale?
No demon dragons.
'Cause that's what I think is happening, is that they are trying to break Niv-Mizzet down physically to make him more malleable to convert them to what he wants.
I think it matters less what they're doing, and it more matters how we get there and how quick.
It's like we're going to your library.
It's going to be the fastest way for us to get there.
Yeah, hopefully there's something,
Mm-hmm.
but at least we can maybe get some information.
What, before we go, we're on our way, what do we have to barter? And if we do not have anything to barter, I'm not saying we give away the Dracolich heart. I'm not saying we do.
I think that's the best option.
What do we do that sticks? I don't want to give it away. Other than that, what do we have to offer? And if we are not going to give that, what's the plan?
We can shoot him.
No.
Oh man, you are so the right person that we brought here. Oh man.
I like your energy.
Here's the thing why I don't want to give away the Draculich heart is because
They're icky.
yes, and also I thought that we knew that they were trying to turn Niv-Mizzet into a Dracolich.
Yes.
So why would we give that to anybody here
Well,
I'm not.
when Niv-Mizzet is there?
Jeremy, I feel like you didn't listen to me.
They might not be making him into a Dracolich. It sounds like they might be using his blood, because to do Soulforge stuff, we need magical creature blood, and there's probably not a lot more magical blood than you're gonna get out of fucking Niv-Mizzet.
I don't want to give it away. I'm saying if we're not going to give it away, which is our only bargaining chip, what's the plan?
I do not consider this a bargaining chip. We do not. We already decided that we weren't giving this to anybody.
That is. Are you saying that in character? Or are you saying that as
Yeah.
Jeremy?
No, I'm saying that in character because in character, I'm pretty sure when we discussed this, we already decided.
The reason I'm asking is Sam has said multiple times he's wondering what else to bargain with that is not the Dracula
I
charge.
specifically said I don't want to give that away. That's the only thing that we feasibly could. So
What else is
do
there?
we do?
We don't have anything that is of that magical potency.
Why I'm trying to work it out right now.
I could give them my rock.
You keep going, no. I'm
Because
like,
it keeps coming up.
Moving on. We're not trading the heart. Unless I say so in the library and then try to force you guys into doing so.
We don't know what they would ask for either. We don't know if they would ask for a magical, like, potent item. We don't know if they would ask for a focus. We don't know if they
As
ask.
somebody who's bargained before, they seem pretty interested in my pocket watch.
Pocket watch.
Yeah.
You think that was a metaphorical stand-in for something else they actually took?
I think that I made them laugh by being odd, and I think we have that in our favor. And I think that they also were interested when I said time, bartering time.
yeah.
So we might be able to offer something like a favor.
Do you think you bartered 7 years of time?
What do you mean?
Wait.
You think you might have sold a few years of time, maybe, and that's why there's a bit of a gap in your resume?
What's a resume?
No, I don't
It's
think
the
so.
thing that I had to go fucking deal with to hire all the guards.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think you traded time to an incredibly potent magic deity and they said, "Ah, yes, thank you for the pocket watch, not the 7 years that you inexplicably have missing from your life."
Alyssa, what did your pocket watch do?
My pocket watch was a pocket watch. It was made out of Stygian iron.
Mm-hmm.
And they're really interested in it and had never seen something like it.
The sticky and iron part.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I didn't have a patent for it, so I'm sure that made it incredibly valuable.
Alyssa, there is something that your pocket watch probably could do that either you're not telling us or that they knew it could do and you didn't know yourself. Why would a being like
So
this...
either way, I don't know is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Wait, did you even finish? You've been tinkering with it for a while. Did you finish another one?
What?
No, you keep getting pulled away to different projects. So you were doing, at one point in time, you're trying to do seals, and then you're like, no, we're gonna do the Soul Forge. And you're like, nah, I'm gonna do gauntlets. Nah, I'm gonna do like,
Yeah.
nah, I'm gonna do statues. Like,
This is the real issue with artisans and true artists.
Yeah,
There's no such
ADHD.
thing as downtime when you're an adventurer. But yeah, no, I haven't finished it. I could try to keep finishing it if you all want to protect me for a while.
How's about while we scan for the library, I can focus on having the Soul Forge up for you?
That seems like an option. I don't know if they're going to accept it again, which is why I was telling you what they were mostly interested in, which is being funny, being charismatic, being a little bit playful, and misconstruing their words if they ever make like any kind of like mumble or mispronouncement.
Okay,
So
so we have nothing of physical value to give them, and we're just going to go in there and we're going to hope for the best.
We're gonna make them a new gift.
I thought that's how you like to do bargains.
That's true. That has been your MO.
Yeah, why do you think I said it?
we thought you were being sarcastic. I'm sorry, Kex.
No, what do you...
100% the strat.
I think the general disdain you have towards maybe me in particular, it gives off an air of sarcasm.
Well, when you just yelled no at me 3 times when I said something else, yeah, that happens.
But neither of you are the strongest communicators. You guys were agreeing while disagreeing. You were both saying the same thing but arguing about it. So that's why I said we're moving on now.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Yes.
if you want to cover, we could do that. How long do you think it'll take to get there? A couple hours, maybe.
Couple hours, yeah.
Okay. How much longer on that pocket watch do I have?
days. So long.
Do you have
So long.
do you have something simpler you do instead of a pocket watch?
What about a wristwatch?
I do have the Stygian iron daggers and the Stygian iron like stuff.
That you did take
You-
that stuff.
Do you think they already have schematics for how to make an anchor?
She has the schematic.
I'm saying she could make a copy of schematics she has and trade it as information.
That's true. I think that's on the same level as the Dragon Heart, but we could do that.
Are we missing information about the anchor?
Probably.
Do we need specific information about the anchor? What are we missing there?
It depends on if they improved on the design or not.
Because one of the things that we were talking about.
I have the most up-to-date schematic
Huge.
of it was in El Conan's library. Biggest library of all.
Nobody else has a library this nice.
So many secrets. Big secrets. Can't tell you secrets.
Every specter will have a night walker to keep them safe.
Oh, my.
We're gonna build a wall across the southern border of the Endwin Empire.
Build a wall between the Shadowfell and the Feywild.
It's already a material plane.
I know, Andrew.
Wait.
I know. Okay, if anybody knows, I know.
I hate how naturally that came out of your mouth in particular.
When you do enough Trump impressions, sometimes it just rolls off the tongue.
Do you mind if
Shane
we
Gillis
touch
over
down
there.
for a second?
You want to go to the floor?
Yeah.
Why?
Guys, I need to pee.
You just do that off the poop deck.
Yeah, but there's sand and I've been waiting so long.
This is a really sharp 180 from the person who's like, we're not touching down unless it's very
Yeah, but
important.
I need to pee and that's important.
We have a toilet.
Be off the side of the boat.
You do not have a toilet.
It's a bucket.
We
have a
poop
bucket.
deck.
Okay, if you I swear to God, we have a box. Let's just touch down for a second, scoop it up, we'll call it good.
Sticks, would you mind flying down?
If I fly down, I'm not coming back to this ship. Not because
There might have been many things about this place that was a nightmare, but this was a daydream.
How about you can ask the librarian?
Have you ever
to
peed in
use
soul
their
sand?
bathroom?
Stop. Stop.
Are you gonna kick it up afterwards?
I'm not going to let you do that. That's kind of messed up. Why did you raise your eyebrows?
No reason.
He's thinking of ways to kill us.
Yeah. He's like, what is more dangerous than a Nightwalker that I can
Tired
throw
of
at
this
them?
shit.
Okay, so I'm just saying that I can use that thing that I was originally going to do about a place, but do it for pillars or the anchors.
Cool. I still need to pee.
Okay, well, go down below deck, find the bucket.
There's no sand. Okay, you said there was a 100-foot rope.
We're several hundred feet off the ground.
Sahil, I never ask you for anything except for everything.
How about you use your rope trick and then go use the
All
bathroom
right.
there?
Okay. You are going to have a potty break. During the potty break, you are going to come up with an idea of something we can soul forge the librarian. Maybe even copy some schematics over if you have time.
Okay.
And then when you come back, I will focus on the soul forge for you and you will make the librarian something.
Okay. Definitely. Good plan. I'm going to throw a bucket with a thing overboard so that way I have some sand. And then, yeah.
Yeah. You actually? Is it a blue guy?
It is.
Is there no sand?
Oh, there's sand.
There's also some soul.
I'll yell at the blue thing, grab onto the rope.
I'll grab on.
Oh no.
I'm going to pull it up halfway and then streak it off.
No, we can ask them for information and then throw
What
them
if they
off.
just spawned?
Do I know what this is?
They're in the gulag right now, brother.
This is a dead soul that has not been captured by either Nightwalker or Angel yet.
Question. Can I use it in the Soul Forge?
Oh my god.
We are not. We are not.
I asked a question. I didn't ask you, though.
This is terrorism.
You have two people in this party that will not let that happen.
Even I feel bad.
No. You're not sure how, but technically the necromantic energies that work in Soulforge should translate.
Would that make it easier to make a pocket watch?
It will not turbo forge your Soulforge.
So if I make a turbo, would it turbo anything that I make, though?
No, you're not even quite sure how you would do it. You just know that you should be able to.
I'm definitely going to shake it off, then. We don't need to have like an undead soul. Did you want it?
We want to ask him questions.
Oh boy, we're gonna ask
Okay.
somebody questions again that doesn't know anything. Let's go.
We're going to pull it up.
All right. Oh my God, I've been here for ages. As they,
Hey, buddy.
All right, you guys have fun.
You going to pee?
Squab the poop dick.
What do you look at me like that for?
you don't remember me?
You're a little bit undefined in the
Wait,
facial
do we
features.
recognize?
And you see as they focus, their facial features come into
The fucking
play.
guy? Is it the fucking guy from the gnome town?
No.
Damn it, that would be so
This
funny.
might be more important.
It was the bard. Traveling bard.
I'm thinking it might be like
that'd be really
Slim or
funny.
something.
That's what I thought you were gonna do. Like, you don't remember, bitch. You don't remember me?
No. As their facial features come in a little bit more pronounced, you slowly start to realize that you do know this person. You've been adventuring with this person.
Oh, no.
Sail, what's their name?
Oh, you want me to come up with a character name?
Mm-hmm. And what did they do?
Gerald.
Gerald is this Gary. Gary.
Dish hand?
Gary, level 20 fighter.
This guy would have been one of the security detail for a caravan that I ran with.
As you pull up Gary, you see there's this massive half-orc man as he starts to
Oh, Gary.
become more and more and bring his conscious to the fold. He actually gains about a foot in height, his brow becoming a little bit heavier, tusks start to...
Gary,
You forgot me.
you were a little undefined until just now. I very much recognize.
In the sands, you forgot me.
Did you leave this guy to die?
He left everybody to die.
There's a reason I was the only one that lived.
What did he do?
Are you
We are
adventuring with him now?
Yes, we are.
Oh,
Have
hey.
been for, well, some of us. Believe it or not, this isn't his original party.
Oh, I believe it.
No. To be fair, they all left. Of their own accord.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How many of them are still alive?
More than half.
I guarantee that is not true.
No, he's right. I think two of them, two are dead.
You're forgetting an entire squad, of which I am referring to.
I told them about that.
We were out in no man's land looking through some of the old settlements, some of the old structures left behind by mages past. We were all supposed to dive in. We were looking for artifacts. He decided that it was his job and his job alone to set up camp. He did not want to follow us in. We started screaming. He made no move to come get us. He let us all die in there. You could have gotten us.
I was hired as the cook. What was I gonna do?
You were hired to be a part of the team.
I'm gonna lean in. Was this before you had magic?
Yes, this was before I had magic.
Why is he so mad?
It would have taken a bucket of water.
You guys were on fire.
Worse. We had blood scarab mites on us.
And he could have just,
Washed them away.
and you would have been fine.
What are blood scarab mites?
You wouldn't know now, would you?
Sahil, why didn't you even go look? You didn't even go look?
I told them not to go in at all.
You
It's
didn't.
our job.
Not for that one. It was extra scary looking.
You,
Hey, Kex, to be fair, he was a commoner.
he didn't go look.
There was very clear indication that skin bandits lived there.
And
at
they
one
were
point.
screaming for help, and you didn't even bother to stand up off your ass and go look?
I definitely got off my ass.
And ran.
That doesn't sound like the Zayil I know. Sounds like you've had some character growth since then.
Yeah, he went through a whole arc.
Yeah.
I've been plodding through these sands, thinking about that day, in and out.
Maybe that's why you're a lost soul. Can I kick it off?
No, don't kick him.
Don't do that to Gary.
His name is Gary.
Sticks. Is there anything we can do to send him to where he's supposed to go?
Andrew, remind me what happened the last time I tried to do that.
Well, most
It
of the time
kind of worked.
So he's not technically undead. He's just dead.
Yes.
There's a difference. Trying to do things like that to the undead, generally when you destroy them, it allows their soul to pass on to the Shadowfell.
where they
already
get
here.
sorted.
Yes, can we do our rites or anything like that?
Is there a send to God
I'm
spell
over
you
it
have?
Well, would I know if no rise on that one? Would I know if regrets, anger, that kind of thing would keep people here?
Very much so. But
So even if
generally-
there was a correct like flow of souls, he probably wouldn't be in it because he's been angry. And
So there's this weird in-between state that some of the souls get, right? Where
A little crusty, a little moldy.
kind of, sort of. And as you look at this guy, you realize as his visual appearance becomes more and more apparent, you see that he's missing like splotches of skin. It goes all the way down to like bone, where he was eaten alive by these blood scarab mites, things like that. The mixture of a decent life mixed with a angry death can sometimes make the souls hard to locate. Meaning that the night walkers will sometimes pass them up because they don't think that one's not for me. They're looking particularly for like good souls so they can take them and mess up with the balance. Whereas the angels are going through and just be like, oh, you're a bad guy. I don't like, if I can with my time, I want to go find somebody good rather than bad. So they seem to sign up or signal as both. So sometimes they just get left behind. It doesn't mean that you couldn't do anything. With a ceremony spell and him willing, you could probably send him off. That's what you do.
All right. Gary, I am sorry for that day. I did not want... to be the last one alive. But I warned you. I didn't think that was the place to go. And when all of you start screaming, saying your skin is being removed, what was I going to do as the cook?
Is the cook not one with water or pepper?
Would pepper work?
Most creatures I find do not like eating it. We are the exceptions.
Well, I did not know what attacked you down in that pit.
You could have looked. That is what I'm angry about. Not that you failed to help, the fact that you failed to try.
Gary, why did you become an adventurer?
Money. My child was sick, and I needed to pay for treatments.
That's not necessarily money. Money
At
was
the end of it all, it's really what mattered.
Unfortunately, that's just sometimes how the world works. But
Which, by the way, you know that this guy's nickname was Gary the Garoder.
Yeah. I'm not... If we're trying to get him to go to a peaceful afterlife, I'm not arguing moral high ground with him. It's like, you weren't a nice guy either.
I'm
Gary.
just, I'm not saying he needs to go to somewhere pleasant, just somewhere not here.
Yeah.
I think
He's been here long enough.
yes.
Why are we even talking to this thing? We got places to be.
I'm a person.
Apparently, you're a soul.
Yeah, Alyssa, that's
Yeah. Maybe when you've died, you can have an appreciation for this, but want to take care of him as somebody who's been killed twice now.
So, look over the side and see how many other souls that we need to save, and that's kind of what we're trying to do,
Right.
like on a bigger scale.
And I'm not going down there to help every single soul because I can't. But this one is on our ship right now, and we can.
Alyssa,
So I want to.
I think that it can't be understated, regardless of the many people that we've met in our time on the corporeal plane, that this particular one knew Sail in the life before we knew Sail.
I'm aware of that, but here's the thing: we're in the Shadowfell now, and I'll tell you now, if you're worried about every single person's soul, we're gonna have a bad time, and we're gonna be stopping every 5 seconds, and we have places to be. I'm trying to be pragmatic, and quite frankly, he's being pretty rude to our friend who has once never.
I'm being rude.
Anyway,
all right.
who has never once been rude or ran away.
Both
Yeah.
of those are not true.
Mm-hmm.
Gary, I regret immensely that all of you died that day. And that I did not at least throw a torch or something after I peered into that pit. But the me of today would not leave you to that fate. And today, I'm going to try to rescue from the one you find yourself in now. My friend here is an associate of Kelimvor. He might be able to get you out of this place. What is your child's name?
Great question.
Yeah,
Gerald.
Colby, come up with that.
Gerald.
Gary
Lilith.
Jr.
God, no, please. Do
Gary Jr.
you want to know why I hate all this?
Her
Jerry.
name is Geraldine.
My dad's name is Gerald, and my uncle's name is Gary.
Actually, the kid's name is Gygax.
My,
Well, the kid's name is Jeremy, actually.
my grandpa's name was Jim, and his brother's name was Jerry.
My dad goes by Jerry. This is really weird.
Her name's Leanna.
Liana. When I return to Guild's Row, I will find Liana. Do you have anything you would like to say to her?
I largely don't know if she'll even be alive currently. But if she is, tell her that I'm sorry I failed. And then I hope she doesn't need to do the same things I have done. And I hope she lives a wonderful life.
Wait a fucking second. This guy's a half-orc.
Mm-hmm.
Human.
Female. Half-orc.
He just gave a name.
I think your daughter's doing just fine.
What if I told you she got sticked by the blessing of Kelimvor?
It's been 7 years. She would be an adult by now.
There's chance. There's
But
chance.
probably not quite that old.
One of my first adventures.
I happen to know for
Yeah.
a fact
Damn.
that's not the right one.
So it's not letting me update the notes
So,
in my D&D Beyond right now, so I can't put that name on my character sheet.
Run it down. Sticky note.
I'm gonna ceremony him while we're on our way to the library.
well, yes, but also I think that what would help the ceremony, because there's a specific one that I want to do. Just maybe passive insight. Maybe can I make a check while they're talking? Like, I want to know, do I feel like Gary is let go of some of the anger that he's held, being able to kind of exchange blows per se with Sail about.
Pause. Sail, can you make me persuasion check at advantage?
Look at that number for me. Before I say 34 out loud.
The number.
So with a plus 14, 34.
34. You see as Sail gives this impassioned speech saying, like, I'm sorry that I didn't do that for you then, but I'm looking to help you now, get you out of this situation. A lot of the pent-up anger seems to... His shoulders slump down. All of his more aggressive features seem to sink back into that kind of blue amorphous soul shape.
Okay. So I don't know how you want to do this, but for flavor, ceremony has a couple things that you can do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for flavor, I feel like atonement would be. It doesn't do anything when it comes to like the actual sense, because atonement is like blah 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 DC 20 wisdom check on a successful check. You restore the target to its original alignment. Maybe it does, but I kind of want to do that for the trying to pass him on, and I want to have Sail help with that as well.
Beautiful. I would say that is certainly something you can do.
I will assist.
All right. So you take the time. Is DC what on his part?
DC 20 wisdom insight check. You touch one willing creature whose alignment has changed, which
His alignment definitely changed when he died. He became much more angry.
Okay.
He went from kind of a neutral good to a neutral evil. As if you had not placated him with words, you were going to wind up with a revenant on your hands.
Oh, nice.
that would have been.
That would have sucked.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
They're the ones that do the weird scary sight where everything fears them, right?
No, they hunt you down. They come back every day for a year or something like that.
And you can't kill them.
I sent them after you guys in the campaign I ran many moons ago.
Yeah, it sucked.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, good thing you're charismatic now, brother.
Yeah, I got that nat 20.
Okay.
That
So
was Leanon. Was that her name?
Leani.
Leanna.
Leanna, yeah. That is courtesy of one Gabe in chat.
Oh, thank you, Gabe.
As
for
we
almost-
were humming and hawing about it, and they were just like, this one.
Oh, I see. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, in chat.
That's what we get for fishing up the blue people.
Atonement and character development? You're right.
Almost a revenant. So maybe we shouldn't do it again.
Risk and reward.
Maybe you should be able to go to the bathroom without sand then.
This is really your
Because
fault.
you want to yell at us, fix this soul. Why is this soul? up there in
Pardon
the
me
first
for
place?
wanting some
I'm gonna
flavor.
go over and I'm gonna fist bump kegs.
I tried to shake it off and you're like, no, let it be.
As the last part of sending Gary off, I'll just give him a fist bump.
Give you one back. What does this ceremony look like?
Something that he's probably not seen in a very long time in the Shadowfell, being as murky and just devoid of anything other than this like gross light. Like I think of it as gross, like blue light.
Oh,
It's harmful. Blue, purple, all that stuff. A little bit of golden light comes out from my holy symbol and kind of just flits around before kind of hovering between Sail and Gary before it kind of just takes him.
okay. You spend a moment, this divine light wraps around him. And as you're just about to leave and flit out, you fist bump. He fist bumps you back. Just so you know, there are like 10 others.
Do you want
Bye,
to
Blue Smurf.
You feel
with everybody?
you feel Kalimvor's presence as you do this, and a sense of endearment towards you. You've pleased him after the golden dicking.
You're now neutral again.
Woohoo!
The divine dicking.
Did Styx lose piety off of that?
Sorry.
A little bit.
Sorry about that there, Lizzie.
I've lost piety twice. Once because I was like, I don't know, man, go for it, and then the other time because I just wanted to give Daniel a good night.
For the record,
What is the golden dicking? We had that question in chat.
Oh no.
So what if I told you?
Okay, so there's an Gabe, you know D&D, so divine intervention was something that I was just kind of, I've done it a couple times, never really hit the mark. I was like dropping off a gift for Daniel while
not gonna do
I realized that he might have been having a great night, and Styx as a joke decided to be like, ah man, help this brother out, and I rolled a 3, which is a success. So the joke is that Daniel got the golden dick.
He cast the cleric equivalent of wish, which you have to roll percentile dice, and you have an 11% chance of it working. And it worked. And you used a wish to make the NPC just
It was God's will.
give the good fucking.
It was God's will.
Imagine if we would have had
Anyways.
that when we rolled up on the camp.
And now we can't use it for a week because it was successful.
Yep, Daniel can't use his dick for a week.
No!
Scales and balances.
5 minutes? 1 week. Everything's perfectly balanced.
Half for to see.
Did you ever watch the anime that was like he gave up like a day's worth of magical power to be really good for 1 minute?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Hunter x Hunter.
No.
Where he gave up a life's worth of Nen to punch a cat really hard.
For the record, by the way, you can thank Sam for that random encounter.
I know. Yeah.
You.
Oh. That was from a long time ago.
I think we still have it back.
What was the roll on that?
that was a spicy one.
That was a 23 character combat table. Former party member looking to settle the score.
And of course, I am the one with former party
A
members.
lot of them.
Well, it was, I have different tables for each of you.
Yeah.
So that was a Colby table.
I mean, considering his past, that's really fucking topical.
Mm-hmm.
And
How close are we to the library?
At this point in time, after removing yourselves one spirit into the afterlife that is hopefully applicable,
we don't know now. Doesn't matter.
you guys see a tall, cylindrical tower in the distance. Think more like Roman pillars formed into a circle that have interior walls as it goes up floor by floor by floor, all the way to the top with a flat top. The pillars themselves are this bright white, not quite bleached bone, but actually almost like quartz. No, there is this off-white sand that is eroded it over a little bit of time. Alyssa, you recognize this tower. It's one very familiar to you. You even know to look for the telltale signs of blue torches that are inside. You've made it here.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, and stop.
Okay, so we broke down the library, is what you're saying.
I imagine we're like hovering near the library. So
Yeah, so is there like a floating dock that we can just hitch this fucking thing up to? And
There's a flat top. You could go look at that if you'd like.
Flat tops. Docks? What are we, in the 80s?
I'm gonna pull out my book. Is it different?
It is not.
Listen, Gary.
Okay.
Though it seems
Hell!
like the skin that makes up the covers is moving.
Can I open it and see if anybody replied to Sail?
What did you write before? Please remind me.
I didn't write anything. Sail wrote something.
What did I write?
I do remember this. This was from the last session.
Do you remember what I wrote?
Not entirely, but it was.
Do you remember the
It was
gist?
basically a reply of being like, anybody there? Equivalency.
Okay.
New number.
At this point in time, as you open it up, you do see a elegant script. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. With a question mark. I am here if you wish to speak.
May we come in?
As you ask that question, there is on the top of the tower.
What?
As the top of the tower, there's a circular portion that opens up.
All right.
Yeah.
Go.
Places Andrew
to
wanted us
rest.
to go for 500.
Is the librarian a giant owl?
No.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Is it a bigger owl than Styx?
Yes.
Very much so.
It is
Yes.
not hard to be a bigger owl than me.
Oh, we've seen plenty.
There are real owls that are bigger than Styx.
Got Sticks feeling like that $6 shrimp special.
Pog.
Grimp.
As this daze kind of opens up and you guys find yourselves almost the perfect little place to nestle your boat.
Odd.
A boat-shaped hold.
Almost like we were expecting.
A bowl, if you will.
The prow lands in one ridge and the back in the other. You all begin to file on out. Fizzlefang's just like, we don't gotta go in there with you, right?
No.
We can.
You can stay here.
Okay, that's.
It's just
you
a
can manage it.
library, but yeah, you can stay.
Actually, I recommend you stay. I'm going to look over to Ziggy. Yes, you specifically.
You see, they currently are fitting a wick to a grenade,
Nope.
like a black powder grenade.
Nope.
If anything blows up, you will be the next thing to blow up. Please, no.
It's fine. I'll probably blow up with it.
That's true.
Oh, no. We have a...
While we have
It was
the
like a
tower with
mission.
very flammable paper in it, please refrain from explosives.
I mean, most of them seem magical, but either way, let's.
Acids, scrimshaw, and woodworking is fine.
I'm gonna descend
all start
the
blowing out
ladder
bone
staircase thing.
Sure. There is a small circular staircase that makes its way down. This staircase goes all the way down to the ground. If you look off to one side, the inside of the tower itself, it goes all the way down to that little plaza that you had originally met the librarian at. As you go down, you see flitting blue spirits, similar to the ones that you just dealt with, though they seem to be working. They are like quickly scurrying down notes into a book that they close and then actually put into the shelf itself as they then disappear.
See the half orc over there. He's just going, fuck. This is where I wanted to go.
I moved 50 feet!
You were almost there, buddy.
Why do you get distracted by the library, Gary?
Librarian.
You see, looking down, a tall specter seems to almost unfold from the shadows down in the plaza below. It looks up to you, a mask of an owl's skull, looking up as two blue flames catch. In your heads, you can just hear, you would like to meet.
Yes.
Delightful. I'll put the tea on.
Don't drink that.
What kind of tea do you make?
Corpse flower.
Oh,
Is that good? You probably know better than me.
That sounds wonderful.
This place is giving me the heebie fucking jeebies.
I feel really at home.
Alyssa?
Yeah.
Do you eat food in the Feywild when people offer it to you?
No.
Okay, same thing here.
I know.
Okay.
Andrew,
But you got to see if it's good first.
I've been known to
Andrew,
taste test.
so would Styx know if Eyes of the Grave just in the Shadowfell in general would just flashbang him, or would it, or would could I possibly discern if these books give off undead energy or this being gives off undead energy?
I would say that using it would not immediately flashbang you.
Okay.
And in fact, it'd probably give you varying levels, right? The brighter something is probably the more potent and undead it is.
Okay. Can I use Eyes of the Grave and just kind of scan around, look?
So you're immediately blinded. No, I'm kidding.
You die! You die!
Calibor's like, you fucking idiot.
You immediately turn this on. And correct me if I'm wrong, this looks specifically for undeath, correct? Not just dead.
Location of any undead.
Okay. There's much less here than you would typically assume, actually. As the only undead entity appears to be the librarian down below.
That motherfucker told me he wasn't deaf.
And me.
Or actually, no. Even they wouldn't technically trigger as undead. There is no undeath here.
Aside from
Nothing.
There are dead, but there are no undead. There is no necromancy that is bringing these things to animate.
You should feel more comfortable.
Yes.
That said, a few of the books faintly, including Alyssa's.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, well,
Skin burn.
so
Love it.
so one of the reasons that I wanted to come here is I want some information about Dracoliches. Are any of the books at ping? Like, are we close enough to where I can like see a spine and see if anything is?
You're in a stairway right now. You'd have to go break off.
In my head, can I look at some of these books?
What are you looking for?
I mean,
Specifically, we're looking to teleport to an island. So, teleportations that are available in the Shadowfell would be fantastic, I think. Is that fair to say?
It was a moving island in the far south.
In the far south.
we're also looking for. I also misspoke. We're looking for maybe some information on something called a hierarch and Dracoliches.
Oh,
Yeah, we have fun things that we have to deal with.
eclectic taste.
I also brought you something.
You did.
I
It's
did.
been so long.
I know. Last time we traded stuff, and I feel like I thought you might want some. So,
Please, take a seat. Take a seat. As you see tables being brought out, chairs. Do you guys continue descending towards the librarian?
Yes, I am. Kex is having a hard time being in here.
That's fair.
A really hard time.
reminds me of the last library.
Nope. Kex wants to know a lot of things. Now is not the time.
Mm-hmm.
His brain is going.
He's putting the greater good over his own selfish things right now.
Well, maybe we can ask just one.
You see, as you come down, this tall, spindly figure. They're roughly 12 feet tall, but built like a beanpole. Their limbs seem to unwrap and wrap back up more than just extend. There's an odd flourish that comes with every movement that they make. Though every time they pass by a shadow, it's very hard to see them, even with the bleach white owl skull for their head. You see that they have a hood that comes up as they just like, well, thank you all for meeting with me the polite way. Some people like to just trundle on in and
Not a
make a
mistake
ruckus.
that I made the second time.
We appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's, I have very important things here,
Mm-hmm.
and I would like it if you would all appreciate that.
We are here out of respect.
Delightful. Then, let's get to business.
Yes.
Yes.
You search for an island that moves
In the far south,
in the far south.
with a caldera in it.
Lava.
I know two that may fit that description off the top of my head,
They move.
but we can do some research on it.
Okay.
There's a reason I came to two.
Okay.
I'm sure there are more calderas in the south. You are looking for hierarchs and dracoliches.
Mhm.
Dastardly things.
Oh, trust me, I know.
They have not been enjoyable to deal with so far.
Mm. And you are looking to teleport to said island.
Correct.
What do you want?
$1 million, tax free.
Kex doesn't know how to respond because he wasn't expecting the question. Just
Nobody comes here without searching for something. Sometimes it's a way home. Sometimes it's for something specific.
there are more important things than what I want right now.
Oh, how boring.
Have you heard of Svadarak?
Yes.
That's what he wants.
Okay. Well, with that, what do you bring to bargain? This is very important information, and I said I have gifts.
I do have gifts, and I offer you the gift of a choice. Would you like a one-time readable pattern, or would you like something to chase?
Something to chase. Well,
Or knowledge that is temporary?
no knowledge I have is temporary.
I know, but it's only one person can read it before it's gone.
I'll take that.
Okay. And I'm gonna pass him like a pattern that I made for a planar anchor that has some modifications.
Modifications in which way?
In the way that I wanted it to be unique. I didn't want to give him something that had never had existed before, but like I copied. So I wanted to make like a riff, my interpretation of what a planar anchor would be, if instead of trying to bind planes, it was trying to bind beings to planes permanently.
Anchors of permanent binding.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm looking for this person's snap block really quick.
Because we're rolling initiative.
How dare you present this to me?
Do you find me to be
Chainable! No, not for anything bad. They are. Where'd they go? I had them ready. I'm sorry.
pulling up the stat block for Spatterack?
You don't want to know that one.
Spatterack. All right, there they are.
Go over the library.
Perfect. They're going to make an Arcana check really quick.
Ooh, they rolled a question mark.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
All right, you see, as you hand this off to them, their eyes flash blue. There's almost a bright flash to the rest of you as they start to chuckle and they go like, well, this is certainly another way to do it, but it's something that has been done before.
I offered you a one-time readable pattern.
You certainly did.
No one else will ever read that.
Well, that's true. As far as teleportation goes, tit for tat, I offer you a few choices. One is a coin, as his hand comes up and you see this bone skeleton hand as he plays it across his knuckles. It is this dark iron color. It has a skull on one side and you can't quite see the other. He goes, you could have this. It'll get you there, though it may take some time. It'll be fairly quick. Or, as he twists his hand around, there's kind of this black shadow as a tablet appears, very similar to one that you've seen Sail use. There's this, where with just a crack over the knee, you and I believe 7 of your closest friends can go.
So one is just me and then the other is my friends.
No, actually, this coin really brings it back. It will take you some time. It'll be quicker than using your ship, but it'll take you some time. A new captain will come aboard and sail it for you.
Oh.
Much quicker.
Would Six know of this captain?
You can go and give me a religion check if you'd like.
It's kind of sick, though.
Would I happen to know of any mythical
can't-
speed captains?
I kind of want to see that just because it'd be dope, though. I'm not going to lie.
You can go and give me a religion or arcana check as well.
Tall tales. Oh no, Sail fell.
13 plus 3, 16.
9 plus.
Sorry, I need to
35.
look up the particular
15.
one I'm looking for.
16 and 15.
His loading noise. The Halo theme is his
There it
loading
is.
noise.
All right. What'd you get, Jeremy?
16.
16. And Sayul?
15.
15. All right. You don't know a ton about them or where they are from, but you do know that there is a thing called a Marinlulth. They're essentially monstrous creatures from another plane that specialize in exactly what you're asking for, actually. Travel. Normally across rivers of great power, but this'll do.
I wonder what river.
I can't ban him.
Okay.
So, what if I gave you the thing to chase as well? Could I have both?
Well, actually, you don't even know about the third option yet.
Oh, well, by all means.
There's a scroll that he's holding between two fingers. I don't know if any of you are of the mind to cast something like this, but these run quite a pretty penny, as it is a scroll of teleport.
Can that take our ship?
None of these options, except for the coin, could take your ship.
Do you have an idea of how fast the coin would get us to the island?
In an approximate range, it'd be days instead of months.
Ship versus no ship, essentially.
Yeah.
Time versus no time.
So if I gave you the handcrafted gift I made you, could I choose 2 of these instead of just the one?
If you show me the gift before, I will give you a fair shake. If it is not something I'm too keen on.
So the last time that I was here, you gave me a good scare and we had like a good
It was
chase
delightful.
around. Yeah, it was delightful, wasn't it? I could tell that you were enjoying it because every time I screamed, you smiled.
You see the weird bony protrusion of a beak.
So I made this, and I pull out a small Stygian iron twist rat that, when you twist it up, it scurries away, and it has the ability to change some planes and teleport around within like a approximate vicinity. So that way it's a little bit more unpredictable.
As you
And it adds more challenge.
crank it up and release
Scaling
it,
difficulty.
and it starts to. You may pick one.
I spent all my time on that too.
Damn.
I think that you just provided yourself with a very interesting toy and maybe a distraction later.
It's a shame too, because if you cranked it up all the way, it did something special, but whatever.
Does it explode?
No. It whispers a secret, but I guess there's no interest in that. So,
What secret could it whisper?
well, that's the thing. I
Wouldn't be much
reprogrammed
of
it
a
with some
secret. No,
some
would it?
secrets. Yeah, so if you catch it, like it tells you a secret, and like if you catch it enough times, then it'll tell you like the last one. But it's fine. Just the one then, I suppose.
I am a librarian, not a child.
We'll think about that first choice there, though. What would be the better?
Maybe think on that for a moment while I deal with your assorted guests. Hello. So this is Alyssa's second time here. I'm very excited for when she dies and comes a third, at the very least. With that said, welcome to Minagar Latana.
That was word salad
That's
right
the
there.
worst. Yep.
I think that was 2.
Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata. I love this one.
Hakuna Matata. What a
Please, no
wonderful
worries
place.
for the rest of your days.
Oh,
Minagar Hakuna Matata.
it's close enough that if you say it fast, it's pretty accurate. Thank you for letting us come.
Who else has gifts? I love secrets and knowledge, things not yet told.
I'm thinking in my brain. I'm just staring at you blankly, Andrew. That's why.
I hope you're not thinking anywhere else.
What do you think that we currently possess that would be of value to you?
Oh, that'd be so rude of me to peruse what you have. It's much more fun when you play tit for tat, though sometimes people can be a little unenthused.
I don't know how valuable it could be to you, but I have an experimental teleportation short-range belt.
We've, I think, gone over a few ways that we have teleportation figured out.
This can place you inside of a solid surface, though.
That you try to sell that like it's a feature.
It's different.
But this is
that's why I
unpredictable.
said it's experimental. It's new knowledge. It is something that I have never encountered anywhere else that I have been. With the right accessory knowledge, it could be something substantial.
Oh, I'm sure I could fix it. It's more that I don't care to.
Fair enough.
Do you know the River Prince?
I do.
Do you know how he is somewhat ill as of late?
Yes, he seems to be split between a few planes. I've met him here.
Is that so? I'm looking for a cure.
Oh. A cure, not a...
Solution. I am under
You don't
contract
even-
that he need be fixed.
It's delightful. You no longer want to know where to go. You just have the means to go, but no location.
Oh, I thought this was a separate bartering.
We can do that as well.
Yes.
All right, well, for the means to fix him, let me think on it. And you see as they, from their cloak, they pull a book out of the sleeves themselves. They opens it up and like, no. They snap it closed and it gone. They pull it from another sleeve. They look through that. Possibly. As they start to rifle through it, the book kind of just floats there and the pages start to go through as they go like, stop. Back.
Essential oils.
Another book up into the air. As they open it up to a section, they are starting to kind of correlate some ideas. Goes, I think I know your issue, which is ironic considering what has been given. As he closes the books and slides them into his sleeves once more. I have an idea. What do you have to offer?
Well, you seem to be disinterested in items, so I assume the fragment of iron is not particularly tasteful to you.
No, that would be very... I think that'd be a very fair trade, actually.
Yeah, that's a...
Have you used it?
He's been
That's
using
one of
it
the
whole
best
time.
things I have.
What is it again?
It's
The
what
legendary ion stone that increases my proficiency bonus by 1.
Oh.
And
something he's been using most of the campaign.
it just increases my proficiency by 1. But that's why my persuasion is plus 14 instead of plus 12.
Well, I mean, do you want to think about that for a little bit?
If it fast tracks my ability to do the thing my character needs to do and gets us the teleporting rock, then it might be worth saying goodbye to.
I think it might be worth in order for you to fulfill your contract.
So you seem quite interested in the rock. I was not expecting that.
I'm a small player compared to some of the others in this realm. And something like that would even work on me.
That makes sense.
I'm not above it. Ayun is quite the goddess.
I agree. agree. She's been quite helpful.
So, if it is something you're willing to part with, I would take it.
Okay. What did you want to ask again, Styx?
Well, for the information I'm looking for, I assume maybe a book for book. I can offer you. I cannot get rid of the physical of this. I'm gonna hold out the book that I traded with. I'm sorry. Was it Portia? No.
Your cleric friend?
We exchanged books.
Yes.
Yeah, Portia. Well, there's the Kalimvor priestess, and then there's Dusk's Shadow.
I think Shadow Dusk was the one
Shadow
that I swapped books.
It is Shadow Dusk, you're right.
Cool.
In the original Elven.
This contains information. When I was going through it, how many years could I assume that this went back?
I need a bit of a refresher on what book in particular you're talking about.
So because we were clerics, we traded our basically.
Oh, your holy text. Yeah.
Yes. So based on like when I've gone through it, how long do I think that goes back? Like, are there dates?
Oh, it goes back. There are no dates. This is much more like scripture in the same way like the Bible would be.
Okay.
That said, the stories that it talks about go back quite a ways. And a lot of these stories have been added on later and later. So this book is late Second Age. It's a very, very old book. It was
So
quite...
it's about an age old.
Yeah. It is
2.
almost. Yeah.
Oh, we're in the fourth age?
Yeah, we're in early Fourth Age.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So does anybody have a way of copying this? I assume you have a way of copying this, but this is a one-of-one recounting and telling of.
I was gonna ask if the rock was interesting enough to.
Oh, I thought you were wanting to wait on it,
No.
or you were gonna think about it. That's why I moved over.
trying to
Sorry,
get-
sorry.
I'm trying to get value out of this rock.
You see, their hand is reaching out towards the book as well. And,
Sorry, I thought he needed to think on it, so I was gonna move on. My bad.
Because we already have our method of transportation secured.
I'm not looking.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just running down.
The things that we wanted.
What do you think about McGuire?
No, don't give him McGuire.
you have a thing for rats.
Well, here's the thing. When you hide valuable stuff, nobody expects it to be inside of something that doesn't look valuable.
Are you offering me a mystery bag? Are you offering me a mystery bag?
A mystery bag.
I don't know what's inside.
Gambling. Oh, dang it.
Let's see. What is it? You might like that. I think you would really like that one.
Not McGuire. He's been such a trusted compatriot of ours.
Remind me, Andrew, what all do you have in there?
So I have stuff from Uncle V's workshop that was like replaceable, basically. I have all of the Stygian iron weaponry. And then I have like a couple of personal journals.
Okay. So here's the thing. He does not know what's in there, but he can essentially assess value at a glance. So while he doesn't know the contents, he can gauge vaguely how much something is actually worth.
A mobile bag of holding.
Honestly, I think I'll just take the legs off and leave it that way. I don't like that it scurries around like that. What in exchange are you looking for?
Well, I think I should ask you what you're offering because obviously you can assess value. So what do you think that's worth?
Well, I think it's worth a monetary value, much less a knowledge or spiritual one. Those are the ones that I look for.
Well, there's that, but I mean, how many journals do you have from somebody who's been to the Feywild and back, to the Shadowfell and back, and been on the prime material plane with adventurers of a hero's age.
I need but wait for you to die.
That doesn't necessarily guarantee a personal journal.
No,
Do you not know what this place is?
No.
Do you not know what these souls flitting about are doing?
I imagine that they're curating your collection.
They are the collection. That is all their life stories that they are writing down before they pass and go to judgment. They're librarians, artificers, wizards, mages that have, in one way or another, come in contact with me, which you already have. I need but wait for you to die. And you will be here.
That's assuming I die, but yeah.
You will. Everybody does.
I don't know about that.
Some few selections, not as much. But they still wind up in the Shadowfell eventually.
Fortunately.
I like you, Alyssa, I do.
What if I throw in the rat?
I don't want your rat. I don't like rats. They're gross. They skitter about here. In fact, I have, as he points out, you see this fox-like creature is prowling through some of the stacks here, and he's they pounce on one of them.
Does he look like he likes that creature that hunts the rats?
Give me an insight check.
I do have potentially something to offer him that I forgot I had.
If you give away your blood again, I swear to God.
I don't think I would have forgotten that one, Jeremy. But
16.
He'd probably be the safest one at this point.
Fair, yeah.
Ooh, they are hard to read.
All right.
Who would have thought?
See, they look over at them, but there's no real face that is emoting. It is very much a skull with blue flame eyes.
Well, I guess you wouldn't want to get your lovely friend a toy that would keep them happy and sharp for a millennia.
I largely don't care about them. They're a necessity to an issue that I have here.
Okay. All right, fine. I'm still waiting to hear what you're willing to part with. Because you said there's an assessed value, and I was trying to describe ways that might be more valuable to you.
I understand you are trying to sell me something. And that is great and wonderful. I would say, for what I believe may be in this bag, the gold worth that I could probably pawn off at one of the other cities around here that still use those. What is something that you wish to learn of?
I don't think there's anything.
Then you come to barter in the wrong place.
Well, I know you offered me many things, and I want one of those, but it's fine. I will just take the coin.
He flicks it over to you.
Yep. You've already read the pattern, so you've already taken that. So.
Yep.
I do have the books and scriptures of a unfamiliar world on the material plane with creatures that are unfamiliar.
Unfamiliar to you, mayhaps. May I see it? You show them the book. There's no telltale flash. As you can tell, they are doing this in good faith. They look it over. Oh, this is interesting. And you wanted information on Svadarak? So said your friend, at the very least. Is that something you wish to deal in?
Depends on the information I get about him.
What do you want?
He needs to die.
Oh, you will find that quite impossible.
I've heard. So what is the alternative other than what already happened to him? Because clearly that didn't work because of...
Are you looking for my opinion or a silver bullet?
I was hoping you could give me something that would turn me into a silver bullet.
The issue is, he is afflicted with a curse much worse than yours. And one that drives him mad. And one that will refuse to let him die. I cannot tell you how to solve something that is out of my hands. I can only tell you who put the spell on him. And maybe you can get them to dispel it.
I think I already know that, which was the Unseelie Court.
Yes, but who inside the court?
Oh, it wasn't Mabe.
Their name was Michael Jordan.
LeBron James.
We've already established he was Sealy on the courts.
Fuck.
What do you think, Sayo?
I think we could probably just ask Mabe that. We're gonna go there anyway to talk to somebody.
Eventually.
Then what would be a good
I mean, with that kind of the thing about trading information is I feel like it's always worth it. Like
Yes, but I'm trying to gauge what could be more worth to hear from him that I couldn't hear from someone else.
I think that's kind of a weird one because like you could always get the information from somewhere else because obviously he got the information from somewhere, but this is just probably convenient for right now. Mm-hmm. So maybe information that would do us well now compared to later when we can ask it and get the same information. Kind of, you know. I'm asking for information about a Draco Lich and the Hierarch because we're gonna deal with possibly.
Yeah. But we have to deal with Spatarak as well.
Yeah, but that's later, right? Yeah. So I'm getting the information now because it might be pertinent in the next like couple days, kind of thing.
Is information all that you can trade for what I've given you?
Well, what do you deem as information? Because I have contacts, such as the coin. I have scrolls, things of the like. But if you see, Alyssa was very particular in what she'd asked me, so I knew what to give. You're asking me for a silver bullet for something that cannot die. I've given you my solution to it, which is the person who would cast the spell and making them stop. And who that person is would be the information. What else do you want? I'm very confused at this point in juncture.
I didn't expect to find myself here having answers like this put before me. I apologize.
Oh. Do you want the information or no?
I don't know. That's why I'm looking at you.
Well,
You're
how-
also the person that threw this out.
Are you ever going to use that book?
No.
It's probably useful.
Hmm?
It's probably useful.
The book?
I mean, it's going to a good library.
Yeah. No, I'm judging.
Thank you.
I'm judging on whether this is what I want to know, or if I'm thinking of if there's something else I'd want to know.
Well, I could think of a couple of things that you might want to know.
What?
Like one, what's the name?
It's Beetlejuice.
Yes, that's the one that's already on the table.
Maybe ask the name and if they have any idea of a good way to get their goodwill.
Or the location?
Wait, wow.
Anything,
Where's Spatarak?
Or-
anything they would want done.
Because we don't know where he is.
How you can kill a god. Like, that's good information to just have in the back pocket, because we might have to do that.
Do you know how to commit a light bit of deicide?
Do you think I would be here if I did?
You could be working your way up to that.
Might be the goal.
Do you know how I can deal with Matron Cabas?
Ah.
Again, specificity is key.
Deal with.
Deal with. Do you want to kill her?
Yes.
Do you want to get her in your good graces? Do you want to know something that she's doing right now? cannot guarantee the information on these, as it would be my will against her on some of them, but I am willing to try for a price.
I would like to know what she is up to and where she is.
You see, he grabs it and goes into the folds of his robes. Now I need to go pull up another stat block really quick, as I'm going to be rolling opposed to myself.
Andrew's playing
thing
with
that I
himself
worry about-
behind the screen.
So the thing that I'm thinking is, like, I guess above table. Andrew said that he's expected us to go against Matron Cabas by this point, which makes me believe that there's a possibility we could have. And this person is saying, like, yeah, I can try. I can't guarantee it. So
I'm trying to weigh what's already on the table versus what's already not.
why don't we just kill the librarian?
She's been somebody I've been chasing for a while and have not been able to get in front of me. Versus other things I have been able to make progress on, where she has always been a dead end for me. Because I've been looking for her even before I joined the party, and I have not been able to lock her down.
Can we all agree that it's on site with Cabas at this point? We could do it.
Depends on context.
Okay, like not in the middle of Guild Road, but like if we meet here out and about, it's on site. Like we're throwing dukes.
I'll probably talk first, but
Oh no! Hey, ma! Yeah, Sail pulls out the gun. All right.
Can I cast guidance or anything on this guy?
It would not help him, as he's the one attacking right now.
Okay.
That said, Matron Cabas did fail this save.
Woo! Fuck you, Cabas, you fucking dumb bird.
Sorry. So you see as he... there is no scrying object that he has pulled out to use or anything like that. He has just waved his hand.
His skull is 1,000 gold pieces, and you can see through it.
Can I borrow this real quick?
You see he leans back and starts to... Oh.
I bet you she's with fucking Mizzet right now.
She seems to be on... one of the planar pillars.
She's on one of the pillars.
You fucking bitch.
She has some sort of earthen being under duress.
Does it look winged?
No, particularly not.
Oh no.
Different pillar.
Yep.
It's
I know where this pillar is.
who did Hilda call out to?
No, it's not that.
Dirtman Jones.
Yeah. So is Dirtman Jones under duress?
I know not their name, though they are large.
Man, it sure would be helpful to scry on all 4 pillars just to see if maybe there's some simultaneous thing going on.
Well, we don't have to scry on one of them. We can just go there and I'll pull out.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that island was a pillar.
Oh, it is.
It is,
is.
yeah.
So
That's where we're going.
we know 2 pillars are actively being occupied by birds.
Yes. I assume that is the earthen pillar, and the one we were trying to get to is the fire one.
Oh shit.
So then the water one and then the air one. Probably
Guys.
got stuff going on.
Yeah.
What bird have we met recently? No.
It's a pleasure to meet you all.
Yes.
Are you a bird?
In my heart of hearts, I view you as a bird. I hope you don't mind.
Sorry, I'm talking about
Do not take that as an insult.
Okef and Lolax.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we know.
Yeah.
I told you all from day one that was a poor choice.
Yeah, but that might be happening right now.
Yes.
Very well could be.
Oh, good lord.
Is that all he had to say?
You asked me where they were and what they were doing. They are on the Pillar of Earth, specifically the Shadowfell side of that.
Here.
And they are currently torturing some earthen beast. Of what that does and matters to, I do not know. But that is where they are.
Thank you.
We're trying to get to what I assume to be the fire pillar.
What's the closest pillar to us?
It's a good question. I don't know.
It's something he'd probably want more information from us from. So give an answer.
Well, is that something that I could ascertain?
No. They're hidden, generally speaking.
believe your barter's up next.
No, Alyssa wasn't there for that part, so no. That is something Sail, Kex, or Styx could roll for if you'd like.
What are we rolling for?
History checks.
When it came up to the pillars?
I have history. I have notes on the pillars that I've written down about stuff because that is stuff that I asked. I rolled a 17, by the way.
17?
15.
11.
11. All right. Kex,
Yes.
with a DC 16.
Noise.
You're the only one that actually comes to mind, too. As you remember, a warding tree in the Whispering Woods
That was a pillar?
that connected to
The Feywild.
Turan Rakir, which is, now that you were thinking about this, it's like, all right, there's an Earth Island that apparently something is happening on. There's a Fire Island that apparently something is happening on. You were told to Turan Rakir, where Sail needs to go at some point in time,
Yeah,
is a putting it all together. You're like, oh, that has to be at least the material plane side of this pillar.
Yep.
That is probably the pillar of water, and knowing generally that it's off the south end of Altasia is where it was last said to be, known to be. That's normally where it hangs out.
On the south end of Altasia.
That's where the floating island is. Right?
There is a massive difference in distance there.
But they're both.
They're both south of Altasia,
Yep.
correct, but
Different hemispheres.
different hemispheres.
Heard. Okay.
So if there is simultaneous fuckery going on that requires all four of them simultaneously, if we go to the closest one with the coin,
Well, I think our closest one is going to be that island because that is the one that we have the direct
Mizzet.
line to, other than the tablet.
It's also the one that
I
we.
have a teleport to the other side of Randrakir.
yeah.
So we could technically maybe hit two birds with one stone.
Do we have a way back though?
No.
Yes.
Oh, yours.
Okay. Well, I have a way of getting a ship there, but it's going to take time. So
I think the fastest way for us to get to any of the pillars to be effective at all is that coin that you have.
Are you still going to do your bargaining?
You first. You started
I'm
it.
not entirely sure that I would like to give up a legendary shard of Iron.
Want to
I do
roll?
have some other bargaining materials, though nothing of quite that level on board.
I'm willing to deal for more than one morsel of information, if you would like. I am very inclined towards that stone.
My back is starting to kill me, so sitting normally where I'm
Same here.
the correct distance from the mic is beginning to become painful. I will try to be good mic etiquette.
We got about 20 minutes left.
Oh, I thought we were going to 30. I do have
Number 6.
the shattered remnants of the last sanctum of Cord in Guild's Row before it was twisted into, I believe, whatever entity has been doing all of this nonsense outside.
Yes, he's been quite annoying.
Yes. As well as a few liters of magical blood. And I was also going to ask if you knew the secrets and process to soul forging, as I could demonstrate it for you while we are here.
Soul forging, yes, I do.
Okay, you already know how.
That has been an oddly rediscovered piece of technology by you guys. By this age that was used once much long ago.
I think you're the only people alive who interacted with not Stygian iron, but the other thing you were mentioning about.
Oh, the bottled limbo?
Yeah, that might be of interest.
I traded that.
No, what happened with it?
It's in Lolax.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that's information.
I will share this with you, and if it is not quite worth the information I seek, then mayhaps it can help one of my friend's bargains.
Understood.
A Soulfire sorcerer, friend of ours by the name of Lolax, burnt himself out entirely.
It was very bright.
Yes. We saved him through Okef helping us, as well as a bottle of limbo that we had won in a game of stones from a slod.
This is the most D&D story ever.
And a good amount of magical chutzpah we managed. Oh, didn't we shove a rune in him as well?
Yes.
Yeah, but a rune with the limbo, which has a different name, that might be more familiar to.
I refer to it as Stygian Silver. I don't know if Andrew accepts that name as.
You can always try it, Sayu, and find out.
Referred to potentially as Stygian Silver, as well as a rune.
Yeah.
He shoved in his chest. Brought him back. Tip-top shape.
About tip-top shape, you say it was bright. Have you come into contact with this Lolax?
You must understand that any time you folk on the material plane use Soul Flame, it is reflected here.
Okay.
That meteor sitting above Guild's Row is a massive reflection of it, and was something that burned so bright it stayed. There are stories of those further out into the shadow seas that it was lit up for a brief moment, and we could almost touch him.
I see. Okay. I was just worried that, he already has the book.
He very nearly came here, but between...
We did not know Stygian Platinum, for the record, was involved.
Yes, that, as well as a rune, replaced the burnt hole that was his heart.
That is very interesting. That will definitely carry weight in our bargain. What exactly do you need from me again? Sorry, there was quite a bit of information, and interesting.
River Prince glue him back together enough that I am let out of my contract.
Yes. If you were to use a similar method that your friend Alyssa here has shown me, you could anchor the sections that you wish him not to be in away. If you were to meet him on the Shadowfell side, which is the side that is making him sick, you could anchor him to the material plane in Fey only, keeping him out of here.
Would we have to anchor him from here?
Anchor him away, is what I'm saying. As far as I understand,
So tie him to it.
correct me if I'm wrong, there requires 2 anchors on either side.
So we have to stake him here and stake him back home.
1 to keep him out and 1 to keep him home.
And just pull him out of here.
All right. Well,
Good thing you know how to make them.
some cord sand and a bit of a statue.
You can keep that. I largely don't care for it.
Okay. I didn't want to have to carry it around anymore.
Cord sand. I think Alyssa could use that.
That felt a little bit. even by my standards. That feels a little, I don't know. Just to clarify, my having given you this bit of information does not necessitate a piece of my soul is going to walk these halls at some point.
No.
Okay.
You were invited in, rather than trouncing about on your own.
Well, to be fair, you have an awesome library, and if it's just like a passing on the way out, I'm happy to add to the knowledge,
I'm sure that
It is a passing.
Yeah.
If you'd like to me. I do not keep them here.
Yeah. Would you prevent my soul from being thus claimed by anyone else?
Oh, that's a great question.
This is your stop along the way.
Before the claiming, right? Yeah. Okay. I might stop in just to say hello, see how you've been. We'll see what headspace I'm in when that happens.
Can I pet the foxes when I'm here?
Probably not wise.
As the DM, I feel like there was a particular word you may have missed, which was monstrous creature. They
Yes.
are bipedal.
Yes.
If you don't mind on losing some fingers, I'm...
Well, won't they be kind of like?
That's
Your finger?
No, they are quite corporeal.
Oh my! So like when I'm here writing like all my stuff while I'm passing on, like I'll be like here in person.
Oh, when you're here?
Yeah.
Oh, as you are passing.
Yeah.
They have been known to show affection to some of the people who are here a little bit longer than others.
Perfect. I'm gonna have so much to write down.
Delightful.
for the information they want. If we were to give you very recent information about the Raven Queen, would that be something you would be interested in?
The fact that she is stuck up there on a mountain?
He lives here. I don't think that.
Yeah, but you got your stick.
That's me.
It is well known who you are, all of you,
Oh.
to those in these parts.
I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult. To be
It is
honest.
merely an observation.
Fact.
You are well known in hell.
Do we send a lot of people here?
Judging by the
To me
amount
in
of-
particular, no, but some.
At least 10.
At least 10.
And those that are of a little bit more weight, here, we discuss. Don't worry, I have not called them on you, but when they come and call on me later, I will tell them you were here. I will not be disclosing in too much detail what you have asked, but that does allow me to get some of the information that you all were seeking. It's a bit of a repartee.
So,
My proposal is a copy for a copy. Although I need to keep this book to stay connected in my mind, even though it doesn't necessarily help physically.
You need not explain it to me.
But I would love a copy of some lich information, particularly Hierarch.
He
Also-
bows to you and goes, "Of course, Judge."
I don't like that.
you do carry some legal weight here in the Shadowfell.
You are kind of a
Ew.
judgmental guy.
That too.
I am no judge here.
You just recently stopped sneering at Kex for not being all the way alive.
You just
Yeah, that's
Got it.
because I'm the only one keeping him all the way not dead.
you're no
Okay, jury.
you're no judge here yet. What did you just do 5 minutes before we got here?
I was the
You
bailiff.
sentenced somebody.
I was the bailiff. Okay.
Bailiff.
Whack his pee-pee.
Fuck off.
It's a meme.
It's a joke up on the. Maybe it's in this book. I don't know. I didn't pay attention to that part.
All right. You see, as he stretches a hand, he goes, "You're looking for information on hierarchs and dracoliches."
I understand after a bit of searching that a hierarch, you might not come into contact with information about them very often.
They're somewhat rare.
Have you ever come into contact with information or been in contact with a hierarch?
Yes to both.
Did one recently roll by for a little bit?
Last name.
Lamen.
Randovan.
It is known that the one that wears the name Eldeconan is a hierarch. What information in particular are you looking for about her?
Yeah, I guess this might be a very similar question to that of which Kex was possibly going to ask, but we need to know how to get rid of one.
Beyond turning them into a genetic dead end first.
Because I don't think that we want to try to end an entire empire, although we might.
I would say that the
On the table.
bloodline at this point is very hither and thither.
Is it a proximity thing?
Proximity to speed, how quickly they can take over another body, yes.
Well, what if we took them out into the middle of like the primordial sea and killed them there?
It's just speed. They'll eventually come back.
It would take time. But it may be, frankly, for something like the primordial sea, they would have to wait a very long time for just the right doorway to open for them to slip through back to the material. So that could eradicate your issue for something like a few ages.
I mean, that's a
Though it would not be
pretty good.
permanent.
Oh,
The other answer is a domain of dread.
no.
So is there no way to deal with them other than exterminating the bloodline completely?
You can't just kick their physical form into the caldera of Mount Celestia. or
Without,
anything.
other than just sealing them.
You can seal them. You don't necessarily have to kill an entire bloodline, but you would have to make them magically inert. So they can no longer graph.
We have to magically castrate the Endwin Empire. No.
I have a
Well-
theory on that.
what about soul flame? Like if they use up all their soul flame?
That is mainly why Elder Conan uses being a hierarch instead of a traditional lich, is that she has various batteries.
Well, I was saying like if we bring her out into the middle of nowhere and get her to use every ounce of soul flame, will that extinguish?
Her true soul?
Yeah.
No.
It is the vessel's body.
Her true soul seems to be perpetual.
The power of soul flame comes from the blood. But burning it makes it teeter between this plane and not. In fact,
So sealing her, making the bloodline inert.
Or taking her somewhere far away.
And then we don't have
that would buy you time at the very least.
That's would be. I mean, if I live long enough, probably my issue 3 ages from now.
Needing to be sealed away, do you plan on becoming a monster? Or
I think
Not
he
what
meant
I'm-
killing it again.
He's not a monster. He's
Not
a
what I
villain.
meant, but
It's kind of like the legend of
potato,
Kex.
potato.
Perpetual cycle.
and with that, you had I believe those answers to be somewhat vague, and I'm sorry I can't give you more. Is there something else you were looking for in regards to hierarchs?
I think we have our answer. We've confirmed who it is, and we know that of which we can try.
You do not know who it is. You just know the form they take. Ask the
Oh.
question.
Who is the
Who
real-
is the current hierarch? Where are they?
They have not quite reformed. In fact, they're on this plane currently.
Lovely.
Oh,
They're at the pillar of
You listen,
air.
Did you listen to what he said earlier? The person who wears the name Elder Conan. That does not mean whoever this hierarch is Elder Conan. They are just masquerading as Elder Conan.
Yeah, the body of Eldiconan is dead now.
yeah.
I won't give you this for free because I find it, yes, and delightful. And because it poses more questions for you in the future. The Shadowed Lady, the Lady of Darkness, let's see, the Queen of the Undevout, are all titles that she has gone by at some point in time.
Was she Leon's original wife? Way back when.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
There it is.
Okay.
Things make
I guess the only question I have about Dracoliches in particular is one, are they trying to turn Niv Mizzet into one currently?
It was a goal at one point in time, but At this point in time, they think he's magically powerful enough that since they have him on this side instead of the material side, that they may be able to just bleed him.
They're doing that.
Oh, are they?
You've been nice. I'll be back when I'm dead, probably. So I'd like our relationship going forward to be solid and founded on mutual trust. The big earth beast you cried on a little bit ago. They're doing that to him at the fire pillar.
That's the one that we're trying to get to.
That does make sense in an odd roundabout way.
So we're gonna try to free him. And make him a friend. We have his children up on our ship.
Why are they doing all this? Why are little pillars?
To blend the realms, so that way that the Shadowfell can.
Well, wouldn't that destroy the library?
Would it?
No.
I highly doubt it.
The Shadowfell will still exist.
They're trying to blur the lines between the two.
If everything exists all at once, then
Doesn't mean.
then that means that there's a library not in the Shadowfell, and which one takes precedence?
Are you potentially going to overlap with a building on the prime material if the pillars are collapsed?
My old library has been down and desecrated for eons.
Since you said.
What age about? Would you say that is?
Probably late first.
Late first.
Since you said the answers that you gave Styx were a little vague, do you know where the Shadowed Lady is reforming?
Why would she not reform anywhere other than her court?
Where's her court?
Next to Cord C. Likelihood.
It's probably that mountain. How do you nuke a mountain?
A large
Well.
enough ship, you drive it right in.
Fusion, typically. At least we can make fission.
I don't think I have any more questions.
Well, I'll be taking this. He grabs the book. One of those fox-like creatures kind of roams up and he passes it off and goes, "Another, please." So take but a moment.
Oh, so they are making a copy. Cool.
Well,
Our destination. Probably see you again when we have new questions and new things to trade.
Oh, I hope so. This has been delightful.
would you like a granola bar?
A granola bar.
Can I ask you potentially a mutually beneficial favor?
Most likely not.
It's worth asking regardless. Since we both know that we'll probably be back here at some point with things to trade and questions needed answered while we're still alive, of course. Do I have your permission to teleport us directly here?
Send word first, or else your arrival may not be as kind.
Is it okay if I just use the book?
To write me?
Yeah. Say like, hey, is it okay if we pop in?
I didn't get that until just recently.
Oh,
It's because we were in here.
Oh, we wrote you on the prime material, and I assume you did not see that. We wrote you while we were on the Shadowfell, and you responded.
Correct.
If we simply landed on the roof and then wrote you, would that be agreeable?
I warn you to write me before that because there are some sets of defenses that we do have here.
So before we approach the tower.
That would be agreeable.
So if I placed us somewhere nearby
30 feet away from
and
the
then
tower?
wrote you,
I'd recommend 60.
60 feet.
understandable. Thank you. I just would imagine that next time maybe we could expedite this process.
do you want to chase us out for old time's sake?
I did have a quick question.
Does the butt tuck zoomy run?
Alyssa Naruto runs away.
I have one question. Well, how have things been here without the Raven Queen? Is it good for you? Bad for you?
My ilk that move through here were already waning. Waning is not the right word. few and far between. And that has not changed. So for me, it is fine. I still get the life memoirs of those that I care to read. And some that are maybe a little less intriguing. She says, looking at a very thin book that just says Bobby on it.
I thought it was Gary.
Bobby.
Daniel.
It's 3
It
pages.
says Bobby, age 10. Like,
Daniel was actually here being chased because his story was bad.
but that being said, the ever-present thundering is annoying. And the rent in the sky is concerning.
So, if we get rid of this thundering presence, then, well, I should say, if the thundering presence is gone, you'll know who to thank. It's us. We're going to save the world.
I look forward to seeing it.
I'm sure.
Doing our best.
And I will see you soon.
We are the party of Theseus. I'm the last remaining part.
You were stuck on the island when it got buried in sand.
Oh, no. So, I guess we can start making our way back towards the ship.
I will respectfully thank him.
He gives you all a nod, but to Styx, he gives a deep bow.
I'm going to shiver a little bit as I bow back and walk away.
Styx, you need to learn to embrace
Farewell, little one.
about yourself.
Farewell, little one.
I'll come back.
Your mother says hello. And with that,
I knew you weren't going to let that one go.
We were all walking towards the door, hear that, we all stopped.
It's Patrick right before you. Patrick, wait!
it is 6 o'clock. We have gone well over our normal scheduled time. We've streamed for about 7 hours now,
Yippee.
which has honestly been a blast.
It didn't feel that long either.
It really didn't.
That last hour was kind of long. But my back hurts and my head hurts. That's why.
All right, well, with that, let's get a change of music in because we're not quite in the Shadowfell
I was going to
yet.
say, Jesus, it was like, dun, dun, dun.
Oh, they're stimming.
We're being held in extreme anticipation.
I'm going to come over there and open it for you.
I'm almost going to spit out my drink.
Listen!
You're too big.
Look how ready he is.
They're both
Dude, he's
incredibly
matching
red
his
right
shirt.
Listen! Oh, that was so disappointing.
Oh, man.
What?
Oh, what up, Blue Star?
Why
How you
did you
doing?
need that that bad?
I love the. I love it.
Blue.
It's a thing.
Okay.
I love that she didn't.
You were so fucking.
She held you in anticipation for a full 30 seconds.
Yeah, my face felt like it was gonna explode.
You're crying.
I am crying. I look over and Sam's like, hyperventilating. I was so out of breath that I couldn't open it.
I did this, and then there was no.
All right, all right.